This audiobook contains 0 censored sentences and 6 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Or he looked like that, similar to his older brother. Yukima was very wild, like a wild animal, which is very fitting looking back at it. But for her to get stronger, she needs to tame that animal inside of her. The last 2 months were dedicated to training my kids. Rin, Yuruchi, and Isane had their turn as well in training children. At the moment, I was sparring with them and giving them pointers at the same time. I tilted my head a bit, and moments later, a sword passed the space where it was. Attacking from behind is smart, but always have a plan following the failure of said plan. I grabbed the sword and threw Akio, who was still holding it. Sometimes it's better to abandon your weapon to create a better opportunity to strike. Don't hold your sword no matter what, and use other means to defeat your opponent. I raised my sword above my head to meet an attack from above. Attacks from above are effective at times, but they're mostly easy to block, so avoid them if it's possible. That's how our sessions went, but there was something bothering me. Yukima was clearly not giving her all, but for some reason, I had a feeling that she was planning something. Masaru ni, Akio ni. Now, both Masaru and Akio stopped their attacks and backed away. Yukima, on the other hand, stood in front of me with her arms crossed, full of confidence. I wonder what my little girl has in store for me. It's over. Dad, today is the day I win. Be prepared for what I'm about to do. I smiled at her and waited for her to make a move. Yukima owed those eyes, and I could feel her Ryatsu going wild. Her Ryatsu felt violent. She slowly raised her hand near her head with all of her fingers bent for some reason. She then made a motion with her hand to cover her face with it, and the moment her hand uncovered her face, it revealed a hollow mask, and behind it, yellow eyes with a dark sclera surrounding the iris. My eyes went wide, but I couldn't allow her to do anything before I confirmed that she was in control. That's why I used Shuinpa to get in front of her in an instant and tapped her mask with the back of the handle, destroying it without harming Yukima. With a serious tone, I said, "It looks like we'll need to have a talk. Any talk with kids, Ryoto's POV. Hey, no fair. Dad, you promised not to use Shuinpa until we learn it in the future." As Yukima was complaining about my cheating, Masaru and Akio walked up to us. "Sorry, Yukima, but you did something that I considered reckless, and I needed to stop you." I explained patiently to my daughter. "Is Yukima in trouble?" Masaru asked, worried that his sister had done something wrong. Seeing his worry, I couldn't help but smile and patted his head. "Don't worry, Yukima isn't in trouble. I was just worried about something she was doing because I have experience with the mask she used." "You know about that, Dad? I thought that I would surprise you." Yukima pouted. "Did you tell him Akio and I? Why are you asking me?" "It could be Nissan. Masaru and I wouldn't tell anyone because he promised me." They glared at each other until Masaru pacified both of them. Seeing that everything was settled down, I decided to continue the conversation. "You surprised me, all right? But what you did could be very dangerous. More often than not, actually. That's why I want you to tell me how you did it, when you first used it, and how you felt using this power, all right?" I said all that as I went to her level with one of my knees touching the ground and looked her in the eyes. "Before that, can you tell me how you know about it, Dad?" "It's easy. It's because I can do the same thing." Yukima's first reaction was to be happy, and the next was to be excited. "Can you show us?" "Please, please, please." Yukima asked me enthusiastically. "Well, why not? But you need to promise me to keep it a secret from anyone other than our family." "I promise." Yukima answered without thinking. I then looked at the boys, who nodded as well. "Ready yourself, kids. My Ryatsu will become a bit more violent." I stood up and made the same motion that Yukima did before, but I had more Ryatsu around my hand as I formed my mask. I also formed my mask a lot faster than she did. My mask was mostly white with a bit of red around my eyes, which were white at the moment, or they looked like that from the outside perspective. I learned before that if I use my eye powers with the mask on, my eyes turn dark yellow. IMG, my mask also didn't have a mouth of any kind. No line to indicate or no teeth to see. Wow, Yours is so different from mine. That's true. Yukima's mask looked a lot more animalistic. A lot of sharp teeth, and even cat ears. Also, some marks that looked like scratches went from above her eyes to underneath. IMG, I removed my mask. Does that mean that we also can do what Yukima and you can? Maybe, but Yukima is obviously very talented in that department, which reminds me that you promised me to tell everything about your mask. Apparently, all of my children trained in secret. So young and already keeping secrets from their parents. I'm just kidding, of course. But I learned that she was in complete control from the beginning, which is practically unheard of. Even I needed to fight Zangetsu because of his pride. He let me win, asshole. He just won a good fight, as always. She could be said to be the most natural wizard that will ever be. Even Ichigo became wizard in a pretty man-made manner. Now that I knew that Yukima was in control, I asked her to show me that, and she used her mask with full control, meaning she was conscious the whole time and didn't seem to have any violent tendencies or anything like that. She seemed to have a time limit, though, which was predictable. I then looked at the boys. Are there any other secrets that I should know about? Masaru and Akio looked at each other in silence. I was half joking asking this question, but it seems that there were some other things that I should know about. You see, Dad. Akio started. Sometimes I can see numbers around, and I don't know how, but I can see the solution to these numbers, and they help me know what's going to happen. It could be worse. It's one of the less noticeable powers, and sometimes I feel like Kisuke has it as well. What about Masaru then? I was ready for anything right now. It wouldn't be worse than Yukima's hollow powers. Masaru looked embarrassed by my question and scratched his cheek. I don't have anything like that. Is it worse than having some kind of power? Maybe for Masaru's self-confidence. But before I could try to cheer him up, that's why I will need to work harder, so I won't be left behind. That's my boy. Not letting himself be held down by unfortunate circumstances, but with his motivation. I'm really starting to get worried about his well-being. AD. Foolishness, Ryoto foolishness. Motivation and power are the most essential. You should know. Foolishness. Now that everything is clear, I want you to promise me to not tell anyone about your unusual abilities or use them for that matter. Especially near people with glasses. Never trust a person with glasses. What about you, Dad? You also wear glasses. I'm an exception. Yukima had the same smirk that her mother has when she plans to mess with someone. I don't know. Dad, you look pretty suspicious to me. Seeing her trying to tease me made me smile. I noticed that I have smiled more often since I became a father. Being a parent is really a new form of happiness and incredibly fulfilling. I went on my knee again and poked Yukima's head with 2 fingers. I didn't use any strength, but she still yelled ouch and held her forehead. ED, Itachi reference. Ryoto is going to pull an Itachi. I can smell it. Why are you always doing it? No reason. By the way, do you boys want to get poked on the forehead? I grinned, and both of them knew what was going to happen. But it didn't stop them from trying to escape. They couldn't escape and met the same fate as their sister. Now that we are done with jokes, let's return to the topic we had before. I need you, Yukima, to promise me not to use your mask unless you or someone important to you is in danger. I promise. But why doesn't Akio and I need to promise as well? Yukima asked. It's simple. I turned to Akio. Akio, use your power. Ok, dad. I turned back to Yukima. Do you see anything? No. And that's why. I smiled and patted her head. Then you're telling me that if no one notices, I can use it. I poked her forehead again. Don't even think about it. Well, train your usage of this power from now on. You too, Akio. Masaru will be training harder than usual since he wants to keep up without any additional powers. For now, at least. Who knows if he just hasn't discovered it. Let's go home for today. He'll make you all dinner. Hearing that, the children's mood improved dramatically instantly. Idi, the flag has been raised, my brothers. Yukima is going to turn Ryoto into Itachi. Anyways, send Ryoto to Genshin. Gender bend Ether to get the best waifu and add her to the harem. Yendi Uncle Zangetsu, Ryoto's POV. After the kids went to sleep, I called for a meeting in the living room and explained the situation that occurred today during the training. It will bring a lot of problems. Rin pondered. True. And that's why we need to prepare them for most of the trouble that will come, especially Yukima. If, for example, Central 46 gets wind of that, they will likely want to either experiment on her, lock her down, or execute her. Long story short, blood will be spilled if anyone tries anything with any of my children. I looked around, and I didn't see any disagreement on their faces. I was expecting them to agree with me, but it's still reassuring knowing that they'll have my back in whatever I'm planning. And it would work the other way around as well. We trust each other a lot, after all. But it's good that we won't have to repeat what we did with you, Yoruichi said, and she was right. I was aware of the risk of trying to complete Zangetsu's hollow part completely. That's why I asked Rin, Yoruichi, Aisane, and Kisuke to help immobilize me. Before we began, Rin connected me to a small pebble and put it under a boulder without crushing it to make me feel like said boulder was placed on my back. Then to make it even more difficult to move, Kisuke used some high-level Kido to bind me. It helped a lot to restrain me and bought a lot of time until I beat Zangetsu, although the group still needed to fight me and injured me. That's why Aisane was there to heal me up. Fun times. But we still need to be careful with Akio and Masaru. It's still possible for either or both of them to awaken this power. I added, but enough of this serious talk. Let's go have some time tomorrow. What about the children? Kamamura-san is busy tomorrow from what I heard, and I doubt Captain Commander has time for babysitting. Aisane asked, at which I grinned. I've got a perfect person in mind. Third POV. So kids, behave and listen to Uncle Zangetsu unless he does something stupid, which most likely will have something to do with fighting. In that case, listen to Masaru. Akio, don't try to fight with Yukima, and Yukima, don't antagonize Akio too much. Let's all have fun. With all that said, Ryoto and his lovers left home with a dumbfounded Zangetsu. Even though he was somehow expecting it to happen, he thought that Ryoto wouldn't go with that plan. In every way, Gyaka was a better choice. He was standing there until he felt someone pulling his clothes. It was Akio. Are you Dad's twin? You look exactly like Dad, but your skin and hair are white. Also, you don't have glasses. He didn't explain anything to you? The children shook their heads, and the only thing inside Zangetsu's head was annoyance at Ryoto at the moment. Explaining everything would be annoying, but the only thing you need to know is that I'm your dad's Zanpakuto. So your dad's sword? What can you do? Are you strong? Is Mom's Zanpakuto stronger? Yukima jumped at the opportunity to ask the question. Aggressive, one may add. Zangetsu was not really overwhelmed, but didn't feel like answering her question, but hearing if he was stronger than Yoruichi's Zanpakuto made him answer Yukima. I'm obviously stronger. You can't easily find a better Zanpakuto than myself, unless they use strange abilities. And maybe Gyaku. She could be terrifying if she wasn't so soft, but that's what makes her her. The last part was said in a quiet voice, and a small, gentle smile formed on his face, but it quickly disappeared before anyone noticed it. Okay, but what can you do? Can you use fire? Ice? Any other elements? Some other power? She made different poses and movements to showcase what she was talking about. Zangetsu summoned himself in his hand, although the colors on the blade were reversed. That right here is me, and as you can see, I'm a big and powerful blade. I also can shoot out Ryatsu with a swing of the blade. Awesome, right? Zangetsu was saying all of that with a lot of pride in his voice. But unfortunately for him, some children couldn't appreciate his simplicity and strength. That's all. Lame. You look like a big kitchen knife. Haha. Yukima said and ran off to do something entirely different as she got bored of this conversation already and searched for the next thing that would get her attention. At that time, on Zangetsu's forehead, a vein popped out, and he was ready to spank this annoying brat since it looked like her father didn't do it enough. Or at all since he knew that Ryoto wouldn't raise his hand on his children in any situation unless they did something really unforgivable. But he was stopped. Uncle Zangetsu, if that makes you feel better, I think you're really cool. Masaru tried to cheer up Zangetsu, but it only made him feel worse since it sounded like he was pitying him. Knowing, however, Masaru's nature, Zangetsu calmed down and took a deep breath. Don't get mad at them. They're just stupid kids. Stupid kids are what they are. Zangetsu was trying to tell himself that. Once again, Zangetsu felt a pull, and thus the time it was Akio. Unkletsanitsu im hungry. Can you make us some food? Fine, follow me. You all need to help. Call Yukima as well, otherwise she won't get any food. The one who doesn't work doesn't eat. No, it doesn't work like this. Stop using this pan. It's only for pancakes. Yukima, get down from there. How many times do I need to explain how to cut vegetables? I could train a dog to do that. And it doesn't have thumbs. Zangetsu had a lot of difficulties with taking control of the kids, but he somehow managed to prepare a decent meal, although the kitchen suffered a fate worse than death. It's Jacob's problem now. My only job is to watch over these brats and not take care of this tragedy called kitchen. Zangetsu felt better knowing that he caused some trouble for Ryoto, as he was still annoyed that he left him with his kids. It wasn't pettiness. It was justice. Wow. Uncle Zangetsu, it's almost as delicious as Dad's cooking. Yukima praised the food that they helped make, but Zangetsu wasn't happy with that praise. Almost. Yeah, almost. Dad's cooking is the best after all. Whatever. Zangetsu was silently sulking. It was his first actual loss against Ryoto, and it didn't sit right with him. I'm never going to tell him that. Uncle Zangetsu, can we go play outside? Akio asked. I have a better idea. Let's go to Baya-chan's place. They'll show him the results of my training. As the kids tried to decide between themselves where they should go, as if it was already decided that they'll go play outside, Zangetsu was considering getting a leash for at least Yukima. He'll get Jacob for putting me in this situation. I don't know how he can handle these brats. Ryoto's POV. The four-way date was fun, but we all decided to return earlier. I hope that at least my home isn't destroyed, although Gyaku reassured me that everything will be fine and Zangetsu makes for a better babysitter than I think. I knew that everything was going to be all right, and with Zangetsu, children would be safe. I don't know about the house, though, but at least it's replaceable. We walked inside the house, and the living room was pretty messed up. We saw Zangetsu sleeping on the couch, and all three children sleeping peacefully next to or on him. I would take a photo if I could. Unfortunately, cameras aren't invented yet. Shame. But in any way, I could see that Zangetsu was, after all, a great babysitter. You know what makes Ryoto angry? Ryoto's POV. I was spending my time at the Kachiki mansion. I was sitting down on the porch, relaxing with some tea and lollipops. Next to me was sitting Sajuin, and we were watching over our kids. Byakuya was trying to train in peace, but Yukima wasn't letting him. She really takes after her mother. Come on, Baya-chan. Or are you scared? Oh, I get it. You were just scared of losing to me. She looked saying really smug, trying to provoke him, and it worked. Byakuya looked very annoyed and accepted her challenge. You sound pretty cocky for someone who trained not nearly as long as me. Cute and talented I am, aren't I? A vein popped on Byakuya's forehead. Fine then, get your sword and prepare to lose. And stop calling me Baya-chan. Maybe when you become a man. And when will it be? Yukima stayed quiet to build up suspense, and Byakuya was getting less and less patient. Who knows? Byakuya rushed at Yukima, and the children started sparing. Byakuya really needs to work on his temper. I worry for the time he will become head of the house. Saju sighed as he watched the spar. You don't need to worry. He'll grow out of it. I looked at Byakuya, who was losing his cool more and more. If annoyance had a face, it would be Byakuya's at the moment, probably. But changing the topic, I really need to thank you. Not this again. Apologize one more time, and I swear I will shove a lollipop up your dash. I stopped myself remembering that kids are nearby. Throat. Sajuin had an apologetic smile. I understand I want to thank you again, but remember that if you ever are in need, the Kachiki family will have your back. What you did for my wife and me is priceless. He was probably talking about helping him and his wife with their sickness. I gave both of them lollipops, and they got better. Thankfully, it wasn't too difficult, unlike a certain captain. That goes both ways. Yukima's POV. Annoying Baya-chan was fun, but the spar ended without a winner, and I was unsatisfied. As Uncle Zangetsu taught me, if you didn't win, you lost. Only if I could use my mask, but I already promised Dad not to use it unless I'm in danger. At least he didn't win, either. I'm not letting him. He wouldn't shut up about it for years if he did. I also can't let it be alone. He is too serious and grumpy without me around. I don't know how he would manage without my cheerful personality. Without me, he wouldn't have any friends. But now it was time to train with Masaru and Ai and Akio and Ai. It's fun, but I would rather use my mask, but I can't train it without Dad's supervision. Wait, Masaru and Ai, Akio and Ai, I've got an idea. Both of my brothers stooped their spar because of my outburst. What is it, Yukima? Masaru and Ai asked with an ever-present gentle smile on his face. Have you ever seen Dad being angry? Where did that come from? I was sparring with Baya-chan today, and it was very easy to make him angry, and that made me realize that I never saw Dad angry. I saw Mom, Rin-Kazan, and even Isen-Kazan being angry, but never Dad. I don't like where this is going. Akio ni site. No, but listen, aren't you curious about it? Does Dad ever get angry? If he does, where are his limits? Don't you want to know? No. Don't be like that. I agree with Akio this time. Why make Dad mad? So we could avoid it in the future? Aizo, I'm curious. Masaru started thinking about it. That's why I love him. He probably knows that I just want to mess around, but he still humors me. Akio and Ai, on the other hand, I still think it's a stupid idea. He says that, but he will follow us in the end. How about we first try asking our moms and other people who know Dad if they ever saw him angry? There must have been a time when he let go of his emotions. Great idea. Let's go start with Rin-Kazan since she knows Dad the longest. We went to Rin-Kazan. So you want to know if I ever saw a Ryoto angry? Yes. Dad said one time that he knew you the longest out of all our moms. So we were wondering if you know anything about it. Masaru answered, and Rin-Kazan smiled hearing that. Rin-Kazan was working right now, but still made time for us. Our question made her think for a while. I saw your father be serious a few times during a fight, but now that you mention it, I never saw him angry, and I hope that I never will. What do you mean, Mom? Because knowing him only one thing will make him lose his cool. Annoyance is another thing entirely, though. What will make him angry? It's here. The answer to my question is here. Although I thought it would take longer to uncover it. They'll keep it a secret. She winked at us playfully. Knowing Yukima, she will try to test this method, and am not allowing it no. But if you find another reason, please share it with me. I'm genuinely curious. Well, that was a failure, Akio said, sounding happy. No, it isn't. We found out that Dad can get angry. It was obvious. He rolled his eyes. Was it, though? Was it? Have you ever seen him angry? No. Then you aren't sure. Okay, calm down, both of you. We still have people to ask. Masaru defused the situation, as he tends to do. The next one on the list was Mom, and I bet she has some juicy details that would be useful to me. After asking her the same question we did to Rin-Kazan, she pondered the same way she did. I don't think I ever saw him angry. One time, though, was very close. Do I hear progress? Can you tell us what that was? Sure. She changed her sitting position to be more comfortable. Hey, Soifan. Want to hear my story as well? Who is she talking to? I wasn't the only one surprised as Akio and I was as well. But Masaru and I was calm, as if he was expecting her. My question was answered shortly after when a girl suddenly appeared behind us wearing black clothes and her face covered, but she didn't look that old. Yuruchi-sama, I don't think it's appropriate. I see, so you want to listen. Fantastic. Sit next to Akio. Mom didn't let her refuse. Igriegajis. The girl gave up. Before I forget, this is Soifan. Be nice to her. She tries to be all serious and stoic, but she is cute and shy inside. See cute. Soifan got a bit red on her face. I wonder why. Now that we are all here, let's talk about what you want to hear. It happened funny enough the day I met Rin and Ryoto for the first time. As you know, they come from Rakangai district, and it isn't known for the best living conditions. As I was walking around, someone tried to pickpocket me, so I stole some of her money. It was Rin. Mom did that? Masaru asked in surprise, and no wonder. Rin-Kazan is very serious and responsible, so it's hard to imagine her stealing from someone. Yeah, Mom continued. As soon as I showed her a sack of money, she tried to run away, but I caught up to her very easily. She smiled, recalling the old days. I made her talk about her situation, and it turned out that she was taking care of someone, so I got curious and went with her to their house, if you could call it that. There on the bed, bandaged over his whole body. It was your father. All of us had our eyes wide open. Even Soifan was surprised. Dad was injured to the point where he needed Mom to take care of him? Yeah, but even in this state, even while unconscious, he didn't let go of his sword. Remember, it was before we were at the academy. So I got curious and tried to see if it was a Zanpakuto or not, but that made him wake up, and the first thing he did was to get between Rin and me and was ready to fight till his death. He did what? Soifan yelled. How dare he do it to Yoruichi-sama? Now, calm down, Soifan. It was also partially my fault. Mom calmed her down very easily, but I could see that she was still angry. But Mom continued her story without paying her much attention. She probably gets angry a lot. That was the only time I saw Ryoto this vulnerable and at the same time determined. So to answer your question, Ryoto will only get mad if someone close to him is in danger. Underwhelming answer. I wanted something better, but that also opened a question of why didn't Rin Kazan answer us, since she probably knew about it as well. Mom, if that's the case, why didn't Rin Kazan tell us about it? She probably thought that if she told you that, you would try and test this on your father, which I hope I don't need to tell you not to do that, right? She gave a stern look at which we all instinctively nodded. Mom returned to her relaxed self. Great. Now that I told you the story about your father and me, it's your turn now. She grinned. Huh? I looked at Akio and II, who was already near the exit. Sorry, but I've got some things to do today. I hoped Masaru and II to help me, but he left me as well. Sorry, Yukima, but think of it as a price for forbidden knowledge. He brought his hands together as an apology. That traitor! I looked at Soifan, who had also already disappeared. I quickly tried to get away, but I was grabbed by the neck and picked up. Now, let me hear about you and little Byakuya. I'm not talking. Let me go. Unhand me, you demon. Am I demon? Cool. Then I should act like one too. Unfortunately, I couldn't escape. Yini death of a friend. Ryoto's POV. I knew this day would come, but I hoped it would be further in the future. I was currently in the living world together with the whole family. It wasn't the first time my children were in the living world. They visited Uncle Isamu a few times before, but these days are over. Isamu has died. He wasn't killed or anything like that. Old age caught up to him, that's all. He also won't come to Soul Society. If the soul is too strong during his life, then after its death, it won't come to Soul Society, but its erasure will be absorbed into the world around it. During the whole ceremony, everyone was quiet, and it went smoothly. I held Yukima's hand the entire time, and all my children behaved and didn't talk at all the whole time. I'm not even sure if they understand what happened to Isamu. After it ended, we returned home. I will be busy tomorrow doing some cleaning, but Masaru, who was holding Rin's hand, spoke up, surprising me. We are not going to see Uncle Isamu anymore, are we? I noticed that he squeezed Rin's hand in frustration. It looks like I need to have a talk with my children. The first thing I did after returning was gathering my children in the living room. Kids, as Masaru has said before, Uncle Isamu has left us, and you or I won't be able to see him anymore. It happens to everyone, but as Isamu was a human, even though he was a Quincy, he couldn't live as long as we can. I spoke very gently and tried to choose my words carefully. It's not an easy topic to talk about. Dad, have you ever lost anyone before? Akio asked with tears in the corner of his eyes. I nodded. Aren't you sad? Of course I am. Every time I lose someone. It never gets easy, but that's also part of life. People die, and sometimes it's out of our control, but the time we spend with these people and the memories they left behind will never disappear, and no one will be able to take it away from you. That's also why I try to cherish the time I spend with people as much as I can. I pulled all three of them into a hug. Also, remember, crying isn't a sign of weakness. You can cry if you want, whether you're happy or sad. Never be ashamed of your tears, as if it was the sign they were waiting for. They all started crying as I hugged them. They cried for a long time before they went to sleep in my arms. I put them to their beds and kissed their foreheads and exited their rooms. Soon after, I talked with Rin, Yoruichi, and Isane and left the house to the very familiar hill with a grave on it. In my hand, I was holding a Quincy cross, the first cross Isamu ever used. He left it with me. I decided to bury it next to the old grave in a small container. I also protected it with some keto so that I would be notified if anyone ever tried to steal it. So from now on, there are 2 graves on that hill. Both of us were never drinkers, but I thought it was an appropriate moment to pour sake down on his grave. Then I poured the drink for myself as well. Consider it our last drink together, Isamu. It was great being your friend, goodbye. That evening, I shed a tear, first time in many years. First time since I killed Koro-sensei. Once again, I was reminded how fleeting one's life can be. Do you have a place for 3 more? I heard a familiar voice from behind me, and I didn't need to turn around and know who it was. Sure, you're welcome to take a seat anywhere on the ground. I answered. Who was looking after the children? All 3 of my lovers came to check up on me. I asked Kamamura to look after them. They are asleep, so there shouldn't be any troubles with them. Rin answered me. I see. They sat down nearby me, and no one said a word. We didn't need to. I understood that they just wanted to be there for me, and they understood that I needed some time to mourn Isamu's death. I shared the drink that I had brought with the girls, and as I was about to leave, I turned to the grave one last time to look at it. They'll keep my end of the promise, Isamu. I won't let anyone destroy the peace that we created. Masaru's POV. A year has passed since Uncle Isamu died. It's sad that he won't go to Soul Society, and I want to cry because of it, but I need to be strong because I'm the oldest brother. I also know that Dad is hurt the most. I could feel it. I don't know how or why, but sometimes I feel what others feel or plan to do. It's strange, and I don't have it under control. It happens randomly. Today I'm going together with Yukima and Akio outside Seriidii for the first time alone. Dad and Mom were very worried about letting us go, but Yoruchi Kazan convinced them, saying that we were strong enough to defend ourselves from the everyday bandits and other troubles. I don't want to sound confident, but since we got our Zanpakutos a few months ago, we have made significant progress in our training. We even started learning Kido, although just a few easy ones. Now the question is where to go. As always, Yukima and Akio were arguing, but I knew that deep down they cared about each other, but I still try to be a middleman as much as possible. I'm telling you, it's best to go somewhere where we didn't go before. What's the point of visiting a place we already know? Yukima presented her argument. It's because we know that nothing dangerous is going to happen there. If we come across trouble, Dad won't let us go alone anymore. Do you want that? Akio responded. How about we go somewhere close to the place we know, but at the same, it would be a new place, so we would be exploring a new area, but within the safe zone. They agreed with me, but I feel it's only because they don't want the other person's option. Any new friends, Masaru's POV, we visited a nearby forest. But we found nothing interesting, which was good in some way. But Yukima was getting bored, and when she is bored, troubles come towards her, or rather she finds them. Violence. 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 I don't like it. I avoid, but violence likes me. I can't avi it. Is there really nothing interesting in these woods? It's a forest. What did you expect? Akio answered with a deadpan look. I sometimes worry that it will become his default look. I don't know. Some wolves here and there. Maybe a weak hollow that we could fight. Hey, what is that? She pointed in the direction of what seemed to be a shack. I wonder who lives there. I remember Mom telling me how she and Dad lived in the forest before they became Shinigami. We aren't that far from that place. But who knew that we would find someone living here? Let's go visit there. Yukima proposed as she started pulling both Akio and me. I don't know if that's a good idea. What if it's a base for bandits? Akio tried to stop our sister without any success. I didn't because I knew nothing dangerous was there. Just a person, and I believe in what I'm sensing. Masaru and I, stop her. Let's humor Yukima this time. Finding a shack in the woods is better than the other 2 options. As we got closer, we could see the shack more clearly, and it could barely be called a shack. There were traces of fire, and it was hazardously put together, so there would be at least a roof to protect people living inside from the rain. Hearing noises, we heard running noises from the inside. Jin, why are you always leaving without saying? A girl with long blonde hair walked out of the shack. She seemed to be around our age, but a bit more mature in her looks. It's kind of hard to know since souls age at a different rate in Soul Society. But I left these thoughts till later as it was becoming awkward without anyone saying anything. Hi, sorry for coming unannounced. Just a moment later, I realized how dumb I sounded, but I'm in too deep right now, so we'll just roll with it. As Dad is always saying, doesn't matter if you're right. If you're confident, people will believe it. Hearing me, the girls stayed quiet. Thankfully, our group had Yukima, who doesn't know the meaning of the word awkward and could dismiss this atmosphere. Hi, sorry for bothering you. We noticed your place while taking a walk and decided to check it out. By the way, I'm Yukima, and these two are my older brothers. The one with silver hair is Akio and Ai. You can ignore him if you want. And the one with dark hair is Masaru and Ai. Nice to meet you. Hey, Akio glared at Yukima. As her older brother, I should calm them down. Calm down, you two. Don't argue in front of someone you just met. I put my hands on their heads. I then returned my focus to the girl. We'll be going now. Once again, sorry for bothering you. No, it's not bothering me. I just was expecting my friend. He often leaves without telling me where he is going and when he is going to return. Otherwise, I don't meet a lot of people. She said her first words to us, and she did it shyly. Maybe it's because of our Zanpakutos. Thankfully, we didn't cause her any problems. We spent some time talking with Ranjiku. It was her name, by the way. She wanted to hear some stories from inside Seriidei when she heard that we came from there. Yukima, of course, was leading the whole conversation. Not much time has passed, but Ranjiku was visibly more comfortable around us and was even having a good time. She also talked about her friend Jin, who was very important to her for what we heard. Speaking of which, I felt someone near the shack. A single person and a child like us. Angshiku, in back. A boy with silver hair, a bit similar to Akio's, entered the room. His eyes were squinted to the point you couldn't see his eyes, similar to Dad. Noticing us, he was a bit surprised, but seeing our Zanpakutos near us, he became vigilant. He observed us very thoroughly without making it obvious, but I could tell. The first word that came to me, seeing him act like that, was snake. But I also could tell that he cared about Ranjiku a lot. The atmosphere didn't get too heavy thanks to Ranjiku, who explained the whole situation to Jin. We got acquaintanced, and Jin relaxed slightly, but he was still observing us. He was cautious, but I can't really blame him. He doesn't know us, and we have weapons, but I hope that we'll become good friends. Ryoto's POV. I was reluctant to allow my kids to travel outside Seriidei on their own, since I'm aware that it can be dangerous. They're strong for their age, but they don't have any experience in a real fight. There's also a problem with Aizen since I heard he joined the 5th Division. It means that he probably started his experiments, which I need to be careful about. I warned Aisane, Rin, and Yoruchi to be careful around him, but without showing him that they knew something. I only said that I had a bad feeling about him, which was enough for them, since my instincts are pretty good, even without my spider sense. It's really troublesome that I need Aizen for the future otherwise. Winning against Yawatch is almost impossible because but not exclusively of the butterfly effect. In short, no Aizen, no Ichigo, and that will fuck up the world. Going back to my worries about children, I'm not stupid. I know that they can easily get in danger, especially Yukima. That girl is a trouble magnet. I wonder from who she got that. That's the main reason I sent some people from the Stealth Corps to follow them. I ordered them to protect them, but at the same time, sent one member to notify me about that as fast as possible. But for what I hear, everything is all right for now. They even made friends on their adventure, and I was surprised to hear their names. Ranjiku and Jin. Who would have thought that they would befriend my children? But maybe it's a good sign. I could help Jin before he is far gone. His fate is sad. Also, we are very alike in some aspects. Both of us would do everything in order to protect the people we care about. The only difference is that Jin rejected his relationship in order to protect his loved one, and I still didn't meet the situation where I needed to do that, but I would probably do something similar if I was forced to. But enough of the sad stuff. I can fix his tragic future. Suddenly, someone appeared in my office, and it was one of the bodyguards who was nervous. I could feel it. I didn't like it in the slightest. Captain Yuki, your children dash. I didn't need to hear anything else, and ran towards my children as fast as possible. At the time, a lot of people in Seriidei felt a sudden spike in my Ryatsu, which quickly disappeared only because I forcefully calmed my emotions. That didn't mean, however, that I was not worried. Please let me be there on time. Yini first real fight experience. Masaru's POV. We had visited Ranjiku and Jin a few times already, and I think we got closer, Jin was starting to relax around us and even trust us. When you get to know him, he is really nice, although he can act cold at times. Today we visited Jin and Ranjaku again, and we spent some time there, and we were ready to leave for today. We were saying our goodbyes, and we're returning home through the forest right now. But I felt a group of people with bad intentions coming towards us. It was a group of 5, and one of them was stronger than the rest. I instinctively knew that we didn't stand a chance against that one person, even if I was just feeling him from a distance. Everyone run. I tried to warn everybody before the group arrived here, but as soon as I said that, the 5 Shinigami appeared in front of the shack. Now, where's the hurry? Let's stay, and we won't hurt you too much. The man in the front said with a sadistic grin. It's bad, really bad, but maybe I can talk them out of it. Dad is a captain, and Mom is his vice captain, so I doubt many people will want to have trouble with them. Not to mention Yuruchi-Kazan. Sorry, Isen-Kazan. But your reputation is not intimidating enough for you to help me here. Hey, boss, don't these kids look familiar to you? One person from the group said to the boss. That's my chance. You probably know our dad, Ryoto Yuki. Hearing the name of our dad, some of the men flinched, but the boss didn't even blink. Doesn't matter who their dad is since they will die from a hollow attack. Am I right, boys? I see. So they planned to make it seem like a hollow attacked us. They didn't plan to let us live from the beginning. Even if we run now, we won't be able to escape. No one in our group can use Shuinpa without crushing or damaging our legs slightly. And as our enemy has demonstrated before, they can. Another problem is that even if I want to buy time for the rest to run, I want last 5 seconds against a group. We would need to fight together, but even then, our chances are meager. As they were slowly approaching us with sadistic smiles, 3 people stepped between the Shinigami and us. I see, so the little kids had bodyguards. How cute. Sad that they won't be able to help. Without saying anything, 2 of the bodyguards rushed at the enemies. The battle took place, but the main boss didn't make any moves. He had a confident smile plastered on his face, which was a bad sign. The fight was even, which was impressive since each of the bodyguards was fighting 2 of the Shinigami, but seeing it, the person who was left to protect us turned to us. Masaru-sama, Akio-sama. Yukima-sama, please follow me. We need to leave. The boss of the enemies, seeing our attempt to escape, finally made his move. He took out his Zanpakuto and released it. Feast Kaimamire. Blood liquor. His blade didn't change in any way, which was strange for what I know about Zanpakuto. He moved fast and slashed both of the bodyguards with his blade. He didn't cause any serious damage, just minor cuts, but moments later our protectors dropped to the ground, seeing that the last person told us to run as he bought us time. But Yukima, being Yukima, couldn't accept it. But if we leave, you'll die. Idi. Now the children just got more annoying. But since this is the last chapter for the children, I will tolerate. For now. And you have no power here, huh? Yukima is a good girl, and she would care even for a stranger in a situation like this. But as much as it hurts me to say, this is not a situation where she can help. Hearing her worries, the man smiled. You may not know this, but I was a classmate of your father and mother during my days in the academy, and they saved my life during one of the trips to the living world. That day, I decided to dedicate my life to them. And since Yuruchi-sama is from the noble house, it was easier to join Stealth Corps. Giving my life to save their children is an honor, although I'm not sure if they even remember me. He smiled, reassuring Yukima. At the same time, I put my hand on Yukima's shoulder. I knew better than anyone that this man was ready to die, and as much as it hurt me to leave him, I was not strong enough to help, and jumping in would only hinder him more than help. The man rushed at the enemies, and we started to run. Ah, so that kid is that bitch's child. She even looks like her, and it makes it even better. Always hated that bitch. The leader said, probably talking about Yukima. We couldn't run too far, because as soon as we attempted to escape, one of the enemy Shinigamis used Shuinpa to get in front of us. It looked like we don't have any choice but to fight, but we needed to hurry. So we had to get serious from the start. Yukima, use it as soon as I give you a signal. You have the most power from all of us. Akio, and I will try to make an opening for you. I whispered to my sibling, but still didn't mention what it was in case the enemy could hear us. Dad said that in situations like these, am allowed to make decisions about it. Unless we are separated, then Yukima can decide for herself. Done talking? Sorry, kids, but nothing personal. I'm just doing my job. He went into a stance, ready for our attack, and we mimicked him. How much can you predict him? I asked Akio, still in a quiet voice. The problem isn't how much I can predict him. It's how fast I can react to my predictions. I also still have a problem with coordination to my prediction, so I can't see too far into the future. That's true. I could see that sometimes during our training, but it made this fight even more difficult. Akio and I rushed at the enemy Shinigami. Akio hesitated for an instant, but I slapped his back to encourage him, which worked. Unfortunately, our attacks were useless against him. He was just faster and stronger than us, although we started pushing him back a bit thanks to our coordination, Akio's calculation. In my prediction, the Shinigami was starting to get annoyed. Good. An annoyed person won't make logical decisions and will be more straightforward, making him easier to predict. Slowly, without him noticing, we made him turn his back on Yukima. Yukima now! I screamed. At my signal, Yukima summoned her mask, releasing her violent Ryatsu, at the same time surprising our opponent, and swung her sword with all her might at his back. She wounded him severely, but it wasn't enough, so I slashed his tendon when he turned back to attack Yukima to immobilize him and was ready to finish him off. Stop! Children, don't do anything you'll regret. We heard a twisted voice coming from behind. There he was standing, the leader of the enemy Shinigami, with a man who tried to protect us on the ground and a sword stabbed into his back. He was still alive, but barely. Now, kids, how about we play a little game? You have a chance to save this poor soul. He is still alive since my sword only produces paralyzing poison on its edge, but I can't promise you that he will stay alive for much longer. The man took out his sword from the body and put it close to his face to sniff it. The smell of blood first thing in the morning. It's great, isn't it? This man is dangerous. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to run from him. Boss, it's almost evening, and shouldn't we be focusing on the girl here who seemingly has a hollow mask? I see. The leader nodded thoughtfully. Then he sliced his own subordinate. Akio and Yukima were shaken, and so was I, but I needed to have a clear head for them. Does it look like evening to you now? He is crazy. That's the only explanation, and crazy people are the most dangerous. You can't reason with them, and you don't know what they think. Wait, that's not important right now. I was about to play with the kids. I'm great with children. They always scream for more. I could feel my sweat going down through my forehead to my nose until it dropped. What should I do? We can't run away. We can't win. We can't reason with them. And if we do nothing, we'll die. Playing games that you know you'll win is always boring, so I'm going to give you a chance. In 1 minute, I'm going to start trying to catch you all, so run as fast as you can. Tag is the name of this game, or hide and seek. Not that it's important, I didn't stay long enough to hear him out. Knowing his type, he could already start counting the moment he introduced this game. I grabbed Akio and Yukima by the wrists and got out of there as fast as I could. Seeing this, the man smiled sadistically. Smart. Then he spoke loudly so we could hear. One more thing. If you lose, then your bodyguard dies. Just so you know. Deeper in the forest, we didn't stop running, and I was thinking about our options. Yukima still had her mask on. Yukima, stop using your mask. Save your energy for later. She followed my instruction. Akio seemed to be in deep thought, and so was Yukima. That's why she followed my instruction practically automatically. This whole situation will leave a deep impression, not necessarily good, on them. Don't think too much. The only thing I want you to think about is how to get out of this situation alive. What I said, together with my calm, at least outside, demeanor, snapped something in Yukima. How can I think about my safety when someone will probably die because of me? How can you be so calm, Masaru and I? That's true. I was unnaturally calm, but I knew the reason for that. It's because, as the oldest sibling, I'm responsible for your safety. Trust me, I would like nothing more than to help that person, but we are too weak, and trying to avenge them would only make their sacrifice mean nothing since we would die. Think Yukima. Why were these people here of all places? That crazy guy called them bodyguards, and one of them said that he was part of the stealth force. It means Dad ordered them to protect us while we were outside of Seriidii, and he was right to worry. But no buts. I wouldn't forgive myself if something happened to you or Akio, so please think of your safety first, above mine as well. Yukima fell silent, and Akio looked at me like he wanted to say something but couldn't find the right words. But I could feel a hint of jealousy coming from him. But I dismissed it at that moment since escaping was far more important. 1, 2, 3, I'm coming closer. Run away, but you are not getting away. His voice is getting closer. I tried to think of any way out for what felt like the 1,000th time. And at that time, I felt something coming from my Zanpakuto. Do you want power? I heard a voice that I had never heard before, but it felt like I had known it for a long time. I want the power to protect my sibling. Then say my name. I stopped myself and turned towards where the voice was coming from earlier, which surprised Yukima and Akio. Run without me. I'll buy you some time. Don't look back and get help from someone. I said, you think that'll leave you, my own brother? Masaru ni. Either we fight together or run together, but we are not splitting up. Whatever you decide, we're going to stick with you. Yukima was practically screaming at me, and I smiled at her seeing how much she cared for me. It warms my heart, but it's not a place or time for that. I put my hand on her head and then hugged her. Sorry. What are you? I hit her neck, knocking her unconscious. I then handed her to Akio. Run. Akio hesitated for a moment, but listened to me in the end. He is smart and knows that I'm right. Especially now that Yukima is unconscious. Someone needs to carry her. Now that Akio started running with the unconscious Yukima. Now that I was alone, I planned to give my everything. The crazy boss that was after us slowly walked from behind a tree. What a surprise, I found one. I thought that you would be running with the rest, but you are a brave little boy, aren't you? Shame that your bravery won't be worth anything. I didn't answer him and focused on my Zanpakuto with my eyes closed. Is this boy all right? He just closed his eyes in front of us. You know, people that are trying to kill him. The leader scratched his head. I was still focusing on my Zanpakuto to hear its name, and when it finally happened, my eyes shot open. Devour, Tsukihai. Moonfire. A black flame enveloped my blade, and I instinctively knew that this fire would devour anything that it touched, or at least try. I swung my weapon vertically at my opponents, unleashing my flames at them. It looked really similar to Getsuga Tensho that Dad showed us once, because we begged him for it. It was of course less destructive than Dad's, but it did its job. It took out 2 of these guys, so it left only 3. Wow, didn't think that you still had a fire in you. Get it? Fire? Ha ha ha. He wiped the tear from his eye. He then looked at my serious face. Not funny enough for you? I thought it was a good one. Hard to satisfy children these days. I can't take them head on. That's why I created fire between us and made the wall of fire as wide as I could. That way, the only way through would be over it or from the sides, but from the sides, it would take some of their time, which was also acceptable. What I didn't expect was for the crazy bastard to run through the fire with a crazed smile. And as he rushed at me, he grabbed me by the face before I could react because of the surprise factor and threw me at the tree. He shook his hand a bit to relax it. Not bad, kid. I expect nothing less from the child of a captain or whatever, but it ends here. Breathing is hard. He threw me at the tree with great force, and I slammed it with my back. The man was slowly approaching me as I was trying to get up. Need to buy more time. I stabbed the ground with my Zanpakuto and released more flames, making the man back away. Whoa, don't be a hothead. I'm not letting him go any further. I slowly stood up, using my sword to support myself, but as I was ready to attack again, I felt a familiar Ryatsu next to me, and at the same time, I felt a warmth in my head. I looked up to see Dad standing next to me and patting my head. Good job hanging on, Masaru. You can leave the rest to me. It was the first time I felt this emotion from Dad. Anger. Masaru ni. I heard Akio calling me with worry and running up to me. He must have met up with Dad earlier, and Yukima was still unconscious. But now that Dad is here, I know that everything will be all right. Ryoto's POV. As I was rushing through the forest following my children Ryatsu, I felt when they parted into 2 groups, or rather, one was left alone while the other 2 were running away. I sped up immediately above my what I thought maximum speed towards a group of two because they were closer. I used Shuanpa to get in front of the two Ryatsu. It was Akio who was carrying the unconscious Yukima. Akio was looking very stressed and worried, but seeing me, the first thing he did was to ask me to help Masaru. Dad, Masaru ni. Masaru and I is in danger. Please help him. He grabbed my clothes and begged me to help his brother with tears in his eyes. I hate seeing my child in this state. Without saying anything, I grabbed both of my children and got closer to Masaru. I left them a little behind as I noticed a black flame coming from where Masaru was. I'm confident in protecting them, but I want to have free hands just in case. Thankfully, I didn't need to sense these flames came from Masaru's Zanpakuto. While I got next to him, I patted his head and said that he could leave the rest to me. He tried to protect his sibling with everything he's got, and I couldn't be more proud. It's a shame that this pride is clouded by my rage at the ones who wounded him. I looked at the three of his scared opponents, except the guy in the middle who had a crazy smile. Oh my, an angry papa has arrived. What was it? Captain Yeki? Yaki? I didn't plan on humoring a dead man. Bonkoi. Energy surrounded, and with a swing of my now small back blade, I slashed through it, revealing my Bankai. A change of clothes into a black long-sleeve coat. Tensa Zangetsu, I said with my voice devoid of any emotion. Oh, a Bankai. Scary. Not allowing him to talk too much, I Shunpa in front of him and stabbed him in the chest. Surprised at my speed, the only thing he did to react to my attack was cough out blood. I had known him for less than a minute, but I already hated him and didn't want to listen to him any longer than necessary. So I decided to end him with one attack. Getsuga Tensho. I used Getsuga without any swing and destroyed his whole body and two of his accomplices in one attack. Not to mention part of the forest. Not sensing their energy anymore, I deactivated my Bankai and went to my children to hug them. The only one who was hurt was Masaru, but his life was not in danger. Thank God you were all right. I squeezed him a bit harder. I'm really glad that I made it on time. After checking on him one last time, we started walking home. I probably will need to explain using my Bankai and killing 5 people since Masaru killed 2, but I'm not letting them know it. Suddenly, I noticed something off. Heido for Byakurai. I used Kido to destroy something, which caught the attention of my boys and now awake Yukima. Did something happen, Dad? Yukima asked. Nothing, it was just a fly. SPOV. I smiled because of what I saw on my monitor. Interesting. D. I didn't type it for a few days, and so did no one else, so gender bend ether and add him to the harem. Yindi, well, here you go. A chapter that's worth 3 chapters. It also marks the longest chapter one have ever written, so hooray, I guess. Unfortunately, I have bad news and good news. The bad news is that I'm going to take a break from this fanfic, and it will be probably the longest break so far, but worry not, as I will return better than ever. I originally planned to first at least finish the Bleach arc, but plans changed. I'm slowly burning out, but don't get me wrong, I still enjoy writing it, but it takes a longer time, as you may have noticed from my slower updates. The good news is that I will start a new project that I promised some time ago, but not right away. My older readers know what it's going to be, so be ready. Captain Meeting, Ryoto's POV. I was feeling pretty angry and annoyed right now. My kids were attacked by a group of Rouge Shinigamis. And the worst part is that I have an idea why it happened. They were probably Aizen's lackeys trying to feed Hogyoku to complete it, so it's even possible that they were active members of the Godei 13, which slightly complicates things. As a captain, I have some credibility, and many people around me can confirm how much I hate killing, so I won't be in trouble for killing these guys, but Aizen can use it to his advantage. And the worst part, there's a possibility that he saw Yukima's mask. I swear if he even attempts to touch her in any way, I will break his arms without hesitation. Dad, are you angry at us? Masaru asked timidly, as if he and his siblings had done something wrong. I stopped walking and put Yukima, who I was still carrying on my back, down. Why would you say that? Did any of you do something that I should be angry about? All of them shook their heads, except Masaru. You warned us about going alone outside Seriidii, telling us that we shouldn't wander around, and if you didn't send bodyguards, we would have died before you got here. Masaru was a very intelligent child. He was more mature than children his age usually are and has an incredible awareness of his surroundings. So I'm not surprised that he knows that I sent bodyguards. These guys that I killed could also mention it as he somehow recognized me, but he wasn't right in the head. Maybe he was under the influence of some new experimental drugs. Thought for the future. It was something outside your control. I can't expect all of you to just sit inside Seriidei. You need to experience the world, and my role as a parent is to act as a safety net. This opens up a question of what you are planning on doing, seeing how brutal the world can be. Before I started training all of you, I asked you about your reason for fighting, and to be completely honest, I would train you no matter your reason, and having even basics at your disposal can save your life, as you probably experienced today. The question is if you still want to continue training, but I want you to know that this time, it'll be giving my all to train you. Just remember that if you give up during the training, I'm not going to train you again. Having delusions that you can fight can be worse than not having the ability to fight at all. It won't mean that I'll love you any less. No matter what you all end up being, you all will always be my precious children. It is a lot to swallow, and I may get some kicks from Rin, Yoruchi, or Isane for making this decision alone, but I feel it's now or never. They experienced an assassination attempt, so they either swim or sink, and if they sink, I'm here to help find them something else to be. They shouldn't be pressured to become Shinigami just because the whole family is, but if they are anything like me, Dad, I want to get stronger. My dream didn't change and is now stronger than before. Masaru exclaimed, Son, I love you, but your protagonist's aura is leaking. Yukima, on the other hand, was more hesitant, but I could see the resolve when she made eye contact with me. I wanted to be stronger so I could tease Byacchan, but I don't want to be so weak that everyone around me needs to protect me. I want to be strong enough not to let anyone die. I nodded as I was listening to her. That left only Akio to answer, and not to say that I don't love him equally as much as other kids, but he is the least like me. Although he tries to be a rival to Masaru, he is far behind. I want to train as well. I can't let Masaru get a head start in me because I hesitated, and I don't want to feel so weak again. That settled it. I'm taking you home, and we can start training soon. I would say tomorrow, but I don't know how busy I will be. I don't know if I should feel happy or sad that all of my children want to learn how to fight. But I understand the importance of power in this world. We'll see how it goes. The next day, all of the captains and lieutenants were called to Captain's Assembly Hall, which was unusual. Lieutenants had their own assembly hall, so why would they be together with their captains this time? There were instances that lieutenants would follow their captain to the meeting unless they were prohibited. What's even more surprising is that Kiganjo Kenpachi was participating in the meeting. I think it was the first time I saw him in one of these. He was the only one without the lieutenant behind him. So either he didn't take him, or we were going to have a disagreement. I also spotted Aizen, but I already knew that he was under Shinji. Slam Yamaji slammed his wooden staff against the floor to gather everyone's attention. He does that every time, and at this point, I suspect that he just likes doing it. We gathered in this meeting today for the reason that was brought up to me recently. Apparently, some members of the Godei 13 were caught trying to kill the children of Captain Yuki, who is present here. After investigation conducted by the 2nd Division, we found out that they were part of Squad 11. Any comments about that Kiganjo Kenpachi? The 10th Kenpachi didn't seem to be bothered by the accusations and looked annoyed as if it wasn't his problem. I don't have anything to say. Some guys from my squad did something, that's all. I'm not their nanny to look after them all the time. He lazily explained while scratching his big belly. And what if they managed to kill someone? As a captain, you're responsible for your subordinates. I butted in. I'm not letting him go away without any consequences. While I'm aware that he wasn't entirely responsible, I don't like his attitude. If they manage to kill someone, the weaklings deserve to die. These words caused 2 people to release their killing intent, which surprisingly wasn't me. It was Rin behind me and Isane of all people. Tiger mamas are angry, but as a captain, I need to reprimand my lieutenant. Rin, Isane, I called out Rin, and Unohana did the same to her lieutenant. My outburst surprised Rin, but it wasn't time to fight right now. Also, while she was the closest of all lieutenants to being a captain except Eisen, she is still below a captain. There is also another reason that I can't have her lose her cool now. But our captain, Rin, you need to stay calm. How can I be calm? How can you? Rin clearly was upset about the whole ordeal. She may blame herself for letting them go, as she was opposed to the idea, but she gave in. It's completely understandable that she cares about our children that much. I'm not calm, but I want you to be, because if I'm about to do something stupid, I want you to stop me, which, considering the asshole on the other side, could be any moment. How far have I gotten? I am utterly calm on the outside while trying to strangle another captain on the inside, but he isn't the enemy. I shifted my vision under my eyelids to look at Eisen. He is. What did you say, you closed eyes freak? You got a lot of guts to keep talking like this when you kill my lieutenant. It looks like Kiganjo was annoyed by my comment. I said exactly what you heard. Fatso. And by your own words, he was too weak. Besides, I believe that if someone is ready to kill, he should be ready to die. And the only thing my children were ready for was to defend. You. Kiganjo was ready to draw his Zanpakuto, and I started releasing my Ryatsu, prepare to fight. Slam quiet. Both of you. Yamamoto, stop the situation from escalating. Aren't you lucky? Your precious teacher saved your sorry ass. Does he really think so highly of himself? I mean, he technically is a Kenpachi and all, but not a pushover. There's also the fact that I don't showcase my strengths and just laze around, spend time with my family, and I don't like fighting in general. Please, I just saved everyone's time by not killing you. We would need to search for a new Kenpachi, but let's be honest here. It wouldn't be so hard to find someone better. I don't like this Kenpachi, and it was clear to everyone in the room. After that short distraction, we went back to the discussion of the punishment. Just like I said before, as the captain, Kiganjo is responsible for his subordinates. And that crazy guy that is still the suspect was under the influence of some drugs was Kiganjo's lieutenant. For that, the captain of the 11th Division was punished, but as I had killed him, the vice captain, even though I had the chance of taking him alive, I was also punished. It wasn't as severe as the fatso over there, but I still was forced to pay a little. In retrospect, I should take him alive for interrogations, and even if I didn't believe he would say anything, we could get some information for his body, but I destroyed his body completely. Although I was discussing almost exclusively with Kiganjo, my eyes never left Eisen, even when I was not facing him. I did it in a way that was impossible to notice that I was doing it. For one, I was wary of him, but I was a bit curious if he was already using his ability. With all of that, the meeting ended. I doubt that Kiganjo will do anything against me. He is too lazy to do it, and in about 60 years, he'll die anyway. The problem, as always, is Eisen and when hell find my children interesting. The mind games will soon start. Yindi family meeting, Ryoto's POV. I was walking back to the barracks of my division, and I was in a pretty sour mood. Rin, as the good lieutenant that she was walking next to me. Was it smart to agitate another captain like that? She asked after a long silence. You're talking like you weren't ready to kill him if he said something wrong. Rin blushed hearing me. But to be honest, I feel like he won't be a problem. He is too lazy for that. And even if he does, just like I said in the meeting, we'll need to find a new Kenpachi. And I wasn't joking by saying that. I would kill him if he did something against my family. Changing topics, Rin. What do you think about adopting 2 more children? Huh. To be honest, I mentioned adoption out of the blue on purpose. Confused Rin is really cute, but I try to restrain myself from doing it too often so she wouldn't adapt to my weirdness too fast. Also, this was a conversation for the whole family. Rin and I shouldn't make a decision like this alone that affects the entire family. That's why we had our own meeting after the children went to sleep. Before we started the main topic of our gathering, Yoruichi jumped on Aisane's back and started poking her cheek while Aisane was embarrassed. I knew that you have your wild side, but who knew that our shy little lieutenant was a beast under all that fluff? Aisane covered her face with her hands. Please stop. Captain Unoana already teased me about it the whole day. Can't blame her. That killing intent was intense. It was even stronger than Rin's, and she was standing behind me. I added, besides, it's cute seeing this side of yours outside of the bedroom. No, stop. Isane screamed and planted her face on the table to avoid looking into anyone's eyes. I enjoy times like these, just goofing around and being a family. It gives me the strength to keep going. I'm not saying that without them, I would give up, but it is a lot easier to keep going thanks to them. I clap my hands to gather attention. I think I understand why Yamaji does that so much. It feels great. I have 2 announcements to make. Rin heard about one of them already, so let's start with this one. I was thinking about adopting 2 kids. Isane and Yuruka's eyes went wide open. They expected many things to come out of my mouth, but that wasn't one of these things. That was my exact reaction when Ryoto said that to me earlier today. Rin nodded a few times with her arms crossed, agreeing with their reaction. Now, before you try dragging me into the bedroom and try for a pair of kids, please hear me out. Everyone turned their heads to Isane, who tried to curl into the smallest ball possible. It's about the 2 children Masaru, Akio, and Yukimo we're talking about. I didn't meet them or anything like that, but after today's incident, I don't feel like it's safe for them to stay in that forest. I explained my plans to my lovers, and all of them went deep into their thoughts. Even always so embarrassed, Isane raised her head from the table. You are hiding something from us, aren't you? Of course, it was Yoruchi who saw right through me. While Rin is the one who knows me best, Yoruchi is the best one to see through my facade. It's probably a combination of knowing me and her upbringing as a princess of the Shohoin clan. I admit that I'm not telling the whole truth, but I wholeheartedly believe that it would be for the best. The children already know them and also like them, so they can't be bad. Tomorrow, I plan on visiting them and asking if they would like that. For what I felt, they have enough Riryoku and Ryatsu to become Shinigami, too, so it wouldn't be a problem to get them inside Seirei. Also, they'll judge them myself when I meet them. I know that I said that they can't be bad, but it's better to be careful. I know that it doesn't make much sense from the outside perspective. Why would we adopt 2 practically unknown children without any significant reason? But I just want to help Jin. He really reminds me of my younger self and my current self to some extent. Maybe I should start thinking about how to help him in other ways. Okay, I'm in. Yoruchi answered as soon as I finished talking. I blinked a few times as it was my time to be surprised. What? I said that I'm not against the idea. We all here know that you don't do things without reason, at least things so major. All the girls nodded their heads. We are already used to you keeping secrets. I felt something stabbing me. It was probably guilt. Or maybe the ghost behind you has awakened something. In my defense, my secrets are difficult to share. What should I say? Hey, so, I know the future, but I'm not going to tell you because I need certain events to happen. So an orange-hair boy is born so that we could defeat Hitler Jesus. The more they know, the less I know. After Ichigo is born, though, I can move more freely. I'm still trying to figure out what to do with the Vizard incident. I don't want Yoruchi to leave, and I don't know if she would now that we have a daughter. Time is ticking, and I still don't have a plan. Thanks for believing me. You don't need to worry about it. We are family, but it doesn't mean we share everything with each other. There are some secrets that you want to bury as deeply as possible. Maybe because they represent the past you that you don't like, remind you of something unpleasant, or they are just difficult to share. You don't need to force yourself to tell us what is troubling you or your every thought. We are happy that you opened yourself to this extent compared to a few decades ago. What I want to say is that if you're ready to share some of your secrets, we will be there for you to listen. Isane finished her speech, which left everyone speechless. Sometimes I forget that she is the oldest one of all of us, and from age often comes wisdom. What? Did I say something wrong? And she started panicking again. She really is cute. So I walked up to her and gave her a big hug, plus some head pats, which she shyly accepted. These girls are too good for me. Yini meeting Jin, Ryoto's POV. The next day, I talked with my children about my plan. I'm going to go with them to the forest where the incident occurred, and they didn't object for obvious reasons. This was also a fantastic excuse for a bit of doing today's paperwork. Sorry, Rin, but I'm dumping my work on you. Given my position as a captain, allow you to dump this work on someone else. I didn't notice it before because I rushed as fast as I could towards my kids. But this place is really close to the old home that Rin and I had. And if we were going the way I think we were going, then I took the lead, surprising the kids. Do you know where Jin and Ranjika live? Or do you sense them? Masaru questioned me. Neither. And go to my old home. Their eyes went wide. I knew that it was in the area, but I didn't expect that it was the exact location. Akio added while Yukima seemed clueless. After a short walk, we finally arrived at the old wooden house. We didn't even knock at the door, and a small blonde-haired girl that looked to be a similar age to my children opened said door enthusiastically with a big smile plastered on her face. I assumed it was Ranjiku. She grew shy, noticing me, which wasn't unusual as I was an unknown adult. Hello, she said timidly. Hello there, young lady. I'm Ryoto Yuki, the dad of these little guys that you are friends with. I wanted to start explaining why I was there, but the voice that came from a short boy with silver hair and eyes very narrow to the point they looked closed interrupted me. I needed to stop myself from making a joke about calling him a son because I wanted our first meeting to be more serious. Jin, noticing me, positioned himself between Ranjiku and myself, ready to attack me at any moment. He really reminds me of myself because I'm sure he knows that I'm much stronger than him, but he is still ready to fight. It's like looking in the mirror, isn't it? Zangetsu commented inside my mind, and he was correct. Without dropping my smile, I repeated my introduction and explained why I was there once again. I was invited inside, and while I was not given any snacks, it was understandable, and I wasn't expecting it. After all, I lived in these conditions in the past. Now comes the tricky part, convincing Jin. Ranjika would be easy. Most people would be easy now that I think about it. A chance to live inside Seriidii doesn't come often, but Jin's only worry is Ranjika's safety, and my proposition was sketchy, to put it lightly. That's why I asked everyone to leave me alone with Jin. It probably came out of nowhere, as everyone was surprised, and Ranjiku was against it, but Jin reassured her that he would be all right. After we were left alone, I kept being calm while Jin was on his toes. I'm not going to dance around the topic. I want to adopt both you and Ranjiku. What I said was so out of the blue, dumbfounded Jin so much that he even dropped his guard for a moment. What did you just say? I want to adopt both you and Ranjiku. You are my children's friends. And this area here is becoming gradually more dangerous, so I thought it would be safer for you two inside Seriidii. Jin's mind went into overdrive, thinking and trying to see through my motives. What's there for you? Excuse me? I'm asking what your motivation is in doing that. And don't repeat what you said earlier. You were lying. Jin warned me lightly. You probably couldn't tell if I was lying or not. I'm too good at controlling my body, but the idea of wanting to help some stranger for no reason. Now, you don't need to be so nervous around me. You don't beat. Yukima, on the other hand, what if you annoyed her too much? But if you want the truth, I flash-stepped to the door and opened them quickly, letting a group of children drop on the floor because they lost something to lean on. These troublemakers would need to leave for real this time. After we were left alone, it was time to be a bit more truthful, but before that, lollipop? I offered, which you didn't take. Don't worry, they're not poisonous. I wouldn't need to use something underhanded like that to kill you. He took the lollipop from me, but didn't start eating it. Baby steps. Going back to our topic. You want to know why I want to adopt seemingly unknown children? Certainly, I would need some kind of ulterior motivation, but I really just want to help both of you. If you want to know why, it's because you are similar to me in some way. This piqued the curiosity in Jin. What do you mean? At his question, I smiled. This girl, Ranjiku, you promised to yourself to protect her, and don't even deny it. You positioned yourself between her and me very naturally, but you can't fool me. You were ready to attack me the moment I made a suspicious move, which is stupid but brave, and I don't hate it. I did something similar in the past. You're also very revengeful. He opened his eyes, hearing something he didn't expect me to know. Don't be so surprised. My teacher taught me to always research before making a move. How much do you know? More than you think. I know what you plan. I know who you want to kill, and I know what lies at the end of the path if you continue on your path. I answered truthfully. And what would be that end you speak of? You'll make her cry. He flinched. That was something that only he knew. His promise to never let Ranjika cry. Because of that, he was more prone to believe what I said. Listen, Jin, am aware how hard it is to trust someone you don't know. What I'm proposing is something that will change your life forever, so it's understandable why you're hesitant. I'm giving you a choice, and you don't need to answer it today. Take your time, talk with Ranjiku about it, and let Masaru or Akio know when you are ready. Yukima would probably forget to tell me. Just remember that my doors are always open. I was ready to leave, but Jin asked me the last question. If I became your son, would you stop me from getting revenge? Your new mothers probably would. Maybe Yoruchi would agree on it. But if it comes to me, I will make sure you are as prepared as one could be, which isn't something a father should say. But knowing your target, I wouldn't say no. Sooner or later, he will become the enemy of the Soul Society, and you could fight him entirely justified. Wait, mothers? Any more meetings? Jin's POV. Today, I met Masaru and the rest father. And from the moment my eyes landed on him, I could feel how dangerous he was, but he was hiding it exceptionally well. I knew that he could kill me at any moment, and he didn't even hide it. But at the same time, he seemed to care about both Ranjiku and me and even proposed a better life. I can't get a read on him. I don't know when he lies to me and when he tells the truth. The last time was a lucky guess, but that's all. I need to be careful with my choices. Living inside Saratai would be much safer. And even if he would abuse me to no end, if it made me stronger and Ranjiku would be treated well, it all would be worth it. Is it worth the risk, though? Observing Ryoto's children, I could assume that he was at least a decent father. I could believe that Masaru or even Akio acted the whole time, but not Yukima. She was like an open book. It doesn't automatically mean that he would treat Ranjiku the same way. Jin, can you believe it? We can live inside Saratai. Ranjiku, on the other hand, was ecstatic about the idea of being adopted. She was innocent and didn't even consider the possibility of it being some kind of trap. So what were you talking about with Yukima's dad? Seeing how happy my friend was, my decision was swayed slightly. Nothing much. He just wanted to know my character better, as he didn't know much about me. He probably knew about you more, thanks to Yukima. But remember, Jin, whatever you decide, I'm sticking with you. You know how I hate it when you vanish without a word, and I wouldn't want to leave you alone, either. We're in it together. We're in this together, huh? I decided that if something terrible happened to Ranjiku, we could always run away and, in the future, kill Ryoto for lying to me and harming Ranjiku. But maybe giving him a chance is what we need right now. Ryoto's POV. Today is not one of my favorite days. Today, I, together with Yoruchi, am taking my daughter Yukima to meet her grandparents. Normally, I would take the whole trio, but they have other things to do. While I'm grateful to Yashiho and Harito, Yoruiki's parents, they act as grandparents to all of my children. Without them, my children wouldn't have grandparents, not counting Yamaji, who also act like one. Mai and Rin's parents aren't in this world, and Isane is an orphan. Unohana could count as a parental figure to her, but we can't tell her that she is a grandmother to my children. The problem in this situation is that I simply don't like either of my in-laws. Harito just wants to fight me because he hasn't accepted me, and Yashiho just gives me the creeps. I am stronger than her, that I'm sure of, but I just don't like her for some reason. It's like my instincts are telling me to stay away from her. Maybe because she calls me Ryo-chan, but I doubt it. It was about 80 years since I even saw her. The only one in this family that I tolerated besides Yoruchi is Yashiro, Yoruiki's younger brother, who I feel is the most sane in this whole family, which isn't saying much. Yukima was currently riding on my shoulders. She really liked the view from up there, so she tried to do it at every opportunity, and she wasn't the only one. I also enjoyed giving her a ride. Shame that she would grow out of it soon. Yoruchi was walking beside us as well, and she wasn't thrilled about visiting her parents either. If not for Yukima here, she would start complaining. Do we really need to go? Come on. I stand corrected. Yoruchi doesn't care who she is with. She'll complain either way. You know that having good relationships with your family is a good thing. And it's good for children to have grandparent figures, and you're the only one with parents in this family. I calmly explained, but this made Yukima question something that she didn't think about before. What happened to your Rin Kazan and Isane Kazan's parents? Yukima asked as she was holding into me. Mai and Rin's parents are very far away, and we can't meet them for a long time even if we wanted. Isen, on the other hand, is an orphan and only has her sister in Unohana, but don't call her grandma. Yoruichi noticed the way I spoke about Mai and Rin's parents, but didn't comment for the moment. I plan to tell her and Isen about Mai and Rin's situation in the near future. I'm just trying to find the right moment. As I was deep in my thoughts, someone attempted a sneak attack on me. You were wide open. Harito tried to kick me with a flying kick, but I effortlessly dodged and kicked him without dropping Yukima. Harito then proceeded to land on the ground using his face. Bold move. After over 50 tries, I would assume you would give up. I'm clearly stronger than you. And it's annoying at this point. Horatio stood up energetically. I'm never going to give up. I still haven't acknowledged you. Or so he says, but it's not like he has any say in it. After he noticed Yukima on my shoulders, he did an immediate 180 with a goofy smile on his face. Yukima, my favorite granddaughter. I missed you. I allowed him to take and hug her. He was a doting grandpa, and he loved his grandchildren even if he hated my guts. As Harito was having the time of his life hugging Yukima, someone else tried to sneak up on me, but she did not try to attack me. More like testing me. You know that sneaking on me doesn't work, so why are you hiding your presence? I asked my mother-in-law, who showed herself. Oh, we can't let you get rusty, but I'm happy to see that you aren't slacking off. Opposite, in fact, you seem to only be getting stronger. She commented on my strength as she cupped her cheek with her hand while smiling gently. I'm happy that I wasn't mistaken about you. She probably meant that she allowed Yukima to be outside of the family in exchange for completing a few missions. I, of course, completed them flawlessly and without many difficulties, although all of them weren't the nicest. But it's not time to feel sorry for myself. I did what I thought was needed, and I'm going to need to live with my decision. Suddenly, a young boy that was more similar to Yoruichi than he had any right to be appeared. Ryoto-san, it's nice to see you in good health. He immediately bowed to me to show respect. Stop it, Yashiro. We are practically family. You don't need to do that every time you see me. Yashiro is also liked by my children and is known as cool, but not the coolest uncle. Above him are Zangato and Kamamura. While we are here, he'll at least try to have an enjoyable time. Not that my in-laws help me with that, but the things I do for my cute daughter. After spending some quality time with the family, I excused myself for a moment and went to a secluded place not far away from the Shohoin mansion. Don't you want to join? Soifon? You were observing me the whole time, either way, so why hide when I'm aware of your presence? The short figure in all black with her face hidden behind cloth appeared in front of me. TSK, so you've noticed. I think she doesn't like me, but the reason is still unknown, at least to me. I know for a fact that it's not because she knows that I killed her mom. Otherwise, she would try to kill me at every moment, so it must be something else. I'm proud of my detection skills, so if I didn't notice you, you would be on the level of a legendary assassin who could control every part of his body, presence, and spirit perfectly where you caught me off guard. I can say, however, that you're definitely getting better. I complimented her, but she wasn't happy with that, although I could see that she was proud of herself. Of course I am. Yoruichi-sama trains me personally at times, and anything less would be a disgrace to her name. Right? And coming back to your question, I must refuse. It would be disrespectful for a lowly member of the Stealth Corps to be in the presence of the Shohoin family without reason. Just like a certain someone, she gave me a hateful look. You know that I literally have a daughter with Yoruichi. As much as I hate to admit it, it's true. If only you would drop dead, everything would come back to perfection. Well, it's not nice to talk about someone's death like that in front of said person. Suddenly, I got the perfect idea. So you're saying that it would basically be heresy to be in the presence of Yoruichi and the rest of the family, right? I asked. Of course. So now that you understand, please remove yourself from their life. She answered pretty smugly. Then what would you do if you somehow broke that rule? I continued my questioning. She started thinking. This would never happen. Umulma. She sighed and closed her eyes to try to imagine the situation in her head. I would probably beg for forgiveness and try to correct my mistake. Correct what mistakes? Soifon basically froze up hearing her beloved Yoruichi's voice in front of her. It shouldn't be possible. Maybe she was imagining things. So she opened her eyes to confirm the source of the voice. How is it possible for Yoruchi to be in front of Soy Fawn? I picked her up, and using Shuanpa, I got her here before she realized. It wasn't easy to do that, but it was definitely worth it, and they'll be abusing this ability for the unforeseeable future. Realizing that all the eyes were on her, Soy Fawn's cheeks started to redden, knowing that I asked her these questions to break these rules. Ryoto Yuki. Soy Fawn tried to slash me with her sword, which I sometimes blocked and sometimes dodged, but in the end, she wasn't able to wound me even once. She ended up with a lollipop in her mouth and a very frustrated expression. I think Koro-sensei had a bigger influence on me than I thought. Masaru's POV. About 2 weeks have passed since Dad's meeting with Jin and Ranjaku, and not much has happened during that time. Since Yukima is going to visit their grandparents and grandma, and Akio wanted to train alone today, I decided to visit Jin and Ranjaku. Dad surprised everyone with the idea of adopting the duo in the wooden shack. I'm not against his idea. In fact, I think it would be cool for them to be part of our family, but I'll try not to let my biased opinion blind me and try to force them into making their decisions. The last thing I would want is for them to become unhappy because of me. Also, I should start training with my shurikai soon. Because of its destructive power, I can't do it carelessly, and Dad forbids me from using it without him or his mom's around unless my life is in danger. Maybe I should ask Grandpa Yamamoto for some tips about fire-type Zanpakuto. After all, he is an expert on them, being the owner of the most powerful of them all. After a walk through the woods, a familiar shack entered my vision, and I could already sense 2 presences inside of it. I walked up to the door, ready to knock on it, but the door suddenly opened, revealing a happy Ranjaku. I lightly chuckled. Do you have some kind of sixth sense? As of late, you are always opening this door before anyone can announce their presence. Hearing me, Ranjaku got shy. You know that besides Jin, you, Akio, and Yukima are the only friends I have. That's true. Unlike my siblings, who not only have each other, but also Byakuya and me, Ranjaku only has Jin. I smiled gently. That's good that we are here, although today I came alone. I spent the day with Ranjaku as Jin was away, as he tends to do according to her. When I was ready to leave for today, I said the silver-haired boy returned with a very serious expression, and I could feel from his emotions that whatever he wanted to talk about with me was not something to be taken lightly. Masaru, I have my answer. Akio's Pulf, I'm weak. In fact, I can be sure that I'm the weakest in my family. My parents are obviously stronger, but even among my siblings, I'm the weakest. Yukima has her mask. Masaru recently unlocked his shurikai, and while I have this strange calculation ability, I'm not good enough to use it in battle. That's why I plan on training in secret as much as I can to catch up to my sibling, especially Masaru and I. He was perfectly calm even when we were being attacked, and I'm not going to lie. I was envious of his abilities, about his calmness. I was also angry at myself. I was angry at my weakness and my indecisiveness. As I was training, hoping to achieve shurikai like my brother, when someone approached me. Good evening, young man. What are you doing in a place like this alone at this hour? A lieutenant approached me, but why? In long chapter. Gimme power stones. Yindi, another 30 years. Ryoto's POV. Another 30 years flew by. And that means that I am over a century old. To be more precise, I'm 127 years old, not counting my years as Jacob. Jesus, I'm starting to get old, and I still have about 100 years to go before returning to my home world. In these 30 years or so, my children entered the worst nightmare of every parent. Their teenage years. Masaru didn't change much, surprisingly. I was ready for his dad-hating phase since he acts like a protagonist, but it didn't come. He was as calm, friendly, and soft-spoken as always. Yukima was Yukima, but more. She is as much a trouble magnet as I am. How does she find hollows to fight so often? I don't know. Now into the problem child, Akio. I don't know what happened, but he was distancing himself from everyone. It's not like he wasn't talking with us or ran away, but it was noticeable, and he doesn't want to talk to anyone about that or refuse to even admit that anything changed, and I can't exactly force him to talk. Akio was a bit closer to Isane, so it wasn't completely hopeless, but it would indicate that I was at fault, and I don't know what I did wrong. I try to be a good and fair father to all my children. Maybe it's the famous rebellious phase, or he is just embarrassed by his father for some reason. At least he still wants to train with me and the rest, sometimes. Why is being a parent so hard? Hey, Jin, do you know what's up with Akio? I asked my son, who refuses to call me a dad, even after all these years. For the 10th time, I don't know anything. If you worry so much, you can follow him for a day, 2, or a week. Not like hell sends you. Jin answered me between his practice swings. Jin's got a point. It's certainly a possibility, but it doesn't necessarily mean that he'll find out what I'm looking for, but I'm hesitant to do it. I know that much, but I don't want to be an overbearing parent who controls everything their child does. It doesn't even guarantee anything. If something wrong is going on, it'll interfere, but otherwise, it'll be holding out my hand until Akio decides to grab it. It also isn't unusual for a child to get a bit distant from his parents, but it doesn't make me any less saddened. I explain my reasoning. It was the way people around me helped me. Lala was around me, sharing her positivity until I opened up more. The same could be said about Rio and Keed. Alma was a bit different, and so was Rin. With Rin, I was the one who was there for her, and Yoruchi, while knowing more than she let on, always waited for me to explain first before confronting me unless it was urgent. I don't have a great example with Isane. Sorry, Isane, but it doesn't mean I love you any less. I can only think of one other reason besides the rebellious phase why Akio is distancing himself. He isn't much of a fighter. It doesn't mean that he is weak for someone his age, but he lacks that something. I didn't treat him differently because of that, and I trained him just as hard as the others to not make him feel like an outcast in the family. His talent lies not with fighting, but with something else. Science. That's why he spends more time with Kasuk than me. Well, as long as he is happy. As I was watching over Jin's training, a held butterfly flew towards me. I allowed it to land on my finger to get the message that was sent to me. That's strange. I don't remember doing anything troublesome as of late. So why does Yamaji want me to come to the captain's assembly hall alone? And it's not another captain meeting, from what I understand. Something is going on. Jin is being called, so we need to cut the training short. I informed my son. Yeah. He'll keep practicing for a while longer. Have fun. Jin answered dismissively, while Jot stopping his sword for a moment. Well, let's see what Yamaji want from me. What waited for me was a group of 5 people and Yamamoto himself, who, after ordering me to accompany these individuals, left me alone. Hikifune was also with the group, but I didn't pay attention to her at the moment. Why are they here? Should I be afraid? Even if I try to run away, I don't have a chance of escaping with all of them here in this room. Maybe if there was only one of them, then I would see a chance, but against the group, I can't see myself winning or even escaping. For now, we'll be confident and pretend I don't know anything. Scrap that. I really don't know why they want to meet me. If this was about murder, then Squad Zero wouldn't even blink about it. They just wouldn't care, so it must be something different. The only thing I can think about was my meeting with the Soul King, but no one should know about it besides Kasuk. Ha ha ha. Is this the famous Ryoto Yuki? A monk like Shinigami approached me with a big smile and healthy laugh. Ichibai Hayasobe, the leader of Squad Zero. I like his beard, but he terrifies me at the moment, even if he looks friendly. I remain calm on the outside, not showing my nervousness in any way. That's me. Now, can I know why I was called here to meet all of you? You seem to wear Captain's Haori, but I haven't met any of you, except Hifune. Squad Zero, I presume? I took a quick glance at Hikifune. I pretended to just figure out their identities. It would be strange to know them. While as a captain with a few decades of experience, I have knowledge about Squad Zero. I never met them. Hearing me, the monk grinned, but didn't say anything. Before I could ask again about their reason for calling me here, I felt someone using Shunpa to get behind me, so as a form of defense, I sidestepped as fast as I could to see who was trying to sneak up on me. I didn't want to attack for obvious reasons. The whole exchange didn't take even a second, but if I wasn't careful from the moment I entered the assembly hall, I wouldn't even notice. So, the boy has a quick reaction. At least we know that he isn't a pushover. A tall man with an old-style delinquent hairstyle said, "Wait, This hairstyle isn't old style by today's means, and he could even be called a pioneer. The tall man didn't say anything more as he was karate chopped on the head by Ichibai. Don't scare the young man. We talked about it already. Ichibai turned to me. Sorry about him. Now, let me explain our reasons for being here. Yeni Squad Zero, Ryoto's POV. Ichibai was about to explain to me their reason for calling me here. I was still on edge because of the sudden attack, but I could do nothing but listen. You see, Kiryu Hifukun here was given a proposal to become a member of Squad Zero, and she accepted. Today, we came down to Soul Society to get her to Royal Palace, but we have a secondary objective. The monk pointed at me. You, Ryoto Yuki, you are an enigma. Hearing him saying that wasn't good, but he was still acting happy-go-lucky, so maybe there's still a chance. In what way? Better ask, so I won't share too much information. Your Zanpakuto is very strange. It wasn't created here, and I wasn't the one to give a name. Knowing that it is connected to you, I must ask you. He turned serious. Were you? Now what should I do? I do something wrong, and he kills me, or if I'm lucky, just erases my name. Would you believe me if I said that explaining it would be difficult? But I can promise that it, and by that also I am not a danger to Soul Society? Ichibai nodded his head as his seriousness faded away in an instant. Works for me. I'm confused, and it was probably showing as Ichibai started answering some of my questions. When you live as long as I do, you learn a thing or two. You may be a great liar and control your body to the extent that it's impossible to distinguish truth from a lie. But in front of a monk who calls the real name, words reveal their true meaning. In short, he can tell when I lie, but he doesn't care since I didn't lie when I said I'm not a danger to Soul Society. So it gave me some credibility. It didn't ease my nervousness, though. So what now? Now it's my turn, Ryo-chan. A dark-skinned man with thick black hair and sunglasses jumped in front of me, giving me a nickname that I despise at this point. Otsu Nemea, the creator of Zanpakuto. You see, Ryo-chan, your Zanpakuto is a mystery. As I-chan said before, your partner wasn't created here, but for some strange reason, it feels like one of my creations. Do you know why that is? I shrug my shoulders. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure myself. Which is true. I only know that I should get Zangetsu, but I got a Sachi with Zangetsu's spirit, and I got a bonus to boot. I don't have any idea why Otsu feels like it's his own creation besides the idea that it's a Zanpakuto and is a perfect copy of what he would create. Ichibai didn't say anything, so he probably didn't find any lies in my words. I see, Otsu said as he rubbed his chin, trying to think of an explanation for this mystery. Can I take a look at it? He asked after thinking for a short while. I really didn't want to part away with Zangetsu and Gyaku in case something went wrong. But I was more than aware that they don't need to use underhanded tactics like that to defeat me. So I handed him my Zanpakuto, which he quickly took and started examining it. Interesting. It's made exactly like I would make it, and I can even feel it, but I already knew that. What's more interesting is that it has two spirits inside it, but they aren't integrated with each other the way they should. Not that I know how it should be since it's never happened before. These are dual blades, but there is always a single spirit. He was carefully analyzing my blade. That's not right. Hey, Ryo-chan, care to demonstrate your Zanpakuto mastery? I raised my eyebrow as I got my sword back. What do you want me to do? I asked. I wasn't sure if he wanted to have a spar or a small demonstration. Release you, Shirkai, first. I did as he instructed and released Zangetsu, and he observed carefully. Now, do your second Shirkai. I sighed. So, he knew even that. I should expect it from the creator of Zanpakuto. I didn't see any reason to pretend to be oblivious about it, so I did as I was told. I returned Zangetsu back to a simple sword and released Jayaka's Shirkai. Reveal all truth and hide all lies, Gyaku Hansha. A single sword spilt into two almost identical ones. The only difference was that the one in my right hand had a reverse blade. At the same time, the one on my left was an ordinary Zanpakuto, without any unusual features if you don't count some kanji on the handle, which would translate to attack, defend, and counterattack. I rested one of the swords on my shoulder. Here you go. I didn't show Gyaku to anyone besides my lovers, and I would appreciate it if you didn't share this knowledge with anyone outside this room for obvious reasons. I don't want to have any more eyes on me than there already are. No problemo. Ryo-chan. Otsu finger-gunned at me. Now, can you return to Zangetsu? Just like before, I returned my Zanpakuto to its base form and released Zangetsu. I see. I can see the problem, yo. I can just feel inspiration coming into me. Otsu announced loudly. Problem? What kind of problem can he mean? I didn't encounter any issues during my training. You see, Ryo-chan, your Zanpakuto is indeed unique. It's one of a kind, and I doubt I'll see another like yours for the rest of my time. But there's one issue with it. It's too separated when it shouldn't be. You don't think of it as a Zanpakuto, but two Zanpakutos, which isn't the case. Just like you can go from the base form to Bankai by skipping Shurkai, you can go from Zangetsu to Gyaka Hansha without reverting back. This gave me something to think about. Gyaka mentioned before to me that Zangetsu is more of Ryodo's Zanpakuto, and she's Jacob's. Still, both of them started existing before I accepted myself as myself, so it was natural for my power to diversify into a set, but now it doesn't make sense. I will need to look into it later. Ichibai clapped his hands loudly to gather everyone's attention. We got what we wanted and satisfied our curiosity, and since Ryodo isn't any danger to the Soul King, it's time to return. We can't leave our post for too long, he said with an authoritative tone while still sounding cheerful. I somehow survived this whole ordeal, and I don't know why I'm still alive. Thankfully, I was deemed not a danger. After all that, I congratulated Hifukun for her promotion while she asked me to watch over Hiyori whenever I could. It's not like we were close or anything like that. We had a cooking competition or two, but that's just that. I said that I would try to, and I felt terrible for lying to her, but it is what it is. They'll look after her for the time. She is in Soul Society. Now that it was time for their departure, Ichibai picked up the unconscious member who tried to spook me and still didn't wake up until now. It seems Ichibai smacked him really hard. Well, I'm alive, and Squad Zero isn't after my ass, so I count it as a win. After a stressful afternoon like that, I decided to take the rest of the day off, and I'm going to ignore that I was already skipping work before training with Jin as an excuse. 3RDS POV. The Squad Zero returned to the Royal Palace with their new member, and before they returned to their own. It was also the moment that Tenjiro Korinji woke up. While he was unconscious, he was still aware of his surroundings. Even after waking up, he was mostly quiet, which was pretty unusual for him. Was it really a good idea to let him go? Tenjiro finally asked. It was a solid question to ask. Ryodo was a big, unknown, and possible danger to the Soul Society, based on two Zanpakuto spirits alone. It was easy to deduct that if he had two Shikais, there was a possibility for him to possess two Bankais, which was unheard of. Even Yamamoto, while possessing 4 different abilities in his Bankai, still revolved around a fire, and even with this limitation, he could destroy Soul Society if he wished. This was a situation where one person could wield 2 different Bankais, which was unheard of. We are not meddling with Seriidii. That's not our job. This time, we decided to meet him mostly because of Nemeya's curiosity, but our only concern was to protect the Soul Society, Royal Palace, and the Soul King. If Ryodo ever tries to destroy either or all of these, there was a sudden change in seemingly gentle monk. Well, eliminate the threat. Tenjiro scratched the back of his head. I know, I'm just annoyed that the kid was able to avoid me before I made my move. During my time in Seriidii, I was known as Lightning Fast Tenjiro, and I'm sure as hell I didn't lose my touch. He wasn't faster than you. He just reacted to you faster than you made a move. Senjimura Shutara answered Tenjiro as she moved using her prosthetic limbs. He was ready to fight the moment he saw us. He's an interesting boy. She finished with a playful smile. Yini deadline approaching, Ryodo's POV. It was time to return to my squad's barracks. I need to relax for a while. I swear this whole meeting aged me a few decades, but at least I know they won't try to rewrite me as long as I don't try to fuck with them, which is one thing that I don't need to worry about. I even got some insight into my Zanpakuto, so it was kind of good. I'm still not sure. I took out one of my mini lollipops hidden inside my uniform and started enjoying it. You'll need a drink tonight. Maybe you'll ask Shunsui Senpai to drink together. It has been some time since I had a boys' night. Why stop at Shunsui? I'll get Sojin, Jushiro Senpai, and Kisuk. I would invite Yamaji, but he would only reprimand me that if I have time for partying, I should instead train and work. As I was getting closer to the barracks, I could feel a certain presence that would tear off my ears off if she ever got a hold of it. But as soon as her eyes landed on me, her expression changed from angry to concerned. What happened? Rin asked, worried. Nothing much. I experienced a small heart attack and felt like I was in front of Lala's father again. Fortunately, it was just my paranoia talking the whole time. Thanks for worrying, Rin. I affectionately called Rin using a nickname I made some time ago. My dark brown-haired lover got embarrassed by this nickname. I usually refrain from using it, so when I do, it has a bigger impact each time. If I remember correctly, I first used it during our short vacation in the living world. We met Soji Okita, and he taught Rin his swordsmanship for a while. It was a fun but short vacation. I gave him some lollipops as a thank you. Most importantly, though, I have one less worry on my mind. So even if it was almost a traumatizing meeting, I'm glad that it's over, and before I finished talking, a human missile flew at me. And while it didn't do any damage, I was forced to catch it so she wouldn't hurt herself falling, not like she would anyway. Dad, Baya-chan ignored me again. Yukima complained to me. It wasn't the first time it happened, as Byakuya tried to act calm, collected, and dignified. Did you try baiting him? He won't say no if you say things like, "Are you scared that you'll lose?" Or, "So the next head of the noble Byakuya house won't even accept a challenge from small girl." Things like that should work on him. I advised my daughter, even if I was being stabbed by a cold stare from Rin, but my advice was met with a sad look from my cute daughter. It didn't work. There was silence. No one said anything. I'm going to have a talk with him. I was ready to leave, but my shoulder was grabbed by Rin, stopping me. You're not going to kill your friend, son, just because Yukima couldn't annoy him. Rin, do you really think that I would kill that brat just because he ignores my cute daughter? She didn't answer, but her expression answered me plenty. Does she really think so lowly about me? I'm not going to do anything to Byakuya. He'll just teach him a very valuable lesson. Rin raised her eyebrow. Which is, don't make my little girl sad. Bye. I utilized the secret technique of running away and combined it with a flash step to vanish with a giggling Yukima, still clinging to me. Witnessing my escape, Rin sighed but smiled afterward, nonetheless. Why did I fall for someone so stupid? She said quietly to herself while still maintaining a small smile. Now that he vanished, I guess I will be the one who needs to finish his work. At this point, I'm more of a captain than he is, at least when it comes to managing this squad. And so, she returned to the inside of the barracks to deal with mountains of paperwork that belonged to me. 10 years is a long time, but at this point it flew by in an instant. Kisuk became captain, established the Shinigami Research and Development Institute, and life went on, but no one knew what was coming beside me. And the nearer the Vizard incident came, the more stressed I was. I feel terrible. I feel like I'm betraying my friend by allowing him to be framed as a criminal together with a group of captains and lieutenants. What's worse is that I need that to happen. I thought that I was prepared for it to happen, but it still hurts. At least I know that I didn't become heartless or apathetic. Well, I didn't become smarter. I mean, I did gain wisdom with age and all, but I still don't have a plan about who to send with Kisuk. Yuruchi is an option, but I don't want her to leave. Plus, she is a parent. I'm also an option, but leaving my children for 100 years now, when they are teenagers, wouldn't be ideal. If they were older, I would consider it. Why is my life so complicated? I don't even take walks anymore, and somehow trouble still finds me. If only Yuach wasn't that strong, I would prevent this whole incident from happening, but as much as I hate relying on others, I need Ichigo. No, it's not entirely true. I just need a safety net for us, Ichigo. Since there is a chance, we could somehow defeat Yuach before he obtains Almighty, because I sure as hell am not letting another one of my teachers die earlier than they should. Also, I need to prepare my children for war. I don't like even thinking about it, but at least they'll be adults at this point. I feel conflicted, and I don't worry about my family, so the only other person who will listen to my worries is an old friend. And so, I visited Isamu's grave that I made in Soul Society. You knew what to do. What to do? Ryoto's POV. I sat in front of Isamu's grave, which was next to the other grave on the hill that I made for all the people I killed. Usually, I come here about once a year to remember all the ones I killed, why I'm doing what I'm doing, and just go down memory lane. Remembering happy times, sad times, my relationships, and so on. But today was not that day. I just wanted to vent to an old friend. Hey, Isamu. Long time no talk. I know that I visit seldom, but you don't reach out to me either, so I feel it's fair. I chuckled lightly at my own joke, but it died down quickly as I turned more solemn. I don't know what to do. There's so many choices, so many dead ends. I know the way to victory, but it's filled with sacrifices and probably a broken family. I wonder what you would do in my place. He would probably do everything he could to help me. If he was alive, I would probably ask him for help, and it would solve a lot of my problems. And since I don't have that much contact with his family and Quincy overall, my options are limited. You know, when I made this grave, we drank together for the last time, but I hope you don't mind if I drink a bit of sake. I'm not a drinker by any means, but I can appreciate a taste from time to time. Although nothing beats lollipops to this day. As I was enjoying my time alone, trying to find a solution to my problems, I noticed someone spying on me, and I recognized my stalker. What is it, Soy Fawn? I called out to her, without turning to her, and she came out of her hiding spot and stood behind me, not saying anything for a short while. Yuruchi-sama asked me to beat the depression out of you, but looking at you, I lost all motivation to do that. Is it your rebellious phase? I can't imagine you disobeying your precious Yuruchi-sama. If you're trying to get yourself punched, then you're doing a great job. She practically growled at me. Soifan took a few steps and stopped when she was next to me, and again, didn't say anything for a few moments. So what's going on? I must be dreaming. Soifan is asking me about my well-being. One more word, and I'm pulling out Suzumabachi. It was an empty threat, and not even a threat, to be honest. We both knew that even if she tried to, she wouldn't be able to hurt me. It's the kind of dynamic that we have. So, that's your friend's grave? She finally asked. Not a real one. He is buried in the living world. But this grave here is just a memorial that I made. She turned to the other grave. And this one? This one is more complicated. Do you still want to hear about it? I asked, at which Soifan took a moment before nodding her head. You see, before I became a parent, before I became a captain, and even before I was a lieutenant, I was an ordinary guy. Okay, maybe not so ordinary, but my point stands. What I'm trying to say is that I had a kind of normal life. So when I came to Soul Society with Rin, I knew that I needed to change to protect her. I knew that I would be forced to kill sooner or later. And unfortunately, I was right. I continued talking as Soifan carefully listened to me. But you know what? I hate killing. Taking someone's life away is not a pleasant experience. Not just because it can be messy, but knowing that your actions in someone's existence for any reason can be traumatizing. And it was at first, but it gets easier every time I do this, and this in itself is scary. I don't want to be numb to the act of killing. If it happens, it means that I disregard the importance of life, and it'll be changing beyond what I'm comfortable with. I took a small pause to breathe, and finally, we can talk about this grave. You see all the strokes on it? She nodded. Each stroke represents a person I killed since I got to Soul Society, and I even remember all of their faces while trying to remember as many of their names as possible. I don't want myself to forget that they were alive, and because of me, their life has ended. In a way, it's grave for an old me, and each stroke buries him even further underground. With this, I was finished and let Soifan digest all of what I said. But before she could say anything, I forced a lollipop in her mouth. She was confused by my action, so I began clarifying. You came here to beat the depression out of me. So what's with that sad look? All of what I said is mostly in the past. I come here mostly for sentimental value, so don't you worry. You are too young to worry about me. Soifan was a part of the Stealth Corps, and her hands are not exactly the cleanest. But seeing the always happy-go-lucky guy who often annoys her be in a solemn mood for so long was unsettling, and she probably wanted to somehow cheer me up even if she didn't know how. Although my last comment bothered her. We are of similar age. You look more like my kids, though. Any comments about that? I smirked, and at the same time, Soifan Zampakuto was centimeters away from my throat as I was taking a luxurious sip of my sake. She wouldn't kill me, and she knew that I knew that, and that made her even more annoyed. She then sighed and sheathed her sword. "You are insufferable." "That's my charm," I said, a smirk not leaving my face. "But thanks for worrying." Hearing my earnest thanks, Soifan got shy, and I could even see a tint of red on her cheeks. "She's easily embarrassed. I wasn't worried about you. Yuruchi-sama was the one who asked me to check on you. That's all." I didn't tease her anymore and took another sip of my sake. Surprisingly, talking with Soifan cleared my mind, and while I still don't know what I should do, maybe it's fine. If Yuruchi decides to save Kisuke and Tezsai, then I'll respect her decision as much as it hurts me to separate from her for a long time, but it must have meant that Kisuke and Tezsai are in her eyes important enough to risk that much. They'll still confront her if she does that to clarify some things. In the case that it doesn't happen, they'll bail them out myself in disguise while using Jacko. No one should suspect me that way, as everyone who's seen me using my Zanpakuto knows that it's Zangetsu. As I prepared what barely counted as a plan, a held butterfly flew to me and landed on my finger, relaying a message. So, it begins. Yini turned back the pendulum, 3 RDS POV. It was a day like many others in Soul Society for most Shinigamis, but at the moment, an emergency captain meeting was being held. Slam, this is urgent. According to the report from Squad 9 standby camp on the front line, the Ryatsu of both their captain, Kinsei Muguruma, and their lieutenant, Mashiro Kuna, who were on night watch, have vanished. The cause is unknown. This is one of the worst situations we can possibly imagine. Yamamoto gathered all of the captains to discuss an important issue. For a few weeks, there was a mystery of the disappearance of souls in Rukongai districts, and Squad 9 was responsible for looking into it, and now that both captain and vice captain were missing. The matter, which, up until yesterday, was merely one of the minor issues, has become something Godiai 15 must resolve as fast as possible. Because of the circumstances, I will now handpick 5 members of Captain Class to head directly to the scene. BM the big entrance to the assembly hall opened, revealing a stressed Urahara. "You are late, Kisuke Urahara," Yamamoto said with his usual authoritative tone. Urahara didn't pay him any mind and requested to allow him to go. "Please, let me go," he said between his breaths. Unfortunately, he was met with rejection. "I will not," which rightfully distressed Kisuke even more. He sent his lieutenant with Squad 9 as a help just earlier. So if the situation is grave enough to send 5 captain level, then Hiyori wouldn't stand a chance. "My adjutant is heading there now." Urahara tried to argue, but was stopped by someone he didn't expect. "Kisuke." Yuruiki's outburst surprised the newest captain. "Don't lose your composure. It's pathetic. You yourself selected and sent her, right? Don't you understand that losing your composure is an insult to her?" Yuruchi isn't as heartless as her actions may show at the moment. It's true that as a leader, one must make difficult decisions, and she believes in that. Sending the right person to the right job is equally as important, but as a captain, one must keep one's cool at all times, and Urahara was all but calm, and he would make a terrible mistake if she didn't stop him. Also, waiting and having faith is also the captain's duty, although not all would agree. Moving on, the old man said, "Squad 3 Captain, Rujuru Aotaribashi. Squad 5 Captain, Shinji Hirako. Squad 10 Captain, Love Aikawa. The aforementioned 3 will now head to the scene." After a short discussion, it was also decided to send both Assistant Kido Chief, Hachijin Ashuda, and Vice Captain of Squad 8, Lisa Yadamaru, together with the previously mentioned captains. Hiyori was running. It wasn't because she was terrified, although she felt scared. It wasn't because she knew she was outclassed, although she was. It even wasn't so she could find allies, although she would appreciate any help at the moment. She also didn't draw her weapon. She couldn't for obvious reasons because right now, the enemy was Kinsei, captain of Squad 9, and he wasn't himself. Not only that, but he was also forcibly undergoing something called holification. Hiyori didn't stand a chance against Kensei, as she was a lieutenant, and holification boosted Kensei's strength even more. As she was about to get cut by her former ally, Shinji Flash stepped between the two and blocked Kensei's attack. And so, the battle between a captain, soon-to-be monster, and newly arrived began, but they weren't the only ones who were in the area. Aizen's POV. This may very well be a turning point in my plan. Ordinary souls can't withstand holification, but if they can't, then I just need to use stronger souls. I was aware after the first experiment that normal souls, no matter how many times I would redo this experiment, the outcome wouldn't change. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results. And while the line between madness and genius is a very thin one, I stand above both. The reason I needed to continue doing the same experiment was to draw attention to these incidents. If there were enough eyes on this issue that I manufactured, someone would be sent to investigate the cause of these disappearances. While I knew that the souls with low levels of Riryoku would never go through complete holification without being destroyed, as they couldn't survive being injected with Hollow's soul. It never hurt to have more data. And, as usual, I was right, although it seems I'm going to have more lab rats than I intended. It's not an issue, and I'm not going to complain about additional volunteers. As I mentioned before, more data is always welcomed. I wasn't alone in this forest, observing the development of the battle. With me, there was Tozen Kiname, someone who could be considered a natural counter to my Zanpakuto's ability. However, I suspect another person to be able to do precisely that, but I need to confirm my suspicions at a later date. My other companion is the newest addition to my plan. He is perfect for getting a rise from the eccentric captain when the time to leave Soul Society comes, and an angry opponent is very simple to predict. It would be entertaining to see him angry again, too, but that's for another time. Without turning to my companion, whose identity was hidden for a few reasons, mainly because his identity is very sensitive, and it would be beneficial to keep it concealed for a bit longer, I asked. So what do you think? Asking simple questions like that can surprisingly get more information out of a person than one would imagine. The power that Captain Miguruma got from the holification is incredible, but it's not worthwhile if it takes away all of the reasoning. It looks like another failure. I shook my head internally. So young and inexperienced. He is blinded by this breakthrough that we are witnessing. It's the closest we got to completely hollowing a soul, and every step forward is essential. We can't expect to know how to run without being able to walk. He is too focused on accomplishing his goals to notice the importance of every achievement. If not for his, let's say, connections, then I wouldn't even bother with him, but maybe with time and some help from me, it will change. At least he is easy to control, just like most of the others, but I'm surprised by how trustful he is. I am aware of his circumstances, and it answers some questions, but his naivety is more extensive than I ever imagined. Or is it the pursuit of his goal that makes him blind to everything else? Trust is really an interesting topic. Trust someone too much, and you risk being betrayed. Trust someone too little, and you risk missing something crucial about said person. On the surface, there isn't any solution to this predicament, but there is one very simple answer that many disregard. Become strong enough to not need anyone, or alternatively become strong enough that even betraying you would accomplish absolutely nothing. So simple yet so difficult to achieve for most, but I'm going off topic. The important matter at hand is observing this fascinating phenomenon. Two captain-class Shinigamis are straggling against a single captain class. His power is impressive in comparison to his previous level of strength, but nothing much to what I expected. It's a failure, then? Maybe I'm thinking about it the wrong way. If I can't succeed in breaking the boundaries between Shinigami and a Hollow by injecting a Hollow soul into the Shinigami, then I'll try to transform Hollow into a Shinigami. It looks like we're done with this failure. It's possible to study holification further if I had a better specimen like that girl, I observed, but getting her would be very detrimental to my plans as her father can be overprotective, but no matter. It'll work with what I have and create more opportunities if needed. 3 RDS POV. As the group that was created to help the ninth squad captain was trying to restrain their friend to possibly get him help, their situation was getting worse and worse. Just as they were able to hide, Kinsei Hiyori went out of control herself in a bone-white mask. Just like Kinsei's, it was hollow-like. All of the remaining fighters were ready to rush to stop her from injuring Shinji any further, but they were ambushed. It was Aizen, Tozen, and a masked member. The masked man, boy, or teenager wasn't saying anything but was observing keenly. Aizen, throughout the whole conversation with his captain, was taunting him the whole time to speed up the process of hollowification, and he was succeeding. And it didn't help that Shinji was the only one conscious and able to fight even in his condition. But on the enemy's side, there were 3 foes, and he was only one. As Aizen raised his Zanpakuto to deliver the final blow to his soon-to-be former captain, he himself was ambushed by the newly arrived guest. And here we have yet another pair of interesting guests. Aizen started talking. "And what brings the two of you out here?" Captain Urahara, Grand Keto Chief Sakabashi. Noticing Kisuke, the masked figure visibly flinched. After a short confrontation and confirming his suspicions about Urahara, Aizen decided and ordered to retreat. The pair of Captain and Chief of Keto Division was not able to pursue the trio as they had a group of injured to take care of. Tessai, using 2 forbidden Ketos, transported the future wizards back to the Squad 12 HQ so Kisuke could treat them as fast as possible. Without wasting any time, Urahara started working, and while it took the whole night, he was able to save everyone's life, but they wouldn't be able to return to being ordinary Shinigami. Being tired from all of the work and the stress he went through, he decided to go for a walk, but as soon as he stepped out of his headquarters, he was stopped and arrested. Ryoto's POV. Being in my office, I was deep in my thoughts. I just got information that Kisuke was just arrested. And that means that everything went as it should, for better or worse. Now I should also get going. I spread my awareness as far as I could, which was pretty impressive considering how bad I was at that, but knowing which direction I needed to focus on, and it looked like I wanted to save Kisuke by myself. Yurichi made her choice. What am I going to tell you, Kima? As I was getting ready to leave, Rin burst into my office, clearly stressed out about something. Ryoto, Kisuke just got arrested and is currently being sentenced by Central 46. Rin was so upset about the whole situation that she called her mortal enemy by his first name, while usually she called him Urahara. At the same time, someone else approached the Entente at my office. "Is it a bad time, Dad?" It was Masaru, who probably planned to ask me for a training session. "Sorry, Masaru. It looks like I'll be busy today." I apologetically smiled as I answered my son, and then I got an idea. "How about you train with Rin? He'll go fix whatever problem occurred." I walked up to Masaru and made a mess of his hair. After I was done with my son, who didn't even oppose my actions, I took a few steps to get closer to Rin and gave her a peck on the forehead without saying much. "He'll be out for a while. Don't do anything stupid." Unfortunately, this time, it wasn't me who would do something stupid, and so I left, heading to the only place where Yurichi would bring Kisuke and Tessai. The study chamber. Yini goodbye, or rather see you later. Yuruika's POV. I'm fucking pissed. I mean, like, I'm seriously angry. Kisuke just went and did something really stupid. For the smartest person I know, he makes some idiotic decisions at times. And what's worse, I can't even reprimand him for that because I'm doing the exact same thing. He'll kick his ass later. So I didn't want to drag my family into trouble. But at the same time, I couldn't abandon Kisuke and Tessai, my 2 and only childhood friends. I owe them that much because they have stuck with me for a long time and have helped me on many occasions. It was the hardest choice I have made in my life, but I went with it. I saved the 2 idiots and dragged them into the study chamber. I already moved the injured captains and lieutenants. So Kisuke and Tessai are the only ones left to rescue. After we arrive there, Kisuke will probably formulate some plans. We'll probably need to escape and hide in the living world, so we'll need a couple of Jigai. That's why I brought the Jigai he was working on until yesterday. I include myself because there aren't many gorgeous dark-skinned women with my abilities in Soul Society, and he'll find out sooner rather than later. Even the thought of leaving what I call home for years was painful, which was ironic for a cat like me, who goes wherever I want. I didn't even have a place that I could call home. I had a place where I slept, where my parents and brother lived, and so on. But after I got together with Ryoto, it changed. Finally, I had a place I could call home. I turned from a stray cat on a leash to a house cat with a collar, and I didn't even mind. I had a man that I loved, although with a few issues that he worked on throughout the years, 2 new friends that share the same man, and even kids. One of them is even mine, the only daughter at that. I smiled while thinking about her. I never could imagine myself as a mother, and I can't even say if I was a good one, but I can't say that I wasn't having fun during these years. At least I know that when I'm gone that Yukima won't be alone. With Ryoto as her father and Rin and Isane as her mothers, I know that she will have a family, a home. Without them, I don't know if I would make the same decision I'm making right now. If Yukima was instead forced to live inside the Shohoin mansion, I would probably stay. Arriving in the study chamber, I took down the cloth that was covering my face. It wouldn't do much, but at least it could buy some time, and that would allow Ryoto to find the letter that I left for him before anyone else. Otherwise, it would go into evidence, and I wanted to leave some kind of message for him. I went soft because of him, not that I hated. Yoruchi-san, Kisuk called me, probably trying to thank me, but I was faster as always. I don't need your thanks. And I'll kick your ass later for not saying anything about this to me or anyone else last night. If he had informed me or Ryoto or even Rin, then this whole situation would be different. I don't know how, but it shouldn't evolve into anything worse than this. I carried all 8 of them here. I continued. I also brought the prototype for the new Jigai you were researching. Hurry up and finish this up. Ever since the moment you first asked Hirako about this case, you've been thinking about the worst of the details and the best means for dealing with them. You foresaw all this. You're a creepy person. He gives me too much credit. I expected him to at least ask someone for help, but as soon as I noticed that he had vanished from his post, I made preparations for the escape, but before I could answer him by calling him a creep as well, Kisuk and I felt someone behind us. Fearing that someone somehow managed to follow me, we quickly drew our weapons and were ready to fight, but no one present was expecting Ryoto, leaning on the rock. I flinched, not expecting to face him right now. I feel like I betrayed him in some way. Done talking? He started walking up to Kisuk and stopped when they were facing each other. Ryoto took off his glasses that he doesn't need, opened his eyes, took out his contact lenses that Kisuk created to hide his eyes, and did something we didn't expect. He bowed and started apologizing. I'm sorry that I didn't help. Kisuk's eyes were wide open, and mine as well. Come on, Ryoto. You don't need to apologize for not solving my own problems. You couldn't have known that it would happen. Hearing Kisuk, Ryoto had this look on his face that I was pretty familiar with. He was hiding something, which made him feel guilty, but unlike usual, I didn't need to wait to know why he felt like that. About that, I was aware of what Aizen planned. That one name drop let us know that not only did he know what happened, but he also was aware of the traitor. I only knew about him because he was the one Kisuk suspected during his trial, and while I wasn't present there, I could still overhear some things over the sounds of the guards being beaten by me. I was ready to walk up to Ryoto and smack him, but I restrained myself as he already felt guilty enough, and knowing him, he probably had a good reason. Not to mention Kisuk was already questioning him. I've known you long enough that you wouldn't withhold vital information like that without any reason. And as you apologize, I can see that I was right, but I still would like to hear your reasoning. Ryoto looked troubled by this request. I feel like he was already planning to do it anyway, but it's probably very complicated or difficult to explain. Preparing himself to share one of his secrets, Ryoto took a few deep breaths. Do you believe in destiny? These were the words he started with, which left me utterly confused, but Kisuk decided to answer him honestly. Not really. As a scientist, if I believed in something like fate, then I would need to admit that no matter what I do, it wouldn't be thanks to my ability or wouldn't even matter. Ryoto nodded. I don't believe in that either, but there are certain events that will happen whether we want it or not. For example, Quincy's have a prophecy about their king. 900 years to regain his pulse, 90 years to regain his intellect, 9 years to regain his strength, and 9 days to reclaim the world. Do you know how long ago Captain Commander defeated Yawatch? It's difficult to say exactly, but it happened about 900 years ago. Are you implying that this prophecy is more than just a prophecy? Ryoto smiled. Exactly. But what does it have to do with you not telling us about Aizen? I questioned. I still can't tell where he is going with that story about Quincy King. Let me ask you this, then. Do you think that we are ready for his return? Yamaji defeated him last time, but he's gotten old and isn't even suspecting that he failed in killing Yawatch. And the Quincy King would probably want revenge after his return, and he would be prepared. Kisuk started connecting the dots and concluded something. For some reason, you need Aizen to defeat Yawatch, but it would mean that you know what will happen in the future. That's true. That would be the only explanation. Otherwise, we would need to admit that Ryoto is capable of foreseeing events that will happen years in the future, and not even Kisuk is capable of doing it, at least not that far into the future with this kind of accuracy. I'm not that great. I am aware of only one possible set of events that has already changed. I don't know if it's for better or worse, but it was necessary for all three of you to be in the living world. That way, I can somehow know what Aizen is doing and create counterplans in case he oversteps the boundaries. That's why I'm sorry. I know how to create a better future, but I couldn't prevent you from being exiled. I am simply too weak to place a bet on the uncertain. Ryoto bowed his head again and stayed in that position for a while. Ryoto, raise your head. As I've said, I've known you for a long time, so I would like to think that I know you. So I know that this decision probably wasn't easy to make. Kisuk was right. I've noticed that Ryoto has been very deep in his thoughts as of late, and it was probably because of that. If it makes you feel better with the information that you possess, I would have probably done the same. Kisuk tried to comfort Ryoto, but now we don't have time for any more chit-chat. In the next 20 hours, I will make a total of 10 Ryatsu blocking Jigai. He didn't include me, as I could go under the radar with my abilities. With that said, Tezsai created a barrier around us, and Kisuk started working. That left Ryoto and me alone. Thanks to Tezsai, knowing that we would want to have some time alone. Honestly, I don't know what to think. Ryoto hid information about the traitor inside Seri, but now that I think about it, he mentioned sometimes not to trust a guy with glasses. Ryoto, if you knew all about that and still went with it, I can guess that this problem will be resolved eventually, right? I asked at last. You could say that if you were to be labeled a criminal forever, I wouldn't go with it, but it will take a long time. Until then, all three of you will need to lay low. Ryoto answered solemnly, which annoyed me. So I kicked him in the ass. Stop that depressing look. You made the decision, and I made mine. That's all there is to it. If it was something that would put my life in danger, you would take my place. Am I right? I didn't need an answer, seeing him awkwardly scratching the back of his head. As always, you've seen right through me. Ryoto became silent, seemingly thinking about something. We won't be seeing each other for some time. He finally spoke. But I want to tell you that no matter how long we will be separated, my feelings won't change. The moment I gave you that small accessory, I unconsciously touched the chakra I'm always wearing, was the moment you could be sure that I loved you, and you wouldn't get rid of me even if you wanted. He smirked, and I rolled my eyes. Like I would ever want to leave him. Just don't chase any more skirts. I don't want to get back and find a new lover and maybe even a kid. It's not like I'm looking for new relationships. He deadpanned. All my relationships were mostly accidental. Rio and Keed are surprisingly an exception. He muttered the last part, and so we spent our time together, cuddling and just enjoying our presence until it was time to say our goodbyes. I asked Ryoto not to tell our children that I left to save Kisuk and Tezsai, because I feared they would think that I didn't think of them as important. At that, he asked about Soifan, and to be honest, I believe that it would be better for her to distance herself from me. She was borderline, completely obsessed with me, and it was fun teasing her most of the time, but now that it'll be gone, it will be better for her, but Ryoto only partially agreed. And so I, together with Kisuk, Tezsai, and the rest, left Soul Society for an unforeseeable future, but not before a passionate kiss between Ryoto and me. I'll miss this feeling. Idi, mislala. Come on, summon her once again. Make the conversation true. I want Lala. End a sleep without a worry. Ryoto's POV. Yuruchi left, and I was standing alone in the same place for about 15 minutes, looking at where the gate to the living world was. It could have gone better, but what happened won't unhappen. I'll need to live with the consequences of my decision like I always did. I hate the consequences of my own actions. Can I do something that won't have an outcome that will hurt me in the ass in the future? I miss times when most of my worries were only my emotional well-being, my grades, and maybe getting away alive from Lala's dad that one time. Now, on the other hand, I need to think about events that will happen about 100 years in the future while keeping an eye on Mr. Plan himself, so he doesn't mess with someone wrong, my family, because I know that he already saw my children in action years ago, but still he didn't do anything. He didn't even approach them, which is strange in itself. Either he is not as interested, or he is doing something behind my back, which will be worrying. Do I need to have a talk with my children? After all, better safe than sorry, but it will need to wait a few days. If and only if my worries were justified. Then our talk could turn into an argument, as Eisen is very persuasive, charismatic, and knows how to turn people against each other. In that case, he'll need to have a talk with Eisen instead. Better that he would have his eyes on me than my children. But now I should get back. I was gone for about 20 hours without telling anyone. Returning home, I was welcomed by Rin and Eisen, and I explained the situation, which Rin didn't take that well. What the hell does she think she has done? Does she realize what happens when she leaves? Her words pierced right through me. Rin, it hurts. Rin, I'm sorry. My head lowered, which alarmed my lover. Why would you need to apologize? It's not like you knew what she was up to. And yet another arrow pierced me. And so another explanation was in order. After I explained everything, this time more thoroughly this time, it was met with silence. No one knew what to say until Eisen spoke up after walking up to me and forced my head to rest on her breasts and started caressing my hair. It must have been hard for you. I wasn't expecting this. To be honest, I was expecting a slap or a punch, but not this. Eisen then signaled to Rin to go inside our home as she planned to take me somewhere. Rin understood that it would be for the better for Eisen to talk with me. While all of my lovers were mothers, Eisen was the most motherly. Probably because she is the oldest, not that I'll ever tell her that. Rin mellowed down with age. While she was mostly expressionless and formal around people even before we transferred to this world, it was mostly a facade to not embarrass Saki in front of others. Rin was very easy to anger if you pushed the wrong buttons. Kind of like me. But what I want to say is that this situation pushed these buttons. Rin was very loyal to Saki. To a stupid degree, even. It reminded me of how Soifon was devoted to Yoruchi. It's possible that she saw her younger self in her to some extent, and seeing Yoruchi betray her like that made her blood boil. Not to mention abandoning our family. Of course, these thoughts were before I explained the details, but Rin still needed some time to digest everything I had said. It's a lot to swallow. At the same time, I was being led to Eisen. Or is she dragging me? I don't know. We walked for a while in the direction of Squad 4. We haven't had much alone time as of late, just the two of us, haven't we, Ryoto? Eisen suddenly spoke without slowing down even a bit. Not that she was walking fast anyway. Now that you mentioned it, you are right. I'm busy with avoiding my captain duties, training our kids, planning the future to some extent, and looking into Yukate's illness. In my free time, we spend time together as we, unfortunately, don't have much of it. Should I skip more work? Eisen. And my question, Eisen giggled. If you do that, Rin will lecture you again. She hates like paperwork as much as you. So please, give her a break. I disagree. Rin has masochistic tendencies. When she says no, she means yes. I think we discovered that together a long time ago. I was, of course, implying our night adventures, and I got the reaction that I was looking for. A face flushed red. How I enjoy teasing my partners. Eisen didn't comment on what I said and cleared her throat a few times by coughing. We're going off topic. What I want to say is that you haven't had much time to relax. That genuinely surprised me. I didn't have time to relax. It's true that I had a lot less free time than I used to for a few decades now, but it's not like I was working 24/7. Also, my time with family and adult times with my lovers was relaxing, so I didn't know what she was talking about, and it showed on my face. Eisen, seeing my confusion, started explaining. Ryoto, how do you usually relax? I started carefully thinking about the answer. When I have free time, I try to prepare myself for the future. Training, planning, and so on. Otherwise, I spent time with our kids, although it was thinned out as of late. And it was replaced with more training. Not by myself, but I was training my children more as they were constantly asking me to spar with them. Oh, I remember. I had something I used to do when I was bored. I used to take enthusiastic walks, but I needed to stop doing that. And why is that? She asked, not being ready for what was coming next. Whenever I took one, something terrible happened. A few times, someone tried to kill me. It was fun, but they are at pause until some of the other issues are solved. I see. Just as expected, she was flabbergasted. Don't worry about small details. I enjoy life as it is minus some inconveniences. I reassured my lovely and practically personal nurse. As we were talking, we arrived at our destination. It was the 4th Squad barracks, but it was used exclusively by the captain and vice captain. It had a veranda and a view of the garden. It was where Isane lived before moving with me. Isane sat down and patted her thighs a few times, and I was not going to look a gifted horse in the mouth, so without questioning her reasons, I laid my head and felt paradise. As I was enjoying this soft feeling under my head, I could feel Isane's hand going through my hair as she softly spoke. You know, you are really reliable. With you on my side, I don't need to worry about anything major, but I feel like I grew a bit dependent on you. Not only me, but Rin and Yoruchi as well, not to mention our children. And you want to live up to our expectations, at least to some extent. You aren't perfect and you make mistakes, but you don't show this side of yourself too often. Today, it reminded me how much responsibility you are carrying. Each of Isane's words was gentle, and with every sentence, I could feel my eyelids getting heavier. That's why just for today, relax. I can guess that you haven't slept since yesterday, so just rest without worrying about anything. You earn at least that. For being a wonderful captain, for being a wonderful father, and for being a wonderful husband. With these last words, Isane lowered her head, giving me a soft yet passionate kiss on the lips as my consciousness was slipping away into dreamland. And for the first time in some time, I slept without any worries clouding my mind. Isane is quite flexible. Yindi resignation, Ryoto's POV. It has been a long time since I rested like that. It was great, really great. But now relaxation time is over and another captain meeting, and I can feel the incoming annoyance that he'll experience there. Let's just get over it. Yamaji slammed his wooden staff against the floor as he always does at the beginning of all the meetings. We are upholding this meeting as another update came up from the ongoing case of disappearances in the Rukongai districts. An anonymous informator left evidence that, after careful investigation, led us to believe that the culprit was none other than Kisuke Urahara, now ex-captain of Squad 12. It was discovered that he was conducting experiments on innocent souls with the help of Tessai Tsukabshi, now ex-Keto Corps commander. They didn't stop at them as 3 nights ago. They started using Soul Reapers as well. And some of his victims included the captain of Squad 5, Shinji Hirako, captain of Squad 3, Rojiro Odoribashi, captain of Squad 10, Love Aikoa, and captain of Squad 9, Kinsei Mugiruma. Not to mention 3 vice captains. After being confined and judged by Central 46, he was unfortunately rescued by an unknown individual who was recently identified as Yoruchi Shihoin, now ex-captain of Squad 2 and ex-commander of the Stealth Corps. We lost 6 captains, 3 lieutenants, and both Grand and Vice Keto Chief. It's a crisis that hasn't happened in a long time. As of today, I declare that all of these previously mentioned are criminals. Yamaji glanced at me when he said that. What about the victims? If they somehow survive this so-called holification, what should we do about them? One of the captains asked. Before Kisuke Urahara was rescued, Central 46 declared that all of the individuals that went through holification will be treated strictly as hollows and dealt with as such. There was a solemn silence in the hall until the current Kenpachi decided to speak up. As always, a bunch of weaklings can't do anything right. If I was sent there, that whole incident wouldn't even happen, he said as he was scratching his belly. And speaking of all these weaklings, maybe we should dispose of another captain. For all we know, the closed eyes, glasses-wearing freak could be a spy for Kisuke Urahara. Kiganjo continued talking as I allowed him. For now, he was, after all, close with the three traitors. We don't know what he is planning. For all we know, even his children could be. His talking stopped as he felt my killing intent. Pure killing intent without raising my Ryatsu. I wanted him to know that he was walking on a thin line. I don't care how much he tries to annoy me, but my children are off-limit. But my fun was interrupted. Yuki. My teacher calmed me down by calling my surname. He only does that when I'm in trouble. We already lost too many captains. Don't make my job harder by killing another one. He threatened me, but in reality, it was a light wrist slap. Not to mention, he believed that I could kill Kiganjo. It was also directed at you, Kiganjo Kenpachi. Just because you're a captain and the current Kenpachi doesn't mean that you are the strongest. There will come a day when another Kenpachi comes to take your title just as it happened before you became one. At this, Kiganjo scoffed, but at least I want you to listen to his rumbling. I have a proposition that will solve a small part of the problem. I voiced, and it earned me a raised eyebrow from Yamamoto. Let's hear it. The meeting was eventful, and I did what I planned to do from the beginning. I don't want to spoil a surprise, but let's just say that someone is getting a promotion. I returned home, where Rin was preparing dinner. Isen was out with her sister, and most of the kids were out training, spending time with or doing something they were not telling me. You know, teenage stuff. It sounds bad, but that was what I was doing when I was younger, plus some sexy time. I'm starting to think that my children are more responsible than I was at their age. I'm home, I announced, and unsurprisingly got a warm welcome from not only Rin, who was wearing an apron at the moment, but also Ranjaku, who was lazing around the house. Rin was a bit awkward at first, as the last time she saw me was when she was pretty angry at Yoruchi, but a quick kiss melted her down. Not fair. I want a kiss too, Dad. Ranjaku complained, and I gave her a kiss on the cheek. It left only Jin to call me Dad, and he'll be a very happy man when he finally does. So, how's the plan going along? I asked her secretly, at which Rin rolled her eyes but smiled, knowing what was going on. I think hell'll soon break, but hell never admit it even if he thinks of you as a parent. That's right. Ranjaku helps me with my issue and tries to get Jin to call me Dad. It's just a fun side activity. Can you leave Rin and me alone for now? I want to talk with her in private. I asked my adoptive daughter, and she pouted upon hearing my request. Fine, but promise me that you will take me shopping later on. She stretched out her pinky finger, telling me to promise her with a pinky promise, and so I did precisely that. After Ranjika left with a big smile on her face. You spoil her too much. Doi. Though, do I really? I inquired to Rin. Yes. I don't want to be part of this conversation anymore. Conveniently, I have another topic that needs to be addressed, Rin, so let's not accuse someone of giving love to his daughter, and let's focus on something completely different. Am I shameless? Yes. Do I care? I wouldn't be shameless if I did. Sure, let's go with that. So why did you want Ranjika-chan to leave? Rin started preparing a coffee for both of us as I sat at the table. I'm saving your motherly persona, because what I'm going to tell you is going to make you lose it. Rin wasn't even fazed by my statement. After the last time, you shocked me about the whole complicated plan of yours and the traitor. I doubt that anything you say will be able to shock me. She was pretty confident of it. I'm resigning from my position as a captain of Squad 7. What? Any changes? Rin's POV. How did that happen? Rin, you look great. You don't need to worry about anything. Ryoto complimented me. Yeah, Mom. It really suits you. My son, Masaru, reassured me as I was checking out the white haori that I was currently wearing. It just still feels unreal. I still feel like that young girl in Rukongai who couldn't defend herself from any danger, but here I am, being a captain. How time flies, doesn't it? We started with the two of us, and now we have grown into a big family. Speaking of which, family hug. And so, Ryoto used his high speed to grab everyone and brought them near each other and squeezed them tightly, which was impressive as he did it so quickly. Only Yoruchi and Kisuke could rival him in speed in our group. Shame that she couldn't be here, but she will be surprised when we meet again. Who am I trying to fool? She wouldn't be. She was always telling me that I would soon join the ranks of captains. She was the one who helped with my Bankai training the most. I didn't want to bother Ryoto too much. I was doing that too much when I was powerless. And I would rather bite my tongue than ask Kisuke for help. So the only option left was Yoruchi, who achieved Bankai by herself. Isane, unfortunately, wasn't at that level yet, but the whole family learned she wasn't one to be underestimated. She was the most experienced one here, and most importantly, she was the one who was most proficient in healing Kaido. Ryoto once put that in an appropriate way that only he and I could understand. Nobody fucks with the white mage. A small inside joke. Video games don't even exist yet. To be honest, I only understood what he meant because of Aya. She was the one who forced me to play with her from time to time so that I could relax from all my training and duties. Ironically, I was more often frustrated after I played than before. Have you had enough? Can you let me go? Akio asked with an annoyed expression. He doesn't admire his father as he used to, and since Yoruchi left, he seems even more distant than before. It must have affected him more than we can imagine. But the most hurt besides Ryoto must be Yukima, who, despite looking cheerful and enjoying her father's embrace, was feeling down. We all are trying to be there for her, but there's only so much we can do. Masaru was happy, but when wasn't he? I don't know how he is our child with his calm personality. He truly is a miracle. Ranjiku enjoyed skin contact of any kind, so having an excuse was as good as any. She's daddy's princess even more than Yukima. I glanced at Jin, and I could see a small, genuine smile on his face, and he probably didn't expect anyone to see it, because as soon as he noticed my stare, his face turned into the most neutral face I've ever seen. It wasn't even his usual smile poker face, which would mean that he was embarrassed. How cute. Isane the whole time was smiling motherly, and so did I. Unfortunately, the hug couldn't last any longer because the adults needed to go to work and the kids could do what they wanted. How envious. I miss school life, but according to Ryoto, we only need to wait for about 100 more years before we can return. I started doing my captain duties, and after I was done with a few mountains of paperwork, I had time to relax, but then it hit me. I'm just doing the same thing when I was a lieutenant. That day, members of the 7th Division swore they heard demons scream from the captain's office, and no one except Vice Captain Kamamura dared to approach the office. Ryoto's POV. Now that I have a new squad, I will need to appoint a new lieutenant and talk with my new subordinates. I sneaked into the barracks, where everyone was called to meet their new captain, and stood in front of my new squad members with no one noticing me. It was kind of disappointing seeing their level of awareness. I know that I'm not that easily detectable if I don't want to be, but I'm constantly making it easier and easier, and still no one noticed. Let's change my approach then. I suddenly released intense pressure using my Ryatsu. Not strong enough to make them faint, but they had difficulty breathing. It took you over 5 minutes to notice me. If I was an enemy, you would all be dead. I don't know what I was expecting, but the level you are all on is unacceptable. I could see that some of them were starting to get scared, which was unsurprising since I was leaking my killing intents as well, but it was disappointing nonetheless. ED, average Asian parent. Scared? I asked. Are you scared that I will kill you? That you will die? Even in your profession? Pathetic. Trying to perverse your life is natural, but all of us in this room don't deserve to be scared of dying. The only ones who should kill are those who are prepared to be killed. Don't be mistaken. I don't want you to throw away your life, but don't be hypocritical enough to not expect karma to catch up to you. Hey, race the thing. All of you are weak, and so am I, but there's no shame in being weak. You should be ashamed of not trying to get stronger. From today onwards, I'm changing a few things around here. All of you here are allowed to try and assassinate me. I don't care what method you are using. Try to be creative, and if anyone manages to make me bleed, they will get a reward. I'll listen to that person's request and try my best to grant your wish. Be it money, personal training, or even a question or advice that you're looking for, it doesn't matter. Don't worry, I won't try to kill you back, but it doesn't mean that I want to defend myself or even attack back. After I'm done with you, you'll wish that you were dead. My name is Ryoto Yuki, and I'm the new captain of Squad 2. The pleasure is all yours. Yukima's POV. I don't want to think about Mom. She left, and that's that. She may have had a good reason, but I don't know, and I don't care. She left not only me and my siblings, but also my dad. Masaru mentioned how Dad was feeling, and seeing how he doesn't even show it makes me feel awful because we know that he does that for us. What's worse is that Dad mentioned that Mom would be considered a criminal in Seoul society, and I wouldn't even care for that if not for all the questioning Dad, Kazan, and Rin Kazan went through, which was the source of their headaches. I need to blow off some steam, and what's better than to annoy Baya-chan? Yindi recovery, Ryoto's POV. It has already been a week since I became captain of the 2nd Division. During that time, there weren't as many assassination attempts as I had hoped, but there were few challengers. Most tried to sneak up on me, which didn't end well for them. There were few that attempted to poison my food, but I could see through their efforts. Overall, it was fun, but I had one issue. I still haven't found my new helper. Paperwork isn't going to solve itself. Maybe I just dump it on someone random for a while until I find the right person. Knock knock, I heard someone knocking on the door of my office. Although I don't do most of the paperwork, I still need to look through more important documents. And it doesn't help that Yoruchi hated paperwork just as much as I did, so she left a lot of work. Kumein. As the door opened, I got to see a guest I didn't expect to visit to me. Soifan walked up to my desk and didn't say a word for a long time, seemingly having trouble asking me something. She was very expressive, which meant that she is very easy to get a read on. It was also clear to me that she cried a lot in the last few days. Also, surprisingly, she didn't try to kill me even once in the last week. I find it pretty strange since even before I declare my challenge to the whole 2nd Division, she was attacking me as soon as I breathed the wrong way. Can I ask you something? She finally asked. I put the pen that I was using to sign some documents and focused entirely on the girl in front of me. I don't see why not. Although I don't know how helpful it'll be, but I'll try my best to answer whatever question you're going to ask. I try to sound as mature and wise as possible in hopes that it would soften the mood, but it didn't work because Soifan started talking without acknowledging what I said. Are you angry at Yoruchi-sama for leaving you? Well, that is a heavy topic, but I didn't even need to think about my answer for even a moment. I'm not angry. Sad? Yes, but not angry. Soifan didn't accept my answer. How can you not be? Without saying anything to anyone, she vanished. She left everyone. Me, you, her child. How can you be okay with that? In the corners of Soifan's eyes, tears started to build up. She couldn't hold her emotions inside of her anymore. She obviously felt betrayed. With just one word from Yoruchi, Soifan would have followed her even if it meant becoming an enemy of the entire Seoul society. Do you know why she didn't want to drag anyone with her problem? I asked patiently, trying to sound as gently as possible, at which she shook her head while wiping away her tears. It doesn't matter. No matter what, I would have followed her. I'm sure of that. And so is Yoruchi. But I can tell you one reason why she left you behind and one why you're not with her. Aren't these two the same thing? She questioned. Not exactly. Yoruchi left without telling you because she cared about you. She didn't want to get you in trouble. Whatever she was doing was dangerous, and she went on a solo mission. On the other hand, you aren't at her side because you're simply too weak. Soifan winced at my comment, knowing that I was right, but didn't want to fully accept it. So why not prove her otherwise and train like crazy, so she would regret not taking you with her? I smirked. Having some kind of goal will help her focus on something else. And with that, Soifan won't be filled with anger and sadness for the next 100 years. Soifan went deep in her thoughts. Are you asking me to try to kill you? That's how my teacher trained me, and you can't question his results. You can't forget the reward, too. You will be getting stronger, and when you're finally able to reach me, you'll get whatever you want. 2 birds with 1 stone. If it'll make you bleed, will you tell me who the killer of my mother is? Her question made me pause for a moment, but it was unnoticeable for the girl in front of me. If you manage to do it, it'll tell you, was what I ended up saying. Lord, help me. Ed. Ryoto, my homie. You F-ket up. 20 years have passed again. I'm starting to get used to the time passing that fast. I was currently doing a checkup on Yukitake. As always, thanks for doing these checkups, Ryoto-kun. Yukitake thanked me just like he always did, at which I needed to actively stop myself from rolling my eyes. And as I tell you every time, stop thanking me for something I want to do. I have the biggest chance to cure you and decided that I want to help my senpai. You thank me one more time, and I'm leaving you with Yukima for a whole day. Try keeping up with her without my lollipops to help you with your health. I didn't stop examining him as I was talking. Every day, I could feel getting closer and closer to healing him. I learned a lot about medicine in these years. Mikado would be proud, but I'm still far from her in terms of medical abilities. But my knowledge of medicine was mostly mixed with an understanding of the soul. Now that I think about it, Mikado somehow managed to create Jigai on her own. Are ghost properties in my home world different than here, or is she just that much of a genius? Maybe there are aliens that are very similar to ghosts, and Mikado encountered them in her past. Thought for another time. As I was thinking about Mikado, Yukitake laughed nervously. I think you're the only doctor, except for Captain Unohana, that threatens his patients. I'm not a doctor, so I don't count. I opened my eyes and started using them to see even more details. Yukitake, as usual, turned away from me, so he couldn't see my eyes, and I even scanned my surroundings for any spies or anything similar. You can never be too careful. I feel like I'm missing something vital, but what? I was thinking that practically every time I'm doing the checkup. It's not Mimahagi that is stopping me from healing Joshiro-senpai, because he was feeling better thanks to my lollipops, so that is something different. Wait, I'm looking at it completely in the wrong way. Something is wrong with Yukitake's lungs. I'm aware of that. It must be an unknown illness. Or is it? What if it's an illness I am aware of, but couldn't recognize under the telescope because everything in Soul Society, including people, is made of Ryuryuka, and it's entirely possible that because of that, it works slightly differently while having the same symptoms. I quickly put my theory into action and started examining it while looking at everything from different angles. Time passed in silence. As I was working hard to unveil the secrets of Yukitake's sickness, Joshiro-senpai was patiently waiting for me to finish. I was almost there. I could almost see whatever I was looking for. I just needed to focus more, which wasn't easy as my eyes were overheating too fast to do any work, and I needed to take short breaks every few seconds, but I was getting impatient. So I decided to push myself even further and was using my eyes until it hurt. I decided that today was the day I was going to heal Yukitake. Yees! I screamed in joy, startling Joshiro-senpai. What is it, Ryoto-kun? Wait a minute. I'm almost done. I took out one of the lollipops hidden in one of my many hidden pockets and focused my power on it. Analyzing and understanding the sickness was mandatory for my ability. The more I know, the more effective it is, and after a few decades of researching this illness, recent revelation, in the last 2 hours of examination, I would like to believe that I have a pretty good idea of what's going on inside my senpai's body. After a short while of trying to perfect the supposed cure, I finally gave the candy to the sick captain. Joshiro-senpai, please try this lollipop. I asked him a bit nervously. I believed that it would work, but I could very well be mistaken, which would take me back to the start. And so, I was anticipating Joshiro-senpai to try the lollipop. He started licking it, and at first nothing happened. It was normal. These bad boys aren't omnipotent. It will take some time until they show their effects. Another half hour passed, and I couldn't see any difference in Yukitake. I wasn't using my eyes and just observe him traditionally, so I couldn't be sure. As I was waiting for any signs, the white-haired senpai of mine suddenly stood up and used his shumpa to go around the room a few times. After he stopped, he checked his body and turned his head toward me in disbelief. I don't feel any discomfort. With his words, I could feel the weight dropping from my shoulders, and I fell down on my back, finally able to relax. I did it. I cured Yukitake. I finally fulfilled my promise to myself. Indie romance, Baika's POV. The weather was acceptable, so I decided to do something I wouldn't usually do. I decided to go for a walk in the Rukongai district. One of the reasons I chose to do it was to avoid Yukima. As of late, she bothered me more than usual. I suspect it has something to do with Yoruchi becoming a traitor. I try to tolerate her, but as patient and understanding as I am, I also have my limits. Not to mention that my family owes a lot to Captain Ryoto Yuki, and while I can respect his strength, it doesn't mean that this respect transfers to Yukima. I was alone, but it was possible that I was followed by some bodyguards since I was the next head of the Kachiki clan, not that I needed protection. As I was walking, it was easy to tell that I didn't belong there. My clothes were worth more than anyone here could earn in many years, if even in their lifetime. My aura was that of noble, proud and dignified. Everyone made space for me to walk through. It felt natural for them to do it, but my father taught me not to think that I deserved this treatment, because I was born a Kachiki. I should instead earn it by my actions. Nobles don't exist, so they can stand above peasants. They live so they can lead them in the right direction, to set an example for everyone. That was, in fact, one of the reasons why I despise Yoruchi, despite her teaching me. She may have been a noble on a level equal to me, but she didn't behave that way at all, but I shouldn't think about it right now. I came here to take a break from annoyance, so that's what I'm going to do. This walk calmed me down significantly. I can confidently return to my house where Yukima probably hides and tries to ambush me, and I can say that I can endure Yukima for some time now without losing my cool. As I was ready to return, someone bumped into me. Or was it I who bumped into that person? In any case, I should apologize. And so I offered a hand to help this person stand back up. I apologize. I wasn't paying attention. As soon as I landed my eyes on her, words couldn't leave my mouth. For some reason, I had difficulty forming any thoughts. My heart was racing, but I did everything in my power not to show any of these on the outside. The woman, seeing who assumed I was someone important, just like many others today, stood up quickly and bowed respectfully. You don't need to apologize, my lord. It was all my fault. She answered hurriedly, trying to convey her words quickly as she could. Was she scared of me? For some reason, I didn't like it, but I couldn't think normally, so I just nodded and left. I felt stupid afterward. I don't know why I reacted the way I did, and I need advice from someone. I don't want to bother my father and mother, and I will never ask Yukima for help with anything. I could ask her father since he is known for his problem-solving ability, but I can't stand him for similar reasons that I do Yoruchi. That leaves only two options. 3 RDS POV. Currently, 3 boys are sitting at the table. The silver-haired boy wasn't happy by being called since he could do other things, but Byakuya was an old family friend, so he didn't want to ignore it. Akio's brother, on the other hand, was waiting patiently for the young Kachiki to speak up. As they were waiting, they enjoyed the tea prepared by servants in the Kachiki mansion. I called you too because I am in need of advice. Byakuya stated. Yesterday, when I was taking a break from your sister. Understandable. Akio cut in, and Byakuya nodded. Yes, and to do that, I chose to go somewhere where she wouldn't find me. And so I went to Rukongai District, in Uzuri to be exact. Both of the boys were nodding, following their friend's story. Nothing unusual happened for most of my time there, but at the end of it, I bumped into someone. It was a woman similar age to us, maybe a little younger or just looking young. She had short black hair and purplish eyes and was petite and pale. The moment I met her, it was like my body didn't belong to me. I couldn't think straight. Words couldn't leave my mouth. I don't know why this happened. I suspect that I may have caught a sickness of some sort, but before checking myself with a doctor, I decided to ask an opinion for someone close to my age because I have suspicions that my health isn't a problem at the moment. Hearing their friend Akio and Masaru look at each other and seemingly communicate with each other without saying a single word. Can we get a moment to discuss something in private? Masaru asked after a short silence, and Byakuya agreed. 2 brothers left the room, and after they made sure that no one was eavesdropping, they could discuss their problem. Is he serious? Akio started. I think so. Byakuya isn't one to joke about this. He seemed confused about the whole situation. Masaru answered as he scratched the back of his head. So what should we do? If we help him, Yukima won't be happy. Both of the boys knew about Yukima's little crush on Byakuya, but they weren't sure if she herself knew about that. But it wouldn't be fair to Byakuya if we hid the truth from him. Do what you want. I don't care either way. The faster we get it done, the faster I'm getting back to my research. Akio shrugged. He honestly didn't care that much about the love life of his sister or his friend. Akio, I know that you have your own life and goals, but I think that right now is as good as any to talk about. You are distancing yourself from the family. Mostly, Dad. Hearing his brother talk made Akio roll his eyes, and even without listening to him to the end, he interrupted him. Don't start this, Masaru and I. Mom already talked about it, but she doesn't understand anything. Neither can you. Besides, Dad doesn't care. Masaru frowned. That's where you're wrong, Akio. Just because Dad lets you do what you want doesn't mean that he doesn't worry about you. He wants you to be happy even if he isn't part of your life. Once again, Akio rolled his eyes. Yeah, right? Mr. Perfect knows everything about me, everything about Dad, and what we should do to be happy. Listen, Masaru and I, you don't know as much as you think you do. Dad isn't the nice guy who likes to laze around. He doesn't care about anything but himself, strength, and money. He would have killed for the latter. Akio. Masaru was, for the first time, completely serious, and it showed on his face. The older of the brothers was glaring intensely at his sibling. Careful what you are saying. You can't accuse someone of something this serious without any evidence. His tone was like nothing before, which made Akio smirk. I almost can't believe it. Masaru and I, the boy who always smiled, nice to everyone, dropped his mask. You want evidence? Just ask Dad about Yen Fawn. Knowing you, you'll notice if he reacts even the slightest hearing this name. Just don't tell him that you heard it from me, or don't. I don't care. I plan on moving out soon enough and enter 13 Core Guard squads. I already have a recommendation. Bie Masaru ni. Now that we're done here, I'm going back to my research and training. You can do whatever you want with Byakuya. I don't care enough about that. Akio, wait. Masaru called out, but Akio didn't stop walking and soon used Shuinpa to leave the Kachiki mansion. Masaru didn't like how this conversation went, but it didn't mean he wasn't curious about what he heard from his little brother. After a short while, Masaru returned to Byakuya and explained to him that Akio needed to leave for something and explained carefully what he was going through. And to let him digest this information, he left thinking about this Yen Fawn. Her name was familiar, so he decided to investigate before he asked his father anything. Gender bend Rito and add him to harem. I miss the old days. The children were a mistake. I mean, I might have been happy if it was with Lala first and in their home world, but this doesn't feel like it anymore. Patachu, it's been his long day. Without you, my friend, and I will tell you all about it when I see you again. In a talk with Dad, Masaru's POV, I'm a bit worried about what Akio was implying about Dad. What he said about Dad didn't sound like him. I can vouch for it. Whenever we ask him for anything, he tries to grant us anything while still being reasonable. We wanted to train, and he started training us. We wanted to leave Seriidii to explore, and he let us. It doesn't sound like he only cared for strength, money, or himself. If that was the case, he wouldn't adopt Ranjiku and Jin. He wouldn't marry Mom. Isane Kazan and Yoruchi Kazan. He wouldn't have children in the first place. In the first place, Dad doesn't seem greedy for money. He respects it since he lived in the poor part of the Rukongai district, but that's all. Not to mention that he regularly goes to the captain of Squad 13 to examine him. I can't stop worrying, though. What if there was some truth in what Akio said? I don't believe it, but he gave me a name that I can investigate. Yen Fawn, and it's eerily familiar to Soy Fawn, and that would be my first lead. I went to the 2nd Division barracks to look for Soy Fawn, and the best way to find her was through my dad, as he became captain there not a long time ago. I didn't need to look around for long. I only needed to look around for a tree that would be good to nap under, and just like that, I found my parent relaxing there. I walked up to him with the intention of waking him up, but before I could say or do anything, he spoke up. What is it, Masaru? It didn't surprise me that he could sense me. He always was better at sensing others than I was, but I didn't expect him to be awake. I thought that you were sleeping. Dad stood up and started stretching. But it doesn't mean that I'm not paying attention to my surroundings. Otherwise, someone could get a jump on me, but never mind me. You want to ask me for something, am I right? Yes, I wanted to ask where Soy Fawn is. I have a matter with her to discuss. Dad perked up hearing it. Is it finally a day? He seemed strangely energetic about it. I was waiting for this day longer than I thought. Literal decades, I tell you, but I can finally have this man-to-man talk with you. First, the key to success is confidence. Doesn't matter if you don't know what you are doing. It worked for me far more than it should. I think he misunderstood something. Dad, I don't know what you're talking about it. I just wanted to ask Soifan about something. Well, this is awkward. I already sent hell butterflies to your mothers about celebrating you having an interest in the opposite sex. We were starting to worry that we won't become grandparents at this rate. Only Dad could make me this speechless. Dad, I barely became an adult. Also, I don't know many girls my age. Besides Yukima, who is my sister, and Ranjaku, who is my adoptive sister, I don't know any other girls. Besides, I'm not looking for a relationship at the moment, right? I sometimes forget that you aged differently than I did. When I was 16, I was already preparing myself to be a father, and you're 80 years old and barely an adult. Strange world we are living in. True, Mom and Dad are literally from a different world. They both came to Seoul society and retained their memories of their lives, but I suspect there is something more to it. They always were very vague about their early life. Yeah, Dad, I would love to talk about your life, but right now, I really need to talk with Soifan. I may be a bit hasty, but I would like to clear the uncertainties in my mind as fast as possible. Before I do that, can you listen to my rambling for a bit? Dad asked, which confused me, but I didn't mind. You see, Masaru, out of all of my children, you are the most similar to me, for better or worse. It means that I can read you better than your siblings because you think in a similar way, and right now, you say that you have a business with Soifan, but that's not the whole truth, is it? My heartbeat quickened. I don't understand why. I love my father, so why? Am I scared? Am I scared that the person I love and respect was just a lie, or I don't want this lie to end? The whole time Dad was talking, he was calm, but it didn't help calm my nerves. Maybe I should just face Dad. Without me even noticing, I let my hand rest on the hilt of my Zanpakuto, but Dad didn't pay it any attention. Was it confidence in his strength? Possibly. He was much stronger than me, but there could be another reason that I would like to believe in. What if he believed that I wouldn't harm him, and my actions were simply unreasonable? Akio got to my head more than I thought. I took a deep breath, let go of the hilt of my weapon, and, full of determination, looked at my father. Dad, who is Yin Fan? Dad didn't answer, and everything's second of silence was like an eternity to me, waiting patiently for his answer. Let's go somewhere else. We went to our usual training spot, called the study chamber, and we didn't exchange a single word between us. Not like it took that long with our speed to get there, but learning the truth will be nerve-wracking. Just like Akio said, that knows about Yin Fan. I don't know what connection he does have with her, but whatever it is, it must be serious. After we finally stopped, Dad turned to me, took down his glasses, removed his contacts, and looked at me with his real but, at the same time, unreal eyes. He only does that when he is completely earnest. Dad claims that the eyes are the window of the soul, so by showing his eyes, he wants to show his sincerity. Masaru, you know too much. In an instant, Dad got behind me, and I felt a prick on the back of my neck. This poison will make air poisonous to you. In about a few thousand years, you will die. Before I could register what had happened, Dad did something to me. Am I going to die? Wait. Then the realization hit me as I looked at Dad and saw his grin. The same grin that he has when he successfully pranks someone. My reaction was to show a deadpan face to my old man. Not funny. I thought it was good. When I was younger, there was this joke that air is poisonous and makes us die, but very slowly. But never mind that. Feeling better? What? He is right. I feel slightly more relaxed. Did the joke loosen all the tension inside me? Seeing that his plan worked, he gently smiled, but it was a short-lived smile as soon after, his face turned emotionless. I'm going to be honest. When I woke up today, I wasn't expecting to hear that name from my son's mouth at that. Dad's voice was calm, scarily so, lacking his usual teasing or more vibrant tone that he usually has. It was lacking emotions, as if he tried to distance himself from them. I was sure that only Yuruchi knew about my connection to Yin Fan, but it seems that I was mistaken. Masaru, what I'm about to tell you, you cannot share this with anyone. Not with your mothers, not with your sibling, not with anyone. What I heard from Dad was heartbreaking for me. I know that the world is a cruel place. That's why I'm training so hard. But even though I knew that my parents didn't have the easiest of life, I didn't expect him to sacrifice his own morals for Mom. But by doing that, he destroyed someone else's family. Soifan's family. So now you know why I asked you to keep this a secret. Rin would feel responsible for forcing me into doing what I did. Not to mention that I still have scars from when I fought Yin Fan's bodyguards. That's why I need you to tell me how you got information about her. Yoruchi buried all of the information about her as deeply as she possibly could, so my bad decision from my youth won't bite me in the future. What Dad is saying makes sense, so I decided to share what I knew. Akio told me. Dad narrowed his eyes. Akio is a smart kid, but he wouldn't find out this information by sheer accident. If that was so easy, Central 46 would bang on my doors ages ago. He either must have dug deep, real deep, or someone. Dad trailed off, starting to think about something. Wait, someone. Dad, I don't know if that helps, but Akio mentioned something about wanting to join the Godei 13 and moving out. He even has a recommendation from someone. That made Dad stop his quiet murmuring, and I could feel many emotions explode: confusion, anger, sadness, but one of them was something I didn't feel from my father before: fear. Do you know from whom he got the recommendation? He finally asked me, at which I shook my head. Then it looks like we will have a very awkward dinner tonight. Indie awkward dinner, 3 RDS POV. In the Yuki household, there was an unwritten rule that the family should eat together as often as possible. It didn't mean, however, that everyone should drop what they were doing and rush home for dinner. There were times when Ryoto, Isane, Yoruchi, or Rin couldn't make it because of work or missions. Thankfully, it wasn't a common occurrence, and today, just as it usually is, everyone was present except for Yoruchi for obvious reasons. Although usually it's a happy time, today the atmosphere was tense and heavy. Even the person with the thickest skull in the room, Yukima, could see that something was wrong. The reason for it was a duo of father and son, Ryoto and Akio. While Akio was most often seen with a frown, he enjoyed his time at the daily dinners. He will miss them when he moves out, but if it helps him reach his goal, it will be worth it. He looked at his mother with an affectionate gaze. He loved his mother, and he hated that she needed to keep being with his father, but hell save her soon. It was amazing how she could still smile at him while in the presence of this monster, but it only made his conviction even stronger. What made him sad was that he would have never noticed this if not for his mentor and friend. Then he shifted his eyes to his father, and he met with the blue, alien, and mechanical-like eyes of his other parent. He didn't know why his father had unusual eyes. Are they artificial or not? It wasn't that important. But his scientific mind couldn't help but try to solve this mystery. Ryoto looked back at his son, but because of his worries and anger at himself, it was an intense stare that didn't help with Akio's image of his dad. Even the fantastic food prepared by Rin herself couldn't salvage this mood in the room. So Ranjiku, being the social butterfly that she is, tried to help with the tension. So, Akio and I, did you do something interesting recently? Akio, without looking away from his dad, started speaking. Now that you mentioned it, I have something to share with everyone. I plan to join Godei 13 tomorrow, in fact, and I already got a recommendation to become a vice captain. I also decided to move out. I apologize for the late notice, but it's not like I won't be seeing you anymore. The whole time, Akio's tone was nonchalant, but he could feel the increasing pressure of his father. It wasn't like Ryoto was releasing his spiritual pressure. He was too trained to make an amateur mistake like this. This mainly was Akio's imagination. Sitting at the same table as his father, his very powerful father, doing something against him, and at the same time staring at each other with aggression, according to him. It wasn't that strange that he was feeling tense. That didn't mean, though, that Ryoto didn't care. He was boiling inside, and if he was 150 years younger, he would have raged out. But he learned in his life that it's better to focus your anger on using it at a better time, and he couldn't wait for it to unleash it. As the stare down continued, Akio could feel the warmth on top of his hand. He turned his head to see the source of this feeling, and it was his mother with a concerned expression. He hated seeing her like that. Akio, dear, are you sure about that? You don't need to hurry to move out, or even join the ranks of Serie-IDI. Akio's decision wasn't so easily swayed, and he stuck with his choice. Sorry, Mom, but that's what I want to do. I'll visit as often as I can. It was the first time during the dinner that Akio sounded affectionately, but it was cut short. Akio, Can you tell me which squad you're planning to join? Ryoto asked calmly, hoping that maybe somehow he was mistaken and his worries were just that, worries. His question was met with another angry glare. And why do you want to know that? Because, as a father, I worry about you. You may be an adult who is capable of making his own decisions, but it doesn't mean that you are not my child anymore. Again, calm, Ryoto answered, making Akio even angrier. Ed. Okay, let's just kill this guy and then keep the rest. That sounds like a fair deal. If you want to know that much, why won't you use your little spying squad to get that information? The son hissed back, but the father didn't back down. You know that as soon as you become a lieutenant, it becomes public knowledge. If you wanted to hide which division you are joining, you should at the very least stay a seated officer. If you don't want to share this information, then so be it. I can't force you. Seeing his father calm made Akio even angrier, but he didn't start screaming at his parent, but dismissively answered anyway, as even if he despised him, Akio could see the truth in his words. He'll be in Squad 5 under Captain Eisen. Now if you excuse me. Akio got up and left. Silence stayed in the room for a while, no one knowing how to get rid of this awkward atmosphere. He'll also be going. I have some work left to do. Ryoto stood up and gave goodbye kisses to Aisane and Rin. Don't do anything stupid, Rin said as Ryoto was leaving the house. She knows him too well because what he's planning to do is pretty stupid, but if that increases Akio's safety, he'll live with being stupid without any shame. The evening at the Squad's 5 barracks was quiet, and not many were still working at this hour. The exception was the very hard-working and kind Captain Eisen. He was in his room doing the last checkups on the rapports until he heard a knock on his door. Not expecting any guests, Eisen wasn't sure who that may be, but he welcomed the freshly arrived individual nonetheless. If he could help, he would. That's what kind of captain he wants to become. After all, that's part of his character. Yindi in the mind of genius, Ryoto's POV. I was invited to Eisen's room, and I kept stopping myself from strangling him, but attacking him now won't be wise. I sat at the small table, and Eisen did the same. I must say, I wasn't expecting you today, Captain Yuki. How can I help you? He gave me a kind and reassuring smile, and it made me sick. What's worse, I can't tell that he is lying, and I'm pretty good at recognizing liars. I came here because of my son, Akio. I heard that he would be your lieutenant. As a father, I'm just worried about my child. I'm sure you understand. I assure you that while Akio-kun will be under my command, I will do everything in my power to create a safe environment. At least as safe as it's possible in our line of work. He chuckled at the end at his own joke. I think you're misunderstanding something, Eisen. I released my killing intent. I came here to warn you. I don't know what lies you're feeding my son. Most, if not all of them, are probably mixed with the truth as much as possible, so it would be nigh impossible to untangle them. You are doing your thing, and I can see that you included Akio in your plans already, but I'm warning you. If you try to incorporate him more than he already is, don't. If you're planning on using him, don't. Stay the kind captain that you are role-playing until it's time for you to kindly fuck off from Seriidii to continue your plans somewhere else. My family is off limits, and if you don't take my words to heart, I will break your arms and everything else as well. I didn't stop releasing my killing intent at Eisen through our talk, but after the initial flinch from the surprise, he didn't change his expression even once. But when I was done talking, I felt like he slipped his mask for the first time and showed his true self with a smile that, while looked normal, felt sinister. You really are scary, Captain Yuki. I tensed, ready to fight. His smile made me feel uneasy, and it didn't help that I didn't know what kind of emergency plan he had for me. At the same time, I could feel something on my hands. I quickly glanced just in case, because you never know with Eisen, but I ignored that as there wasn't anything there. Maybe it was just my instinct. I see you stopped your act. I don't see any reason to continue it in front of you. Would you like some tea? To my surprise, he offered me a drink. Better not. The longer we stay in the same room, the higher the possibility of me losing my patience and slicing you in two. Now, we shouldn't resort to violence so quickly. The captain in front of me mockingly tried to calm me. Usually, I would agree, but your voice makes me want to strangle someone. Can you help me scratch that itch? Eisen giggled. amused by my words. You certainly are an interesting individual, but as much as I would love to help you, I must refuse you. This is getting old. Listen, Eisen, I only came here to warn you. You mess with my family, it will be the end of you and your whole little charade. I will push my body and spirit to their limits and beyond, but I will make sure that you won't win. With these words, I left, not wanting to deal with this manipulator any longer. Eisen's POV. I sat down in my office in front of my desk. I took a seemingly random notebook and started writing in it. I was training in my calligraphy. It helps me concentrate, and it creates a beneficial secondary effect of making me look even more hardworking. Now into the subject of my thoughts. Ryoto Yuki, current captain of Squad 2 and previous captain of Squad 7, as well as previous vice captain of Squad 13. Among ordinary Shinigami, he is known as a playboy, but among his closest people, it's very well known that the truth is much different. Even if he possesses multiple lovers, Captain Yuki wasn't seen flirting with any members of the opposite sex outside his lovers. There were instances of messing with some women, but they were mostly at least acquaintances like Kion Kotetsu, Isen Kotetsu's younger sister, or Soi Fawn, who has a connection with Vaiuruchi, but in truth, he probably met her even before that. He is interesting. The first time I started to have an interest in his person was through his children. I observed their fight against my not-so-stealthy friends that I used to try to complete Hogyoku. They did their job, and finding these children of Captain Yuki was the most significant thing they've done. Without them, I would probably miss dangerous individuals such as Ryoto Yuki and his children. Seeing Yukima Yuki, daughter of Ryoto and Yuruchi, using her hollow mask, it was where it all started. It was like a slap to my face. It was something similar to what I was trying to achieve. Not for myself, but it would be a beginning. My first suspect was Kisuke Urahara. He was the man I acknowledged as an equal to my intelligence, so it wouldn't be strange for him to have a similar plan of mine, but I quickly threw away this thought. While I admit that he is capable of it, at the same time, I am aware of how foolish he is. But if it wasn't him, which would make the most amount of sense with his connection to both Yuruchi Shihoin and Ryoto Yuki, that would mean that either there was someone else who conducted similar experiments, or there was a naturally hollow-fied Shinigami. And seeing Yukima's age, I would incline to say that it was the second option. And if that's the case, then I am highly dubious that she was the first, which led me to Ryoto Yuki. I did my research about him as much as I could, and I came across something very interesting. There was this mysterious case many years ago. Yin Fawn, the mother of Soi Fawn, then known as Shaolin, was murdered. The suspect was a highly intelligent hollow, as the only witness left was the little girl. All the others were killed. Not to mention hollow-like Ryatsu, where the bodyguards fought. It only made me believe even more that Ryoto Yuki was capable of the same thing his daughter was. The reason was simple. She wasn't born yet, and the wounds to the bodies, from what I could gather, were made with a blade, a Zanpakuto most likely, but the idea was thrown away when it was decided that it was a hollow attack. What a surprise it was. I always knew that there was something more to him since he could sense the little camera that I used, but upon this discovery, he became even more interesting. It was a shame that I couldn't do much with this information. Ryoto Yuki was surrounded by many, let's just say, troublesome individuals. But it didn't mean that I couldn't do anything. Knock and cock once again, I heard knocking on my doors, and I assumed it was Akiun. He probably had a dispute with his father. That was the reason Captain Yuki came to me in the first place. I was expecting him to know about me the moment Yuruchi Shihoin and Kisuke Urahara escaped from Soul Society. They were close, very close with each other, and in time during their escape, Ryoto vanished somewhere. I could easily deduct that he went to meet up with Yuruchi and Urahara before they left Soul Society. It was apparent that they both would warn him about me, and if I didn't know any better, he would have fooled me, which was impressive, just like his act for the last few decades. I opened the doors, and just as I thought, it was Akiun. He looked embarrassed. He probably wants to ask for a free room to sleep in. It's good that I anticipated this. Aizen-san, is there any free room that I can use? I am ashamed, but I left without much thought. I will need to return at a later date to get my stuff, but for now, I don't want to return today. I nodded, just as I thought. Of course I have. I already prepared a room for you. But it looks like it will be used earlier than I thought. I patted his head and showed a kind smile. While Akio-kun is aware of my more calculating side, he believed that whatever I was doing was for the greater good. His train of thought was not entirely wrong, but I doubt that my greater good was the same as his. Akio-kun was an excellent piece. At first, I approached him because I believed that he was the most vulnerable of Ryoto's children, and I was correct. I hoped that he had the same power as Yukima-kun and Ryoto, but I was left disappointed learning that it wasn't the case. No matter, I worked with what I had and learned a lot of interesting information. He was my insider in the Yuki family, and he provided a lot of data that I double-checked every time. One can never be too careful. One of such piece of information was about Captain Ryoto's eyes. From what I've heard, they were unusual. I wasn't aware of their abilities if they had any to begin with, but I noticed that he is immune to my illusions but not to hypnosis. I confirmed my suspicions today while we were talking. I tried to make Ryoto see something behind me, but he didn't react at all. I then made him believe that there was a big insect walking on his arm. It was brief, but he looked down and saw nothing, so he could still feel. After that, I stopped talking but made him hear what I would say while still moving my mouth. Once again, it worked as intended. I could only conclude that Ryoto is somehow immune to optical illusions, which could be part of his eye's abilities, or it could be the only one, but unless he talks more about it to Akio-kun, which is doubtful. Speaking of Akio-kun, it was incredibly easy to earn his trust. So many insecurities, so many fears, and so many opportunities to get him to my side. At first, I slowly was growing my influence over him by giving him some light guidance and advice. And when the time was right, a slight push in the right direction that was in the form of the illusion of his father abusing his mothers was enough for him to lean on my support more. After all, I was the only adult outside his family that he could depend on. Just like that, I achieved 2 of my objectives. I pushed away Akio-kun from his family and made him depend on me. Everything so far has gone as planned. UND at problème, Yukima pov, la 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 la. It was time for my weekly Baya-chan annoying. I skipped to the Kachiki mansion, taking my time. As of late, Baya-chan was happier. And who was the cause for that other than me? My efforts are finally paying off. Soon gone will be the frowny Baya-chan, and will be replaced by always smiling Baya-chan. At least on the inside. Baya-chan smiling is a terrifying image in my head. Maybe he needs to practice in front of the mirror. That would be funny if he did that. On the other hand, I'm worrying for him. With his personality, he will never get another friend or even a girlfriend. At this rate, I will need to get together with him. Not that I mind. As a friend, I would help him out. Yes, as a friend. My mood was great today overall. And thinking about what I'm going to do today makes it even better. Arriving at the mansion, I couldn't find Baya-chan, so I decided to wait for him there. I asked some of the house servants here, and he should return soon anyway. I was getting pretty bored after the first minute of waiting, so I chose to pull some pranks and put a bucket of water on the door to Baya-chan's room. If Mr. I'm going to surpass Yoruchi is going to fall for that, then it's his own fault. The whole thing didn't take too much, and before I knew it, I could sense Baya-chan's Ryatsu nearby, so I sneaked around to ambush him. The plan went as expected, and I was able to get a jump on him, which surprised him. After the initial surprise, I noticed that he wasn't alone. There was a beautiful girl standing next to him, but she didn't look noble, so she couldn't be a guest of someone important. It didn't mean that she wasn't pretty, but the air around her was saying that she came from a poor area of living. Maybe it's because she seemed uncomfortable around the luxury. I wonder who she is. Better introduce myself first. Hey, I'm Yukima Yuki. I'm Baya-chan's friend. Who are you? What's your name? What are you doing here? I asked as I vigorously shook her hand, but before I could get any answers from the black-haired girl, I got karate chopped on the head by the forever mean-faced Baya-chan. Stop your foolishness, Yukima. Can't you see that you are bothering her with your endless questions? Why does he need to hit me that hard every time? I'm a lady, goddamn it, and he should treat me as such. He has a point, though, about asking too many things at the same time. Not that I will tell him that. Baya-chan cleared his throat for some reason and introduced the unfamiliar girl to me. This here is his Xana, and she's my fiancée and soon-to-be wife. His voice sounded surprisingly fond and warm, but to me, it was like a stab to the gut. I practically muted whatever he was saying. Baya-chan is getting married. Baya-chan is getting married. No matter how many times I repeated this one sentence in my head, I still couldn't believe it. There was an uncomfortable feeling in my heart. I wanted to run away as fast as possible, but I didn't want to make a scene, so I quickly made an excuse and ran home. It felt like I was faster than ever using my shumpa. I just wanted to be home. I didn't know if anyone was home, but maybe it was for the better. After a short amount of time, I arrived home. I burst the door open, and I ran inside. Surprisingly, someone was inside at this hour. It was Dad. "Hey, Yukima. I didn't expect you so early." He was wearing his favorite apron, but I didn't take the time to take a look at him and ran up and hugged him. Dad quickly returned the hug and, feeling my distress, started stroking my head gently. "What happened, Yukima? You aren't hurt, are you?" I shook my head while still burning my face in his chest. The next moment, I could feel two of his fingers touching my neck, and I could instantly feel calmness flow through me. He always did that to me and my siblings when I couldn't control myself. I looked up to see Dad gently smiling at me. "Better?" I nodded. "Do you want to talk about it?" I nodded again, but more hesitantly this time. "Let's go to your room then." We changed our locations and both sat on my bed. Dad didn't ask what happened and patiently waited for me to prepare myself. Maybe Dad really can help me. He is smart and always knows what to do. I visited Baya-chan today, and I found out that he has a fiancée. My heart hurt, and I wanted to run away from there as fast as I could. I think I like him, and now I don't know what to do. Unlike my usual self, I was speaking very timidly, and, just like me, Dad didn't behave like I expected him to and was perfectly calm. To be honest, I'm not sure how to help you with a broken heart. I never experienced it after all. The closest thing to it that I experienced was my best friend dying by killing herself, but I know it's not the same. I don't know what to say to that. Dad seems serious, but I think whatever he went through is much more tragic. Even if I'm feeling down at the moment, I can see that clearly, but he looks genuinely deep in his thoughts. All I can say is that it will go away after some time, probably. Love is like a plant. If you don't tend to it, it will wither, but if you're unlucky, you get a cactus that will survive for a very long time. Life is that cruel sometimes, and the best we can do is to try our best to walk forward. If that makes you better, we can go do some pranks on him together after you feel better. I smiled at hearing that and gave my dad another hug. Thanks, Dad, for everything. Everything for my little girl. We stayed like that for a while, but after some time, I realized that something was off. Dad, why are you wearing only an apron? Without any shame visible on his face, he answered. I thought I was the only one home, and it's more comfortable this way. Don't worry, I'm still wearing underwear under here. With that said, he stood from my bed and exited the room. He lied. He didn't wear underwear. End a request. 3RDS POV. Akio is the middle child of the Yuki family. He may be called many things, heartless, traitor, naive, foolish even. But one thing was for certain, he loved his mother above all else. That's why even after he moved out and joined the 5th Division, he met up with her sometimes to check up on her. He did the same with his siblings, but more seldom for the sole reason that they were on their father's side, which would mean that he didn't reveal himself to them just yet. They were safe for now, but that was one more reason to become stronger and fast at that. He was glad that he listened to Aizen and went along with the plan to blame Urahara for the Vizard incident. That way, Yoruichi would help him and would be forced into the living world, away from his father. Akio would apologize to them at a later date when he would deal with Ryoto, but at the moment, he was content with them just being safe. E.D. Typical middle child that needs to be humbled. Right now, Akio was together with Aizen, his mother. Are you eating well? You seem thinner. Aizen asked, seeing her son first time in some time. Hearing her worry, Akio smiled. Knowing that she was concerned about his health somehow made him feel that what he does is worth it. Don't worry, Mum. I was busy as of late and focused my all on the project I was working on, but I'm going to take care of myself. Aizen smiled softly. You remind me of Urahara-san when you bury yourself in your work like that. I wasn't that close with him, but Ryoto was. Hearing his father's name, the mood became sour instantly, and it was very visible to his mother. Akio, she called softly. I don't know what you think about your dad, but he worries about you too. Akio didn't want to hear yet another person try to defend the man he hated, but for his mother's sake, he shoved his opinion and didn't say anything. He didn't wish to fight with her because of him, but all in all, it was good to see his mother in good health. Ryoto's POV. I was walking back and forth in my office. I was bored, but not bored enough to start working. Soifan will sort these papers out later. She is a good girl and is getting stronger. Maybe that's why my thoughts were drifting to strange places inside my mind. Right now, for example, I'm thinking if I'll ever grow a beard. Almost 200 years have passed, and no hair is to be found on my face. Will I always be a hairless monkey? Will I ever be able to rock the beard like Yamaji? I certainly hope so. Ed, how about a mustache? India has the best mustache. You can't change my mind. Thankfully, there is still hope. My body is still of someone who is in his early 20s, so there's a possibility that it'll grow some hair in the future. I wanted to rub my freshly shaved face on someone's other face, but this dream will have to wait if it will ever become a reality. Changing my thoughts completely to something more serious. I'm glad that Akio is in great health. As much as I would like to grab and pull him away from Aizen, it would be difficult with Kyoka Suigetsu over my son's head, controlling his senses. For all I know, it's the reason for his resentment towards me. I hate this 4D chess bullshit. I may have spies in the 5th Division, but I don't know how much I can trust their reports. I need to double-check everything myself. While I suspect that he can control my other senses, he can't do anything about my eyes. I rub the bridge of my nose. Little over half a century, and I will be able to finally take a break. I doubt anything that will come my way there will be worse than decades of stressing about my and my family's life. I also miss Rito, Mikan, Lala, Karen, and the others, but at the same time, I want to procrastinate that meeting for a long time for obvious reasons. I just know that Lala will know something is off the moment she sees me. Mikan, maybe not Rito, though. Sorry, Rito, but you aren't the sharpest cookie in the jar. I can just picture how awkward the conversation will be. It's not something I look forward to. On the other hand, should I get rid of the glasses? I mean, I have them only for 2 reasons. To mess with people and in spite of Aizen. He can't think that he is the only one with the fake glasses. Dad, I turned my head towards the source of the voice. The door to my office opened suddenly, revealing my oldest son, Masaru. He stopped in his tracks to look at me. Dad, why are you standing on the ceiling? I tilted my head in confusion, and then I remembered. I jumped down. Sorry, Masaru. It helped me clear my head, and since I didn't have anything better to do, I went deep into my psyche. Masaru took a look at the mountain of documents on my desk for a moment, and his eyes returned to me shortly after. I didn't break eye contact. I see. Then why is your upper body without any clothes? It's more comfortable that way. I answered as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Masaru decided not to question me any further as he probably concluded that it wasn't worth it. Dad, can you spar with me? I raised my eyebrow. I didn't expect Masaru to ask me that. We don't train together as much as before. Sometimes I give out a pointer or two, but my children train on their own most of the time. On the one hand, I'm proud of them for being independent, but on the other, it's sad to see them not needing me as much. I guess it's just a part of being a parent. Not that I mind, but can I ask what brought that up? I want to see how far I am from my goal. My son answered with a look full of determination. I see. I smiled. We can go to our usual training spot. We'll just call someone to oversee my work. I snapped my fingers, awaiting my vice captain, instead of practically appearing out of thin air next to Masaru. Already on one knee like a ninja, Soifan used the door like a normal person looking annoyed. Soifan, my dear, what were we talking about you arriving? We could even cut out the kneeling part. I accused Soifan of not going along with my fun, and having a personal ninja is fun, at least in my opinion. At least showcasing said ninja to other people. Captain, I already said that I'm not doing something like that without any reason, and your entertainment isn't a good reason. I would argue. Not to mention, I already told you to wear your uniform when you work in the office. No one in our squad, wants to see your figure without clothes. On behalf of all the members, I would like to humbly ask you to spare us this horror. Soifan tried to sound as professional as possible, while in fact, she was insulting me. I was feeling almost proud. Her pride doesn't allow her to be outright rude to her supervisor, but she found a way around it. Although if I annoy her enough, she will revert to her usual self. Before I could say why I called her, she turned to Masaru and bowed slightly. Good to see you in good health, Masaru-san. Same, Soifan. Although I would prefer it if you weren't so formal with me. We are no strangers. Don't say to love, don't say to love. Be strong, Ryoto. There will be better opportunities in the future. I must decline. Yoruchi-sama sees you as her own son, and as such, I can't show you any disrespect, even if you're the son of my sorry excuse of captain. At the sharp tongue of my lieutenant, Masaru smiled wryly. I clear my throat, catching the attention of the two younglings. I'm happy seeing both of you getting along, but I called you here, Soifan, for a reason. I need you to get all these documents done while I'm out. Why should I do it? That's your responsibility. I pointed to myself. I, Captain. Then I pointed to her. You, Lieutenant. At my very highly intelligent rebuke, Soifan stared blankly at me and then slowly walked up to me until our bodies almost touched each other. She looked up to meet my face, and I stared back. This stare down lasted a few seconds until she drew her sword at me, which I easily blocked with mine. I grinned. Nice speed, but it was too predictable. 610, better luck next time. TSK, you don't need to tell me that. Just wanted to see if you had gotten rusty. It would be disappointing if it had worked. Now go, do whatever you want. Soifan growled at me, but still went towards papers and started doing her my job. Just like that, I was able to free some time to spend it with my son. Yini spar with son, Ryoto's POV. I arrived at the study chamber together with Masaru, although I was unfortunately forced to dress up. No matter. It's not like I'm an exhibitionist. I can stay in clothes, and if I was to run around naked, Yamaji would tan me to death. So, Masaru, how do you want to do that? I asked, curious about what kind of spar my son had in mind. Can we start with hand-to-hand? No Kido and no Zanpakuto. I nodded and brought both of my hands behind my back. Was it necessary? No. But both of us knew that I didn't need to put my guard up from the beginning. Masaru, on the other hand, brought his hands up, ready to attack. Seeing that he didn't know how to start, I made the first move. I rushed with the intention of kicking Masaru's head, but at the last moment, I lowered my leg to do a swift sweep, surprising my son. As he lost his footing, I made a powerful kick to his torso, sending him flying. I was aware that Masaru possessed observation haki, but the moment my foot touched his body, it didn't feel right. It was too hard. I grinned as I walked up to my opponent, who was lying on the ground. You are over-relying on your power, Masaru. If your opponent knows how it works, it's very easy to fool it, just like I just did. Understood. Masaru took some effort to stand back up, and as soon as he was again on his feet, he was already in a fighting stance. Good. I nodded inwardly and rushed once again. My attacks were fast, precise, and at times unpredictable, but despite that, Masaru was blocking my attacks and even counterattacking at times. He has got stronger. His fists are heavy and hard, and his body is sturdy, but I know the reason for that, which made me smile. Armament haki, what a surprise to see it here of all places, and how long has it been? Masaru seemed shocked, but at the same time, seemed like he was expecting it. Armament haki? So that's what it's called. To be honest, I was hoping to surprise you with it, but it looks like you already were aware of this power. Of course I used to be able to do the same, but because of certain circumstances, it is sealed for now, but you shouldn't become overconfident in it. It's not invincible, and even a barehanded opponent can harm you with the correct technique. To make my point, I changed my stance to more relaxed with my palms fully open. We exchanged some blows until I was able to land one strike to his chest with the inside of my hand. The blow wasn't made with the intention of being destructive, but it was powerful in another way. The damage on the outside was minimal, but the impact went through haki right through his body with great strength. All the air escaped from Masaru's lungs, and he dropped to his knees. You may have a hard protective layer, But as I've said before, there are ways around it, as I just showed you. Masaru tried to take his breath, and he quickly recovered. I somehow expected him to be frustrated with how easily I handled his haki, but I could see him smiling. I knew that I didn't stand a chance in hand-to-hand combat, but I wasn't aware that the gap was that big. Let's continue. And so, we did, but something unexpected happened as our spar was slowly escalating. I was increasingly forced to be more and more serious. Masaru was getting better, or at least his haki was. I doubt that he got a chance to train in a fight before, but the speed he is improving is tremendous. I wasn't using my ability to predict moves, or even using my own haki, but it was still very impressive. Swoosh, another punch from Masaru was barely avoided by me. I always dodge as little as possible, because it's a way to pre-verse the energy of the fight on longer than expected. That's the way Yamaji thought of me. If you can't block it, dodge it. If you can't dodge it, block it. If you can't either, minimize damage as much as you can, but this doesn't exactly translate to this spar. I'm not trying to defeat Masaru, but to train him. Id, parry and dodge motherfucker. We took a break from our training, and I felt proud of my son. He was strong, and was even able to hit me a few times in the end. But that was only hand-to-hand combat, and that wasn't his specialty. I, on the other hand, pun intended, don't have any preference. I can go back and forth between different styles. Although I'm not the best with Kido, even after many decades, which Yamaji gives me an earful about every time a topic comes up. Sorry, Captain Commander, but not everyone has hollow Ryatsu, which is difficult to control, which makes it hard to use Kido. At least with my incredibly wild Ryatsu. At least, that's what kind of excuse I'm giving myself when I feel bad. Maybe I'm just bad. Can't be good at everything you try, after all. Dad? Masaru called me, and I focused my attention on my son. There is one more thing that I need your help with. My curiosity grew as Masaru took out his Zanpakuto. I was able to achieve Bankai. And just like that, my eyes went wide open. It was great news. Color me surprised, Masaru. I don't know what to say except congratulations, and I'm proud of your progress. My words were very genuine, and Masaru could tell, and he smiled back at me. I just achieved it and didn't have a chance to test it out, but I would want you to be the first to see it. And if something goes wrong, some of the Bankais can be very destructive just by being activated. The best example is Yamaji, who could literally destroy the whole Soul Society if he let his Bankai out for too long. I also heard that there were some captains before that were forbidden from using their Bankai because of their nature, like Shinji's, so his worry is justified. As a captain myself, I could knock him out if needed, even if I'm not best suited against fire-type Zanpakuto. Rin would be better with her Bankai, but lately, she was busy with some affairs in the 7th Division where her full attention was needed. So I understand that Masu didn't want to bother her. Still, knowing her, she would find time for him, even if she wouldn't sleep for a week afterward. Responsibility was important, but so was family. My own parents should learn a thing or two from her, even if I don't doubt that they care about me, Rito, and Mikon. Though they should show it more often. Consider it done. I answered my son, and as I unsheathed my own Zanpakuto and released Jaika's Shurkai. She would be better than Zangetsu in this situation. Not her abilities, but 2 swords are better than 1. With that, I was ready for anything that would happen. And so was Masaru. With a big but slow breath, he muttered, "Bunky." The world went all black. It wasn't because I lost consciousness. No, Masaru's Bankai released a large amount of black flames. I didn't need my spider sense to know how dangerous these flames were. It felt like they wanted to devour everything in their way, be it ground, rocks, people, Ryatsu, or even their owner. Masaru? I called to my son, worried about him. I had a bad feeling, and my gut feeling didn't let me down just yet. I didn't get an answer, so I immediately activated my observation haki to feel Masaru. I didn't want to trust my Ryatsu reading right now, as using Bankai for the first time can be taxing on the body and spirit alike. It can also raise your Ryatsu a lot, but drain it at high speed as well. So haki was my best bet, and I was right to worry. Something was wrong. Masaru was trashing around, and I could feel his distress as he was being swollen by his own power. God damn it! Shuinpa! I hoped that my own flames from Shunpa would reduce damage from Masaru's black flames. But as soon as they made contact with them, the black fire devoured mine without giving a chance. Seeing this, I knew that it wouldn't work, so I braced myself for unavoidable injuries that I would get. I made a swift motion with my hand to create a hollow mask, and at the same time, used the arrow on my skin to harden it and raise my Ryatsu, hoping that it would stop the fire at least for a bit until I helped Masaru. I miss my armament hockey at moments like this. I rushed into the flames, and I could immediately feel its power. The heat was unbearable, and even with all the protection that I had, I could feel my skin burning, but I couldn't stop. Not until Masaru was safe. Through black flames and pain, I was getting closer to the center of this chaos. The few moments that I used to get to my son felt like an eternity as I felt my body giving out because of injuries, but also because I could feel these flames eating or burning away my Ryatsu and stamina, which was scary to think about. It probably went haywire and is burning away everything, and under normal conditions, it wouldn't be as dangerous without Masaru risking his life. With the last of my strength, I reached my son, who was screaming and trying to control his Bankai without any success. So I did what was needed and threw a punch at Masaru, knocking him out and, in the process, deactivating his Bankai. I was breathing heavily, but I needed to be sure of Masaru's condition. He was drained of Ryatsu. It seemed that the flames were devouring his energy just as they were everything else, but thankfully, there weren't any injuries on his body. Thank God, or whatever higher being there is. I don't care enough right now to correct myself. What a dangerous Bankai my son has. I couldn't even use Shunpa correctly because it was eating away my Ryatsu at a perilous rate. But what would happen if he used it until he was all out of juice? Would his Bankai deactivate, or would it use alternative fuel? We're going to have a talk with him later, but first, I momentarily lost strength in my left leg and took a step back, trying to keep my balance, but it didn't help, and I kept going backward until I fell down. Fortunately, there was a boulder that I could lean on as I was sitting. Finding myself in the new position, I decided to check on my wounds since Masaru was physically fine from what I observed. It'll still get him to the 4th Division to check on him. I looked down to see my legs, and I understood why my legs couldn't support me. While both of my legs were pretty badly burned, my left leg was in worse condition. With that said, I checked around my body, and it didn't look any better. 3rd degree burns everywhere. I lost feeling in some parts of my body. I touched my face only to realize that I didn't have my mask on. I didn't even notice when it disappeared, but it looked like it protected my face from any major injuries. I should call Isane and Captain Unohana to treat my wounds, and Rin should know about her son's state. And so, I sent Hell Butterfly to these 3. Waiting for them to come was difficult. I couldn't move too much because of my injuries, although I could probably force my body if I needed to. Luckily, Kisuk hid some emergency lollipops around the study chamber, and the boulder I was leaning against was one of these hiding places. Usually, I would have one on me, but Masaru's Bankai destroyed them all. If I wasn't so worried about him, I would ground him. Sitting and leaning on the boulder made me sleepy, but I couldn't close my eyes and rest. I needed to be awake to explain Masaru's state, so I waited and kept my eyes on my unconscious son. The whole time, I was using observation hockey to feel any changes that could occur in him. As I was trying to stay conscious, I felt 3 presences coming towards me and Masaru. Ryoto! Both Isane and Rin yelled out as they rushed to me. Unohana was there as well, and her eyes slightly widened seeing my condition. But she was more composed as she observed Masaru and me as she was getting closer. Isane, take care of Masaru. I didn't see any visible wounds, but it's never wrong to be too careful. It was somehow difficult to talk, but it was probably because the fire dried my throat more than I noticed. She nodded, and without any hesitation, she moved to Masaru's side as Unohana came to check up on me. If I didn't know any better, I would say that you just escaped from Captain Commander looking at your wounds, but obviously it isn't the case. She kneeled down and checked my injuries, and seeing them, she frowned. You don't need to sugarcoat it, Unohana. I know that I'm in pretty bad shape. Just say it if he'll survive or not. I spoke. You'll survive, but I won't be able to heal everything. Some of the injuries will become scars. Although I must say that not many others would be able to walk off with damage like that. She commented, I just hope that they aren't the ones on my arms or around my neck. I will already be forced to sleeves up to my elbow because of my tattoo when I return. I'm sturdy and stubborn. The hardest combination to kill. Besides, I can't let myself be killed before I reunite with someone very important. Hearing me, Rin's expression softened as she was well aware of who I was talking about, but she still needed to ask some questions. And we are thankful for that. But can you tell us what happened? You aren't weak enough to be injured like that by just anyone. I probably know only a handful of people who could do it, but the only one to cause burns like that. Rin joined the conversation. She looked calm, but I knew she was livid and ready to kill whoever did this to me and Masaru. And so, I explained everything that I was aware of as Unohana was taking care of my wounds. Yindi stranded, Ryoto's POV. A few years have passed since Masaru activated his Bankai. Good news. The scar that he left was near my tattoo that I would already need to hide, so that's good. Better news. It makes it look as if the dragon is breathing fire, so that's cool. Bad news. Masaru started his depression arc, but thankfully, he is feeling better now. He felt like it was his fault that he lost control, but I'm not going to tell him that. He is already blaming himself enough. Besides, who could have predicted that it would happen? He is also now banned from using Bankai, for obvious reasons. There were also a few eventful events that happened. Little Byakuya married, and our big family was invited to the wedding. Yukima cried, but in the end, was happy for her friend even if her heart had been broken before. I am proud of my daughter and her maturity. I love going to the weddings of my friends or their children. It allows me to tease them quite a bit. Also, Sojin, Byakuya's father, stepped down as the head of the Kachiki clan and let Byakuya take over. He'll still support his son, though with decision-making and giving advice from time to time. Now into the bride. Kazana became sick with some kind of unknown sickness, and with the help of Isane, I was able to cure her. Once again, the Kachiki owes me a favor. At this rate, the entire clan will be indebted to me. Update alert. Rukia, Rinji, and some others joined the academy. Update alert. Rukia was adopted by the Kachiki clan at Hizana's request, and Byakuya obliged, even to the displeasure of the elders. Hizana, however, is too ashamed to face her sister for now, so she hides and watches her from afar. Update alert. Rukia joined Squad 13, and that only means one thing. Another important event will soon unfold, which I plan to stop. I'm of course talking about Kai and Shiba's death. To be honest, I'm not sure if I'm even needed at this point. Jushiro-senpai is healthy now, so he can deal with the problem by himself. There is one issue with that. He would be able to save Kaien, maybe. Yukitake-senpai has that thing with two types of battles, which I disagree with, but that's not what I mean. If I remember correctly, Kaien's wife was a victim of Aizen's Hollow, and even if Jushiro-senpai would stop it from killing his lieutenant, his wife would still be dead. That's where I come in. Ikomin, kill the Hollow, save the day. To not make myself suspicious of coming into 13th Division territory, I was visiting them for the last year quite often. When I'm there, most of my focus is on sensing oddities. In the meantime, I'm spending time with my senpai, my sister-in-law, and some members of the 13th Division, including Rukia and Kaien. At this point, it's the waiting game. The waiting game has ended, and I felt something, so that could mean only one thing. Something I didn't do for a long while. I'm going for a walk. It didn't take a long time to get to the Hollow with some masterful Shuinpa, and I was able to save Kaien's wife, whom I didn't remember the name of, and her entire squad. I allowed them to retreat, but the Hollow wouldn't just stand around. He wanted to kill and eat them, not necessarily in that order. Hato, 33. Shikaho. I fired one of the weaker Kido I know between the Hollow and the Shinigamis to allow members of Jushiro-senpai's division to escape. Having his meal interrupted, the Hollow turned to me. He, and who might you be? A brave little Shinigami? I'm not little. I'm well above average. Okay, that sounds wrong, but in my defense, it was on purpose. The hollow tilted his head, confused by what I said. "You're a strange one. I wonder how you taste." He let out his long tongue and moved it around. "My wife says that I taste bitter." Didn't check myself, though. He seemed to get bored of our small talk and rushed at me. He was painfully slow, and I easily dodged him with a quick shumpa. I didn't want to touch his tentacles for 2 reasons. 1, because it's gross, and 2, because if I touch it, my Zampicudo would be destroyed, and I don't want that to happen. That's why I'm going to fight from a distance, something I'm not very good at, but with someone so weak, it doesn't really matter. I killed the hollow with no difficulty, and it was honestly very anticlimactic. Not that I complain. I was ready to leave, but suddenly I got this strange feeling. Something was wrong. I took out my Zampicudo, ready for a fight to happen. I looked carefully around as I tried to sense someone or something with hockey, but there was nothing, and that was concerning in it itself, because I trusted my gut feeling. I was slowly moving, trying to find the source of my uneasiness with no avail, until I felt something in the sky. Moving my eyes upwards, I could see cracks. The dark sky was being forced open. Garganta was starting to open, and it was big, bigger than the Garganta opened by Minos Grande that I saw many years ago. 1, 2, 3 in, and I counted more than 50 Minos Grandes. They were crawling out of the hole they created, but weren't going out with their whole body from there. It was strange. I could see them preparing to do something, presumably to attack. I saw them attacking me, and I moved instantly and made an attempt to dodge it. But there wasn't any need for that, as they weren't aiming for me. Before I realized, I was surrounded by 4 square-like beams of light without any way to escape. It was the first time I saw this in person. Negation. It is Hollow's ability to help their kind, and if something is inside of it, there is no way to break it, and I'm currently surrounded by 4 of them in a way that I couldn't escape the 5th light beam that was presently being aimed at me. Imfukit. The beam of light reached me, surrounded me, and started pulling me up. I was being kidnapped by the Hollows, and I can think of only one reason why that was happening. Eisen. He must think of me as a threat big enough to pull off this plan, but I have suspicions that it wasn't him. It doesn't have this Eisen signature that most of his plans have. Most of the time, Eisen stays in the shadows and manipulates others to do his job. He never went after someone because they were dangerous. If that was the case, there are more dangerous individuals than I am. Yamamoto, Shunsui, Jushiro, and Unohana, for example, but he didn't move a finger against them until the battle. He prepared for them, yes, but he didn't take any action against them. The Vizard incident wasn't because of the vendetta against these captains and lieutenants, but it was just an experiment for Eisen, and he didn't care who would be his victim. Then, who the hell is trying to get rid of me? With these thoughts, I vanished inside Garganta, and shortly after was left on the endless desert with white sand. I was stranded in Hueco Mundo. Fuck. 3 RDS POV. Ryoto was right in his suspicions. Eisen wasn't involved in this incident this time around, but it was someone close to him. Where Ryoto once stood now, one could see a young man with silver hair. He stared at the destroyed ground with a solemn look. Akio was the mastermind behind Ryoto's banishment. He was aware that it wouldn't solve his problem. He knew that his dad would return somehow. He didn't know how, but he was sure of that. His father was unpredictable and had many cards up his sleeves, but he hoped that he had bought at least some time for his mom to relax. "See you later, father." With these words, Akio left the crime scene. Yini letters, 3 RDS POV. 3 days have passed since Ryoto's disappearance. The whole family, minus one, was in distress, but today they may get some answers. Ryoto was ready for something unexpected like his disappearance to happen, and for that reason, he wrote a few letters that he then gave to Rin to open if he ever went missing. She hoped that she would never have a need to open them, but it was just wishful thinking on her part. Today, she and Isane gathered the whole family. Akio, unfortunately, didn't show up for obvious reasons, which made his siblings pretty upset with him. There was, however, an additional guest in the room. Soifon was also part of this at Ryoto's request. He knew that if he vanished, it would remind her of how Yoruchi abandoned her without saying a word. Ryoto didn't want to commit the same mistake as the little black cat before him. Soifan was feeling very tense by being in the room with the Yuki family. She felt out of place, and it didn't help that another one of her captains went missing. Ryoto may not be declared criminal, but she was ready to hear the news at any moment, and she was restless because of that. Clap, clap, Rin gathered the attention of everyone by clapping 2 times. Now, everyone, I know that you are all worried about Ryoto, but he was prepared for something like that to happen. That's why he left these letters for us to read. Isan already knows about them, but neither of us knows what's inside. Rin showed 2 of these letters to everyone. One of these is for the family, and the other is specifically for Soifan. What about the other 9? Jin asked, seeing that there was part of letters on the side. Rin's mood went down, and so did Isan's. It's in case the body is found, but for now, let's not focus on that. Let's open the first letter, and you, Soifan, can either read with us or take it and read it alone. We're not going to force you in any way. Rin reassured the lieutenant of Squad 2 as she placed her hand on a short girl's shoulder. He'll read it with everyone. It's only fair since you invited me. Rin nodded and turned her attention to the closed letter. She then proceeded to open it and read it out loud. If you are reading this, I'm gone for at least 3 days without contact with anyone. I don't know what happened, but I may have jinxed myself by saying that I was going for a walk. If I did that, many things could happen. Let's just hope that I didn't find Quincy's secret base. It would be truly unlucky. In any case, wherever I am, it should take me at most 5 years before I return. If I'm lucky, it could be faster. As long as there isn't a body, I'm 98 alive. All in all, send a message to everyone who needs to know of my absence. You can tell Yamaji that I took a vacation, though. Also, say to Soifan that she's the top dog when I'm not around, although it'll probably mention it in her letter anyway. So do what you want. Last but not least, Rin, Isan, Masa, Yukima, Akio, Jin, Matsumoto. I love you all, and I'll be back soon. There was silence in the room until Masaru slammed the table everyone was sitting at and stood up aggressively. I'm getting Akio here, even if I'm forced to drag him by the foot. Masaru, for the first time in a long time, if not in life, was really angry. They had a family emergency, and Akio didn't even show up. Isan lowered her head while Rin calmly called her son. Masaru, calm down. How can I be calm? How can you? Masaru retorted. I'm not, but we can't lose control of ourselves at a time like this. Do you think that your father would want that? Masaru stiffened and sat down reluctantly, and the atmosphere became awkward. That was until Jin spoke up. So, all we can do is wait for Ryoto. The way he talked was as if he didn't care for his adopted father, which annoyed Yukima. Don't you care what happens to Dad? She growled at the silvered-haired boy with some venom in her voice. But it didn't affect Jin at all. Ryoto is strong, so if he says he is fine, he is fine. If you can't see it, then either you are blind and/or don't trust your own father. Jin was speaking calmly with a voice full of conviction and confidence, shutting Yukima up. Ryoto promised to return, and I'm choosing to believe in him just as I believed him the day we met. He didn't lie to me then, and I doubt he'll lie to us now. Both Rin and Isan smiled at Jin's words. Well said, Jin. We can only wait, and just like it was said in the letter, as long as the body isn't found, there's a big chance Ryoto is alive and will find a way to come back. It doesn't mean that we will sit around and do nothing. We'll try to look for him whenever we can, but we shouldn't sacrifice our daily duties and training. He wouldn't have wanted it. And so, a seed of hope was planted, but there was still one more letter to read. The attention moved to Soifan, who, in response, opened the letter and started reading it. Hey, Soifan, to be honest, I don't know what to say in this letter. I was hoping that it would never come to this, but if you're reading this, my location is unknown. First, I would like to apologize to you. I imagine that this whole situation reminds you of when Yoruchi left. If you didn't hear from me, then it wasn't by choice and was probably very unexpected for me as well. Also, I want you to look after the squad in my absence. If you need any help, ask Rin and Isan. But if it's something more complicated, you can request assistance from either Kachiki or Shohoin clan. They owe me a few favors, so you can cash them out if needed. Remember, whatever you do, work hard, study well, eat, and sleep plenty. When I'll be back, you'll want me gone in no time. Stay healthy. Once again, silence prevailed in the room. Soifan then stood up, bowed respectfully, and left the Yuki household with the letter in her hand. When she thought she was far enough, she stopped walking and looked at the piece of paper in her hand as a lone tear flowed down her cheek until it dropped on the letter. With a weak voice directed at no one, Soifan finally said, "You idiot captain, Yindi Hueco Mundo, Ryoto's POV, am going, to be honest. I should be more worried, but right now, I feel more perplexed than anything else. I was kidnapped by Hollows. I don't think anyone other than Oraheim in the future can relate. I am aware that they were ordered by someone to do it, but still, the whole situation is ridiculous. The only suspect is Eisen and his lackeys, but the longer I think, the more reasons I find to not suspect him. It's not his style, and if it's not him, then either there's a third party involved with a similar mindset to Eisen, or there was insubordination in Eisen's ranks. Both are very unlikely, but I can't think of any other answers. It would need to be someone who has a grudge against me, which could be a lot of people. I made a lot of enemies because of my work. I could have killed someone's lover, father, mother, sister, friend, and so on, and they seek revenge. They just couldn't do it in a direct way because of my position and strength, and now that they got a chance, they pulled the trigger to get rid of me. Normally, sending me to Hueco Mundo would be equal to killing me. I would not have any way back, but I'm not normal. They'll find a way, and I need to do it in 5 years or shorter since I made a promise in the letter I wrote. Now, into a quick approaching problem. What can I eat in this wasteland? I walked around the desert, not seeing anything or anyone. There were a few mindless hollows that tried to eat me, but I defeated them without any difficulties. The problem is that I didn't find any food. I could probably eat the hollows if I'm desperate enough, but I'll stop myself from doing it until absolutely necessary. Who knows? Maybe you'll find a forbidden garden here somewhere. Who am I kidding? Of course it won't happen. Life isn't nice enough for me for it to happen. That's why I'm going for a walk. Nothing better to do anyway. I finally found intelligent life in this godforsaken land, but they weren't too friendly. Not to mention that they were apparently part of Berrigan's army. How do I know it? They weren't exactly secretive about it. All said and done, I would be on the run again if I didn't dispose of everyone. No witnesses, perfect stealth, just as I like it. I also would say that I am lost, but I don't know where I was to begin with. Nothing a little exploration won't fix. I haven't had anything to eat or drink for the last week. It looks like I need to implement Plan B. Kill Hollow, eat it, and drink its blood. Sigh what my life has turned into. Hollows don't taste good, and I couldn't even make it tastier because I didn't have the necessary equipment to cook anything. Of course, I only ate non-sentient hollows. I may have turned a bit numb to violence in the past century or two, but there are still lines I want crossed. It's still disgusting, but I can't die just yet. Now that I know that I won't starve to death, I can start thinking about how to get back to Soul Society. I could kindly ask some hollows to create Garganta for me, but I can't guarantee that they won't just trap me in between worlds. I could also probably wait for Soul Society to figure out how to get to Hueco Mundo, but I don't know how long it will get them to figure out that I'm here, then build a machine to cross here, and then find me. Hueco Mundo is a big place, after all. Maybe there are some kinds of ruins with technology that would allow me to go to the human world or Soul Society. Who knows? A few weeks later, and I already had a base that I used for sleeping. I couldn't sleep much before, and I still need to sleep with one eye open, but it's better to have something over your head. I also met Steve. Steve is a hollow who tried to eat me in my sleep. I used binding keto on him, and now he is forever stuck with me in this cave. I only let him live with me because he is weak and his fur is warm. Not to mention that it's lonely without anyone to talk to. I have Zangetsu and Gyaku, but talking to the voices in your head isn't the healthiest. What do you say, Steve? What should I do? Gragraph. Steve replied, to which I nodded. You make fantastic points, but what if it doesn't work? Gragraph. Steve tried to bite me, but his teeth didn't reach me. Hungry already? But I fed you not so long ago. You're a real glutton, you know that? Yes, I feed my hollow. I'm a responsible member of society. I just have a break from said society. I do that because I don't know if hollows need to eat to stay alive. I don't do that often and don't feed him powerful hollows, so he doesn't get stronger. I kind of got attached to his warm fur already. Gragraph, you made your point, Steve, but please be quiet for a moment. He didn't listen, so I decided to go outside to clear my head. Weeks went by, and my exploration went as usual. As usual, nothing worthy was found. I'm starting to think that this place is meant to trap me here or something. At least I have Steve. You know, we were starting to worry about you, Jacob. You're going a little crazy. Jacko spoke to me, worried about my well-being. You're talking like I wasn't crazy to be with. Just because I'm mellowed down and acted more mature for the last few decades, because of my cautiousness against Eisen and whatever else doesn't mean that I don't have these tendencies anymore. Also, not knowing how to get back doesn't make me feel any better. Don't worry, though. I'm mostly trying not to think about how my situation is absolutely catastrophic with seemingly no way out. Gyaku went quiet, knowing that was the way I was dealing with my stress. Zangetsu didn't say anything during our exchange. He probably didn't have anything to say. I'm not the same boy with issues I was before that can't deal with my problems and would rather sulk or ignore said problems. I grew up, as sad as it sounds. Also, am determined to go back, but being stressed 24/7 wouldn't have helped me. I'm back, Steve. Hope that you were being a good hollow. I returned, expecting my new friend to roar at me, as he tends to do, but I didn't witness my long-haired friend. He was gone, and in his place, I could see a blonde-haired, shark-like humanoid hollow that was looking at me warily. Hello, can I help you? I started a conversation. Yinny siblings dispute. Ryoto's POV. That's just my life in a nutshell. I go outside for some time, and my pet is either dead or has run away, and I meet a Vasto lord that could be hostile towards me. He'll miss Steve, but I should focus on the hollow in front of me. I would say welcome, but I see that you already feel a home. How can I help you? Are you the one who trapped the hollow here? She asked with a monotone voice, not betraying her emotions if she felt any. Yes, but to be fair, he tried to eat me in my sleep. I would kill him there and then, but his fur was very warm. Nights are pretty cold in Hueco Mundo. Now I'll be cold. Also, for your information, I wasn't abusing Steve. He was being fed, I talked to him, and I even allowed him to chew on my arm from time to time. He was being treated better than I am. My rant didn't create any reaction from the Vasto Lord in front of me. Her expression didn't change in any way, and if it did, it was minuscule enough for me not to notice, which would be impressive. I see. Then what is Shinigami doing here in Hueco Mundo? She questioned further. Now hold your horses, Shark Girl. Now, it's my time to ask a question. Then it will be yours again. I think it's only fair after you broke into, I would say house, but it's just a cave. She stared at me without saying anything, and it was unnerving. I understand. What do you want to know? Her voice was very even and emotionless. I don't like not knowing what my possible opponent thinks, is what I would say if I didn't have a cheat called hockey. She was cautious, very cautious, but she didn't show it on the outside, and it's understandable. I'm an unknown Shinigami that, for some reason, is in Hueco Mundo. She doesn't know what my goals are and if I'm hostile. Then I want you to tell me your name. I don't want to keep calling you, or Shark Girl. You have a name, right? It seemed like that genuinely surprised her as her eyes widened slightly. Tyr Harabel. I nodded. Ryoto Yuki, current captain of Squad 2 and also currently stranded in Hueco Mundo. Hearing me, she raised an eyebrow, but I could tell she put her guard even further up. A captain? What's a captain doing here? She asked. As I said before, I was stranded here. Kidnapped, to be more precise. You wouldn't believe it. I was just having a nice walk, and then an army of Minos took me with their kidnapping beam. Now I'm trying to find some way back home, but I have nothing yet, and, as you probably are aware, not many hollows are very approachable, and even more so, nice enough to help me out. She gave an understanding nod, but I could feel her confusion with a bit of caution. Now it's my turn again. I just want to know what you were doing in my temporary home. Not that you are not welcome. You're the first one that didn't try to eat me, so I call that a win. You don't want to eat me, right? Tyr ignored my question and started thinking if she should share whatever she wanted to say with me. And in the end, she decided to tell me. Recently, I evolved into Vasto Lord, and I no longer need to eat hollows to survive. I wanted to find some quiet place to live my life outside the conflict, as unrealistic as it is. I found this cave, but I was unaware that it was already occupied except for that mindless hollow. I thought that he was suffering, so I ended his life. I wasn't aware that he was being taken care of. I apologize. I see. Steve was mistaken for a victim until he became one. What a sad fate. Now that everything is clear, I'll continue my search for a living commodity. She started leaving, but I couldn't just let her go. She is basically the only one in this place who can conversate with me. The others can as well, but don't want to. They just want a piece of me. If you promise not to eat or attack me, you can stay. She stopped in her steps and turned to me. What? A few weeks passed, and I can proudly say that I tamed yet another shark girl, and this time, I didn't even need to spank her. All I needed to do was to give her food. Yes, hollow meat isn't the tastiest, and I didn't have kitchen tools at my disposal, but I am crafty, if nothing less. On one of my searches in Hueco Mundo, I found some hollows who had a lot of bones. Sturdy bones. So, as anyone reasonable, I cut off the bones and took them to make the necessary tools. I still couldn't do much without any spices and vegetables, but I could at least make different types of meat, and I didn't need to eat raw meat anymore. So, when I was cooking one evening, her curiosity got the better of her, and she got closer. So, as a good roommate, cave mate, I offered her a bite even if she didn't need to eat anymore, and she was smitten by it, not that she would ever show it. Even if her eyes widened in shock at the first bite, she managed to stay relatively calm. It only makes me want to destroy her calm facade even more, but with ingredients in my hand, it's not possible. Shame. I was reluctant to ask Tyr to get me back to the world of living so I could get back to Soul Society for a reason. I am aware of that if I get back too fast and without a plan, then I risk my aggressor to do something drastic. I should stay for at least a year before I return. Faster than I thought I would, but slower than I could. This will be an interesting year, but I hope my family is all right. 3RDS POV. Ryoto's absence caused a few things to happen in the family. One could call it both good and bad, depending on you see it. While Rin and Isane both try to show trust in their husband, it didn't stop them from worrying, although thanks to the investigation, it was known that Ryoto was indeed still alive and probably in Hueco Mundo. It was theorized that Fleeting Hollow created a Garganta and Ryoto following the Hollow, knowing full well that it would cause a massacre beyond beliefs if it wasn't killed. There was some push towards the theory of Ryoto's betrayal, but it was simply put an end to by 3 of the 5 noble houses, a few captains, and a few lieutenants, not to mention the captain commander himself. If Ryoto was found guilty, he wouldn't hesitate to follow the orders, but as long as there was a chance, he would fight for his student. Seeing this much of a pushback, Central 46 was forced to back away. Not all of the judges shared the same opinion, but the majority were against Ryoto. At the same time, Masaru and Yukima were training furiously in the study chamber. The whole situation motivated them to get stronger, much stronger. It went to the point that they sparred most of the days, almost every day. It went to the point where they started to worry everyone around them. So with some talking, they were convinced and reduced the intensity of their training. It didn't mean that it stopped altogether. And today was one of these days when the Yuki siblings were fighting each other in the hope of getting better. After they were done, they tried to give each other some advice on what they could improve on. As they were talking, a third presence made itself known. Both Yukima and Masaru turned to newly arrived person only to see what they expected, but not what they wanted. Akio, their brother. Their annoyance was clear on their faces, but it didn't seem to bother Akio. Since his father's disappearance, he was constantly visible in a better mood, which irked the 2 of his siblings. What a wonderful day we are having, Yukima, Masaru and I. What do you want? Instead of the usual calm and kind response, Masaru's voice was filled with resentment and didn't go unnoticed. And which ant did bite your ass this time? I don't remember stepping on your foot as of late. I was away for some time, and the first thing I heard was you angry at me for some reason. I wonder why. Dad is missing, maybe dead, and you didn't even attend the family meeting. Do you even care about our dad? Masaru yelled, clearly upset about the whole ordeal and staring at his brother. Akio stared back without flinching at the raised voice. I clearly don't. Didn't I make myself clear a long time ago? To be honest, this situation is very pleasant. I hope that it will continue. Fo. Akio stopped talking as Masaru grabbed him by his collar, his expression twisted in rage. Don't you dare to finish this sentence. I don't care how much Dad cares about you. You don't have any right to wish for that. Masaru was about to punch his younger brother, but his wrist was held by Yukima, who had an uncharacteristically calm expression. Masaru and before you decide to flatten Akio and I's face, I want to ask him something. She then turned to her silver-haired brother. You didn't seem surprised when you heard about Dad's disappearance. Even if you didn't care about him, you would at least show up in an unexpected event like that, but you acted like you were expecting this. Care to share your thoughts? She narrowed her eyes. Yukima isn't always the sharpest person in the room, but she is her father's and mother's daughter. She isn't stupid, just short-tempered most of the time, but when focused. Akio, on the other hand, didn't say anything but smirked, which earned him a straight, powerful punch to the face. It was Yukima who sent him flying. You think that you are the smartest person around, but you are too blind to realize how stupid you are. We don't know why you hate Dad that much. Is it your ego? Pride. It doesn't matter. If something was wrong with Dad to justify your actions, Masaru and I would have noticed. Did you forget what he can do? In the corner of Yukima's eyes, tears started to gather, but she left in a hurry, not wanting to show them to anyone. Masaru just looked at his laying sibling, shook his head, and left shortly after his sister. Left alone, Akio kept lying on the ground. He didn't feel pain as much as he expected. It wasn't because the punch wasn't strong. It was numbed for some reason. What Yukima said to him managed to reach him. Not to the point that he changed his mind instantly, but it was enough for the middle child of the Yuki family to start thinking about a few things. He frowned. Something wasn't adding up. He wasn't questioning it before, but something was off, just like his sibling told him. Focused on what he believed to be true, he didn't even acknowledge other possibilities. I'll need to look into it as soon as possible. His sister literally beat some sense into her brother, and he wasn't planning on wasting it. In the uncertainty, Ryoto's POV. Some time passed, and my life in a cave continued. Harabelle started teaching me how to use Garganta, which was appreciated. I showed her my hollow side, to her great surprise. I did that because she asked why I sometimes feel like a hollow. After a few months, I trusted her enough, and the fact that she wouldn't tell anyone was a great boon. I didn't see any harm in doing that. With people in Soul Society, doing so was a greater risk, so I limited sharing this secret. Even if Aizen was able to spy on me here, he probably already knows about my ability. Not to mention that I needed some training with my mask, and hiding my mask would be counterproductive at the moment. We also had 2 additions to our cave. A lion-like Ajucha class Minos, and snake-like Hollow also in Ajucha class. It was very unusual for Hollows to gather in a group like that. And our group was the most bizarre of them all since we had a Shinigami among our ranks. But both Francesca Mila Rose and Cyan Sung Sun, the previously mentioned Hollows, didn't see me as Shinigami. Not now, at least. They even look up to me in a similar way they do to Tyr. At least they don't want to get to my pants. I hope. I try to be as faithful as possible, and getting another lover while being kidnapped wouldn't look so great. I'm not even sure if any of my lovers expect me to be faithful. I'm known as Casanova, even though I didn't flirt with anyone since that fateful night when we decided to become family. I'm not a horny teenager anymore, and I can control myself a bit better now, but after a few months of celibacy, I also have my needs, and since I don't live alone, I don't have a lot of me time. Not that I had that before, but I had 3 lovers, so I rest my case. Today, I decided to go on another discovery journey. I'll probably leave the cave for some time, looking around, and hopefully find something. At this point, I could just stop with my escapade since I already had a way back home, but the more information, the better. It's still a possibility that Aizen made some adjustments to his plan, and I could uncover them while I'm here. I'm going out now. I want to return for some time, a week, maybe 2, so please don't destroy the cave. It won't be easy to find another as comfortable as this one. Rose, don't destroy too much, or I won't cook anything for you. Son, don't antagonize Rose too much just so you can get bigger portions. Listen to Harabelle when I'm away. Not that I need to tell you that. Bye. With that said, I left. 3RDS POV. Ryoto-sama sure acts like a father sometimes. The lion-like Hollow commented. For what we heard, he is a father of multiple children, so it is expected. I'm more surprised at his ability to make hollow meat taste this delightful. The snake-like Hollow said, as she almost salivated. That's true, but he doesn't need to act like that with us. He once told me, act like a child and get treated like one. But I didn't even do anything wrong. Wasn't that when you tried to steal my portion of the food, but you failed miserably and got caught immediately? Sung-sun raised her eyebrow, clearly, still holding a grudge. Details. The only one Ryoto-sama treats as equal is Haribel-sama, which isn't surprising. Both of them are extraordinary. That's why I'm even more surprised that they still didn't get together. Ryoto-sama is clearly attracted to Haribel-sama. Understandably, I may add, but he hasn't done anything. It's frustrating. Sung-sun expressed her thoughts to her fellow cavemate. Isn't it because he has wives back in Soul Society? Francesca tried to reason, but Sung-sun got an entirely different massage from her. You are right. Ryoto-sama's wives must be wonderful and powerful, but even they aren't a match for Haribel-sama, and we just need to make him realize that. We can't expect Ryoto-sama to abandon his family, but it's unimaginable for Haribel-sama to be anything other than a partner. It must be a difficult decision for Ryoto-sama, but will make him realize that the best choice is in front of him the whole time. Hearing her fellow Hollow under Haribel, Mila Rose sighed as she didn't want to argue anymore. So, she lay down and closed her eyes as Sung-sun started planning how to get Ryoto-sama and Haribel-sama together. It was time for Akio to do something he should have done a long time ago, but because of his certainty and ignorance, he never did. It is said that ignorance is bliss, but can also have humongous consequences. Akio was aware of this fact. He wasn't stupid, but knowing something and applying it in real life isn't always the same. After all, he is his father's son. Knock knock. Akio knocked on the door to his former home. Saying that he was nervous was an understatement. For many decades, he did everything thinking that he was helping his family. It would be fine if they would hate him. It would be fine if they resented him. He wouldn't be mad if, for some reason, he would have died just to reach his goal. All he wanted to do was to protect his loved ones. In these years, he wasn't acting like a good person would. He didn't even consider himself one. Being under stress for so long made him a bit snappy. He was solely focused on his goal. Every moment that he wasn't working on his problem was a moment longer his father, who was believed to be a monster, was roaming free. Akio was aware that Seriidii wasn't a perfect place. There was corruption inside Central 46. Some of the captains were criminals, and some didn't change their ways even after becoming one, but he didn't care about them. As long as his family was all right. That was fine with him, but the problem was that they weren't. That's why he worked so hard, and only thanks to Captain Eisen he discovered the truth about his father, or so he believed. Akio made the critical mistake of not double, triple, and quadruple checking every fact from different sources. He can't be entirely blamed for that. He was young back then, and blinded by his care for his mother, he believed what he saw. Looking at it now, he started to see a few holes in his belief story, but as Dad and Yoruchi Kazan had taught him, he needed to question everything until he discovered the truth. The door to the house was opened by the person he wanted to speak with the most at the moment, Rin Kazan. His mother was surprised to see him, and he couldn't blame her since he wasn't visiting a lot. And even if he did, he mostly spent time with his birth mother since he was most worried about her. Not entirely because he cared about her the most, but because she was the weakest of the group. After an initial surprise, Rin's face showed a gentle and welcoming smile. Welcome back, Akio. Sorry, but Aisane was needed in the 4th Division, so she isn't here. Hearing that, she didn't even consider that he came for her hurt more than he expected. The consequences of his behavior were showing. Actually, I was hoping to talk to you, Rin Kazan. If you have time, that is. Once again, a surprise showed on her face, but just like before, it turned into a smile. I don't have any plans, and I just plan to go over some documents, but for my son, I would make some time. Wait in the kitchen, and he'll make us something to drink while we talk. Akio made his way to the kitchen and patiently waited for his mom to come back with drinks. She made tea for herself, while Akio received coffee. For some reason, he just enjoyed the bitterness of this drink. "So how can I help you?" Rin asked after a moment of silence. "Well, I was hoping that you could tell me about Dad. From what I know, you know him the longest, so I was hoping to hear how he was when he was younger." Rin showed a thoughtful expression. Young Ryoto. In short, he was an idiot. Akio didn't know what to say to that. Out of everything he expected and didn't expect her to say, that which was not on the list. An idiot? Yes, a big idiot. He was constantly getting in trouble and was messing with a lot of people for his entertainment, and sometimes it could bite him back in the butt. To be honest with you, he didn't change that much, but he was forced to mature and get more vigilant. A regretful look showed on her face. Some of that was because I was weak. He also had a bad habit of trying to shoulder as much as possible by himself. He got better as of late, but before I was scared that he would get himself killed because of me. I remember that when we still lived in Rukongai and planned to take a test to apply to Shinigami Academy, we didn't have any money. We could barely save any money to travel to the first district. With Ryoto, we probably could sneak in there, but back then, before you could take the test, you needed to show proof that you got there legally. Nowadays, that wouldn't be a problem. It's almost free to get there during the test, so most people with potential could at least try, no matter what district they come from. Going back to Ryoto, to earn the money we needed, he took a dangerous job. Back then, he didn't say what he was going to do, but thanks to Yoruchi, I finally got to know. What he did wasn't commendable, but difficult times require sacrifices. I know that he did that mainly for me. Without me, he wouldn't need to worry that much, so I promised myself to bear his sins together with him. No matter what he did, I would always stand next to him. If the weight of his sins, responsibilities, or something completely different was too much, he could always lean on my shoulder because I never wanted to see him in the same state when he returned from that one job. Akio was in deep thought, trying to digest the given information. He wasn't Masaru, but he liked to believe that he was good at reading people, at least most of the time. That's why he needed to ask one more question. "Rin Kazan, can you just tell me, do you love Dad?" And with that question, Rin showed the most beautiful smile that he ever saw. "With all my heart and some more." For Akio, the answer was clear. That smile couldn't lie. No one was that good of an actor or a liar. But the investigation wasn't over. He needed to talk with a few more people before he made a decision. Akio thanked Rin and went to his lab before he went to another person. Yini gears turning. Ryoto's POV. Traveling is usually fun. You go to new places, meet the locals, eat new food. I should travel more when I return because the way I'm traveling at the moment isn't ideal. Hollows like to attack me the moment they see me. I'm a snack, of that I'm aware. Yoruchi was very vocal about that on many occasions, but what's happening right now is just too much. Not to mention that there aren't a lot of breathtaking sights in Hueco Mundo. Just a lot of sand, dead trees, a moon in the sky, and rarely some ruins. Speaking of locals, I just met someone, a pair. I'm not entirely sure how to describe it, but it must be one or the other. The pressure he is exuding is enormous, and it's not even his full power. It's just his passive power that is able to kill weaker hollows if they get too close. There was evidence of this happening quite often since the only thing surrounding the mysterious man and child were the corpses of said hollows. Well, I didn't get any problem getting closer. I could feel that fighting him would be challenging, and I'm not sure if I would come out uninjured. Thankfully, I didn't come here to fight. As I stopped in front of the pair in tattered rags, they looked up. "Who are you?" the man asked in a monotone voice. He seemed bored with life. "Just a traveling Shinigami. Got a bit lost, and here I am." I answered. "You seem strong," he said after a short evaluation. "For some, maybe, but I still lack the power that I need for my goal." "And what is your goal?" "That doesn't need to be said, but for the hollows in front of me who don't know me, I vocalize my thoughts. All I want in life is for my family and friends to be safe." "Are they strong?" The man in front of me was seemingly focused on strength, but it was born from wanting companionship. If someone is too weak, they die near him. Some are, others aren't. "I see." And so silence came for a short while. But shortly after, I gave the pair of hollows words of encouragement and some advice about the future. Afterward, I stayed with them for a few days to just sit with them and talk from time to time and occasionally fight. That was my first meeting with Coyote Stark and Lillinette Gingerbuck. 3RDS POV. After his talk with Rin, Akio decided to talk with his dad's acquaintances. He wanted to talk with anyone who knew his father. It didn't matter if they saw him once a year or if they were his lifelong friend. All information was valuable, no matter how small or minuscule it was. He wanted to get the whole picture, so he went after all rumors and whatnot. Akio heard things that he had already known, or at least he thought that he knew, but they were mostly from rumors. That Ryoto is a bastard, a playboy, that he tricked his lovers into being with him. Things like that. What was worrisome for Akio was that the closer someone was to his dad, the better their opinion of him became. There were, of course, some that didn't like him, like Kion, his mother's sister, but even she had a few good words about him. Everyone close to Ryoto had a good opinion of him. Captain Yukitake holds him in high regard as Ryoto was his lieutenant many years ago. But even after that, he didn't stop to try and help his former captain until he managed to do something even Captain Unohana couldn't achieve. Members of the Kachiki family that were close to Ryoto felt indebted to him. Ryoto just helped them too much without taking anything back until now. The Shohoin clan was very different. While they had a high opinion of his father, it was strange. It wasn't because he was kind, had a great personality, or even a great captain. They were admiring his assassination abilities. It would be something that would be in line with his father's character in his mind until he heard a reason for this. Apparently, Ryoto worked for the clan only on one condition, and it was for Yukima to be left alone. Soifon was a strange one. While she was talking the whole time about how much her captain was annoying her, she couldn't hide that she cared for him. It was easy for Akio to see that she didn't know her mother's killer. It was almost tempting to tell her the truth, but it wasn't his truth to tell. Not after he discovered the reason why his father did that. It could be possible that his father was just a great liar like he initially thought, but the more he listened, the less he believed in it. A person can wear a mask around other people. He can even wear many different fronts and choose which one to show to whom. But there would be moments when it would crack, even if momentarily. It wasn't the case where Ryoto tried to look perfect to others. He showed his flaws at times, mostly his laziness. It can mean only one thing. Ryoto didn't wear a mask in front of his family and friends. But there was an inconsistency with that. Akio was sure of what he saw, multiple times at that. While it was when he was much younger, he wouldn't be able to mistake it for anything else. Before he made another assumption, there was one more person he needed to talk with. His mother. Akio was nervous, very nervous. For a good reason, one might add. From what he learned, his father wasn't what he thought he was, and if his father wasn't abusive or manipulative as he believed, it would mean that he had done many unforgivable things, which included villainizing his parent, criminalizing Yoruchi, Urahara, and others, and many more without any justification. This scared him. All he believed in, all his motivation, for nothing. Not only that, if he was mistaken, if somehow his eyes were mistaken, if what he saw was somehow a lie, it would mean that he did something he promised himself never to do. Harm his family. Some of Akio's actions can indeed be categorized as hurting his family, but mostly there was a reason for that. He criminalized Yoruchi so she could be as far from Ryoto as possible. In other words, safe. He antagonized his siblings primarily because of frustration, but he was hoping that they'll realize how blind they were. Maybe he was just mad at their ignorance, but he wasn't actively harming them. As much as Akio wanted to be calm, calculated, and composed, he wasn't. It was a problem from the beginning. Even when he was younger, he was jealous of his older brother's composure, skill, and decisiveness, and this issue wasn't resolved when he got older. It could be why he was so frustrated at Masaru. Why he, who in his mind was inferior, could notice something that his older brother couldn't. But thinking about it won't help him with his issue. Whatever his mother will tell him will be a deciding factor. No matter what he learned in the past few days, it could still be an illusion created by his father, but Aisane was part of the event that was the cause of all his decisions. She would be a deciding factor. He didn't want to ask about it before, because he didn't want to upset her or remind her of a reality that would better be forgotten, but he couldn't afford it right now. He needs to know the truth no matter what. That's why he will talk with his mother. It was finally time to learn the truth. You need the truth, Ryoto's POV. Finally, I'm back in my cave. It's not much, but it's partially mine. I'm happy to see that it's still standing strong. It looks like Francesca and Sung-sun listened to me for once. Not like they don't do that, but they have conflicting personalities. As I made the first steps inside, two presences rushed at me and tackled me. I was just too tired to dodge, so when they smashed into me, I just fell down with a deadpan expression. What are you doing, you two? I know that I was gone a bit longer than I said, but it's not a reason for you to try and eat me. Only 5 other people said that I was tasty, and they are biased, so I wouldn't listen to them. It looked like they weren't listening to me because they didn't react to my words at all. What's the point of my snarkiness if no one's listening? Eryoto-sama. I'll never whine about having my portion being too small, and I won't try to steal some of Sung-sun's portion ever again, even if I want to. Are they having a withdrawal because of my cooking? It has never happened before. Is that why Rin forbids me from cooking too often? Was she also having a withdrawal after we entered the academy? Lala never had this happen to her, and she ate my cooking daily for many months. As I was thinking about what I should do, Harabelle walked up slowly to me and the 2 hollows lying on me. She looked as uninterested as usual with her arms closed under her. Boobs? You know, I never thought about it before. Does Harabelle have boobs? Are these things on her chest, breasts? Most of the hollows look like monsters until they become Minos. Then, after becoming a Jucha, they start looking more animalistic until evolving into Vasto Lord to look similar to humans. I know that hollows can reproduce, but would their babies drink milk? Too many questions and no answers. What happened to your clothes? She asked. Great question, Tyr. It was true. I was currently missing all of my upper clothes and my pants were torn slightly. I met another Vasto Lord. I could see slight concern enter her eyes, so I quickly started explaining further. Don't worry, he didn't attack me, but we sparred a few times. I couldn't bring him back here because his Ryatsu is enormous and he can't control it, or at least can't control it to a satisfying degree. Weak hollows just die around him because of the pressure he is emitting. That's why I'll be visiting him sometimes. If you want, you can come with me. But I don't know about these two. I pointed to my still crying tormentors who still weren't listening, and Harabelle nodded, although I didn't know if it was because she acknowledged what I said or agreed to go with me. The shark-like hollow above me wasn't the best at communicating, but that's fine. I can work with that. But first, I need to know why Fran and Sung-sun are still clinging to me and ignoring everything else. It's starting to get scary how unresponsive they are. Tyr, can you tell me what happened to these two? She shrugged her shoulders. It seems that they got too used to your food, and when the time of your return came, and you didn't show up, they started worrying, not to mention the food tasted bland without you, and they couldn't take it anymore. I feel so loved here, I said with an even voice. By the way, are you planning on wiping away that drool? Hearing me, Tyr's hand quickly moved to her mouth, but she couldn't find anything wet there. She turned her gaze to me just to see my smirk. I did just to see if she was waiting for my cooking just as much as the other two. Okay, that's a lie. I already knew that she enjoyed it and probably couldn't wait for my return because of it. I did it for shits and giggles. Harabelle's expression didn't change, but she stared back at me, turned around, and walked away, leaving me on the ground with Francesca and Sung-sun. 3RDS POV. Akio knocked on the door to his mother's office. He waited for a day that his mom wouldn't be too busy, and he didn't want to talk with her at home, where he risked meeting other members of his family. He wanted to speak with Isane exclusively, just like he did with Rin before, without any interference. Knock knock, yes, come in. The voice of his mother came from the other side of the door, and that was his cue to enter. Seeing her son, Isane smiled and stopped all her work, which wasn't much today. It was a peaceful day in Seriidii, so not many injured came in, so the only thing left was paperwork. Hello, Akio. Nice to see you. Can I help you with something? She asked. Usually, Akio comes to her whenever she has free time, so if he comes during her work hours, there must be a reason for that, and she wasn't wrong. Akio closed the door behind him and sat in front of his mother. Yes, I want to talk with you about father. The mood of his mother dropped slightly, but not wanting to share her worries with her child, she hid it behind a small smile. Ryoto, what do you want to know about him? I was hoping for you to put a light on his personality for me. After he vanished, I realized how little I knew about him. So I'm trying to fix it. For some reason, telling his mom that Ryoto vanished was more difficult than it should have been. Ryoto is complicated, but at the same time, a simple man. He is a man with a lot of secrets that he isn't ready to share yet. Not because he doesn't trust us, but probably because they're too difficult to explain, or sharing them would do more harm than good. He also tends to get into trouble. In fact, the first time I met him was during his academy days. It was after an assassination attempt on Yuruika's life. Things happened, and Ryoto and his classmates, which included Rin, Yuruchi, and Urahara-san, got injured. Already at that point, Ryoto went through a lot just going by the scars he had. Isen could go on and on that topic, but Akio wanted something more definitive. And how did you get together? Isen went immediately red, embarrassed by the action of her younger self. She put both of her hands on her face, trying to hide it. That's not important. Her reaction confused Akio, but he didn't push for any answer, but he was growing increasingly nervous. Akio was carefully observing his mother throughout the whole conversation. And the scary thing was that he couldn't catch any glimpse of disgust in her voice or mannerism. So he finally decided to ask a million questions. Mom, I know that it may sound strange to you, but can you answer my question, please? Akio was practically begging for answers. He wanted to reach the truth this time, and it didn't escape Isen. Matching Akio's serious tone, she nodded, ready for what was coming. Did Dad ever hit you, or at least physically or emotionally abuse you in any way, shape, or form? Akio was correct. It was a very strange question, but nonetheless, Isen answered it with an equal amount of seriousness. Ryoto, your father, never did anything like that. I doubt that he ever even thought about that. He is one of the most caring people I know. He would rather risk his life than endanger his family. Not sensing any lies, Akio was convinced. Thanks, Mom. I really appreciate it. Now if you excuse me. Wait, Aki-dash. Before she could stop him, Akio exited the office in a hurry. You need another one? 3RDS POV. As soon as Akio left his mother's office, he used Shunpa to go to a desolate area as fast as possible. When he was far enough from prying eyes, somewhere in the forest outside of Seriidei, he leaned on a tree, took deep breaths, and Blargy vomited. The realization of what he had been doing for the past few decades made him sick. Since he started investigating, deep down he was beginning to understand how narrow-minded he was. But the young Shinigami didn't want to acknowledge it. After the talk with his mother, he couldn't pretend to be ignorant anymore. Young Yuki needed some time to calm himself because he practically banished his father to a land full of hollows. It's true that he believed in his dad's strength. Even during all the times that he hated him, that was the only thing he could admit. Akio believed that Ryoto would return, but it didn't make it any better. It wouldn't justify his actions, but all this created a crucial question. Why did he see his father beating his mother when he was younger? Akio was sure that it wasn't a hallucination of any kind. He saw it happening multiple times, and he did monthly tests on himself to check his health just in case, and his mental and physical health was at an acceptable level. His mind was as sharp as ever. Though it could be possible that he was drugged when he was younger, or it was someone's Zanpakuto ability, but the gear started turning, the brain going into overwork, and dots started connecting. There was only one person, one group, to be more precise, that he didn't ask about Ryoto, and that was for a good reason. He was confident that they, to some extent, shared his displayed hatred. In fact, it all started with Isen, the man he called a teacher, mentor, and friend. So why? Why was he hesitating to ask Isen for answers? The answer was very simple. The more Akio thought, the more he went through memory lane, he noticed Isen never opened up to him. His captain was a shoulder he could lean on, someone he could confess his worries. But looking back, he was not only too perfect, but felt too empty. Besides the basics, Akio didn't know the man named Isen Sosuke. even after over a half-century, which was abnormal. Even if Eisen was very private about his personal life, he would share a thing or two about himself in all these years. But he didn't. However, Akio didn't want to make the same mistake twice. He doesn't want to incriminate Eisen just because he is a bit suspicious of him. He needs evidence and someone he can trust, which leaves only one person, his father. If what he saw was a lie, then his father is innocent and the only one clear of suspicions at the moment. Until he returned, Akio decided to act like he usually would to not alarm whoever was manipulating his worldview. He just needed to wait. Ryoto's POV. How do I get myself into these situations? I mean, I get it. I'm from a world where these kinds of things happen regularly, but I'm in a different world, and it still happens. Not as often. I can admit, at least with strangers, since my nightlife is still as crazy as ever. I glanced at my left, and then at my right arm. Lastly, I checked my front. I was being held down. Care to explain what you were doing? I asked my attackers. Forgive me, Ryoto-sama, but you left us no choice. Sung-sun on my left answered. I just want to clarify that I was against this idea, but I was outvoted. Friend added, at which Sung-sun rolled her eyes. I see. Now pretend like I don't know how I forced all of you to do this. The Snake Hollow sighed. Ryoto-sama, both I and Francesca respect you greatly, just as much as Haribel-sama. Even if you're a Shinigami, you earn my and Rose's trust and respect over time. You're powerful but not arrogant, calm but hiding the storm inside of you. You are very similar to Haribel-sama. That's great and all, but forgive me if I can't see your loyalty at the moment. My eyesight must be getting worse. I opened my eyes to roll them and close them after I was done. We were not at the level where I had my eyes constantly open, but they knew how they looked. Speaking of which, I still don't know why Tyr is sitting on my stomach and is very quiet, more than usual. And she looked shy too, but I didn't say it out loud. I hope that they don't plan on doing what I think. I was in similar situations a long time ago with another shark girl. Why does this keep happening to me? And why is it always with shark girls? Ryoto-sama, we wanted it to happen more naturally, but you're being either too stubborn or too blind. You are clearly attracted to Haribel-sama, but you are not acting on your desire. I raise my eyebrow. Do you take me for an animal or teenager? The same thing, really? That can't control himself? Even when I was a teenager and lived with the daughter of the most beautiful woman in the galaxy who didn't have common sense, I didn't jump her on the first chance I got. Do you think that I now, when I'm over 200 years old and build immense self-control, won't be able to stay calm around pretty ladies? When I was done talking, Tyr blushed slightly and tried to hide it by turning her head away from me. But Sung-sun took away my attention from Haribel to herself. No, if you would do that, all my respect for you would vanish. It doesn't mean that you can't get closer, but you don't try anything, and it's frustrating. That surprised me. It was the first time Sung-sun yelled at me, but before I could answer in any capacity, Tears stood up from my stomach, surprising both me and our two followers. Let's stop this now. That was the only thing she said as she started walking away. She sounded sad saying that, and it provoked some emotions in me. Edie, don't do this. Wait. I grab her arm and, at the same time, confusing Sung-sun and Francesca as I escaped their grasp instantly. Haribel stopped in her steps and looked at me with her green eyes, and I did the same by opening my eyes. Tyr, I'm going to be honest with you. It's true that I grew to care for you, and you are indeed very attractive. My words seemed to please Haribel, and so I kept talking. However, I can't make decisions like these alone. Not anymore. My life is not my own anymore. If not for that, I would probably pursue you without a second thought, but before I do that, you'll need to talk to my other lovers. For now, both of us need to be patient, and I hope that you can be satisfied with that. I slicked back her blonde hair with my hand, revealing her forehead, leaned towards her, and let my lips gently touch her forehead. With all that done, I walked away calmly, leaving a frozen Tyr and her two companions. After I was completely gone deeper into the cave, unseen by the three hollows, Haribel slowly moved her hand to her forehead, as if trying to feel or relive the kiss. If her mouth was visible, it would be smiling, but even without that, her eyes were telling plenty. happy for their Haribel-sama son, and Francesca rushed at her to hug her. At the same time, I was thinking about how I was going to explain this to Rin and Isane. They are not Lala, who would accept almost everything. Not to mention Yuruchi, who joked about it happening. She is not going to let it go for a long time. Why is my love life complicated like spaghetti? And why do I keep being attracted to other girls even now? Do I have a problem? Some abandonment issues, perhaps. Trying to surround myself with as many loved ones as possible? Whatever is going to happen is going to happen. I just got to live with that. Yendi returned, Ryoto's POV. It was time for me to return. About a year has passed since I was kidnapped. I say it because it was hard to keep time while night prevailed 24/7. But with my mathematical skills, I was able to do it with a small margin of error. During my time in Hueco Mundo, I wasn't just waiting for this year to pass. I was preparing. While this situation wasn't ideal, I needed to make the best out of it, so I was planning and I was training. Here, I could practice some of my more destructive and noticeable hollow abilities, and while I didn't master everything, I did everything I could and gain a lot from it. But alas, it was time to say goodbye to the allies I made in the last year. Not going to lie, I'm going to miss them, and I can't even visit them unless I want Seriidi on my ass. Mostly Central 46, but in the end, it's going to be most of Seriidi. Well, it's time for me to go. Remember what I told you and stick to the plan? I reminded the trio of the hollows I lived with. They didn't answer, but two of the Ajuches rushed to hug me. Ryoto-sama. I patted their backs and smiled. Now calm down. Both of you knew that it was going to happen sooner or later. And it's not like we aren't going to see each other ever again. Ryoto is right. He is needed somewhere else, and we don't have any right to stop him. Tears said, but I didn't like what I heard. I don't want them to think that they are just a replacement for my family. For now, she added quietly, and my smile grew more prominent. That's right, when everything is done, I will introduce you to my family in Tyr. I'm going to explain to them our relationship, and we'll see how it goes from there, but you can expect a positive response. They're all nice. I didn't say that they'll probably tease me to death about it. It's not something she needed to know. We really grew closer in the time we lived in this cave. Me and these three hollows shame that I can't return with them. It would create a lot of problems. After that, I want to say the same thing to Stark and Lilynette. They were part of the plan, and I also grew to like to relax with Stark. He is very laid back, and it just makes me feel at ease as well. Not to mention that he helped me train as well. Now that I had laid out my traps, I created Garganta and went to the human world. Creating the gate that Hollow uses in Soul Society would cause panic, and I would be discovered rather quickly. The human world isn't as thoroughly monitored. After that, I unsheathed my Zanpakuto and created a gate to Soul Society. My first visit won't be to my family, surprisingly. They're strong. I know they are, but someone else needs to see me first. That's why my first destination was Squad 2's barracks. I was getting a lot of attention. Maybe it was my unkempt hair. Perhaps it was my tattered clothes revealing my upper body, and a big part of my legs was shown. I was also barefoot. I'm also not the cleanest. While Haribel could create water, I didn't have any soap at hand, so at most, I could pour water on myself and scrub. Funnily enough, I couldn't even drink that water as it was sea water because she's a shark, and I know that there are some species of sharks that live in freshwater, but they're the exception, not the rule. I think. I don't know that much about sharks. I also was forced to drink hollow blood for some time until I built a water filter. I ignored the curious and confused stares from members of my squad and walked towards my office, where it wasn't mine anymore. I hope that they didn't replace me. I wasn't gone that long. I even prepared letters if something like that happened. I soon arrived at my destination and opened the door without knocking. This room belonged to me, after all. I was met with an angry growl from behind the mountain of paperwork. Good to know that some things never change. How many times do I need to tell all of you to learn to knock on the door? Just because Captain allows it doesn't mean that I do. I'm not crazy enough to allow my own assassination, so don't even try to sneak up on me. As this someone answered, she didn't stop filling out the paperwork, even though she was feeling annoyed, judging by the tone of her voice. While I couldn't see her because of the documents on the desk, I recognized her voice and attitude immediately. You call that crazy? I call that efficient. You don't need to like it to see the results. And the results speak for themselves. The sound of the pen moving stopped, and silence filled the office. After a short moment, I could hear a chair slamming down on the floor, and my lieutenant hesitantly moved to take a look at her guest, which was me. "Hello, Soy Fawn. Glad to see you, as energetic as ever dash." I didn't finish talking as Soy Fawn rushed at me and wrapped her arms around my waist because of a significant height difference. She hid her face in my chest and hugged me tightly. In return, I gently patted her head. It felt natural. Soy Fawn wasn't talking to me, but I could hear them muttering to herself. "He came back. He kept his promise," and things like that. After the initial shock went away, my cute lieutenant tried to calm herself and get back her composure. "You didn't see anything. This didn't happen. I don't know what you were talking about. I just got here." I played along and allowed her to pretend this didn't happen. She just can't be true to herself. She is too proud of that. But her slip-up showed me that she cared about me after all. But if someone who missed me suddenly hugged me, I would say sorry for worrying her. I smiled, being embarrassed. Soy Fawn tried to change the topic, and she took notice of my appearance for the first time. Before, she was too caught up with me, appearing out of nowhere to pay attention to how I looked. "You look terrible." "Gee, thanks. Good to know that my efforts paid off," I sarcastically remarked. "I just couldn't find any clothes shops out there, so forgive my attire." "Where are you anyway?" she finally asked. "Hueco Mundo," I answered without missing a bit. "I was kidnapped by a group of Minos. I don't know why, but I will get to the bottom of it." How do you get yourself in a situation like that? When you live as long as I did, you have a lot of enemies and a lot happens to you. Also, I enjoy taking walks in the woods. "You were gone for a year and looked like you lived in a cave," she said with a deadpan expression. "Very enthusiastic walks in the woods." We talked for a while until it was time for me to go home. Hopefully, they miss me, or it will be pretty awkward. As I was making my way home, I realized how tired I was feeling. It's probably because of my diet and constant vigilance, although the latter was only partially true. After I met Harabelle and the rest, and I grew to trust them, I was able to relax more. Not all the time, but more. I also miss the bed. My God, do I miss it? The first thing I'll do is probably take a nap. Not to mention my hate for sand skyrocketed. I must say, Anakin was into something. When I got in front of the house, I stopped just to look at it, just to let the realization sink in. I was back. With that said and done, I entered my establishment. No one should be here at this hour, so I have some time to rest. Before my well-deserved rest, however, I want to eat something that isn't hollow as I stepped inside the kitchen. I was surprised to see someone there. Yukimo was currently looking through the fridge. I didn't get a chance like this in some time, so I used it. I knocked on the table, startling my daughter, who was trying not to drop a piece of cake on a plate that she had in her hands and juggle it for a few moments. I wasn't stealing Ranjika's cake. I swear. I was just worried that it would go bad before she could eat it, and so I decided to eat it before she was forced to throw it away because wasting food is bad. Yukima tried to justify whatever she was doing, and at the end of it, she turned around to see me. "Hello, Yukima. Long time no see," I said with a soft smile, and I was immediately rushed by my daughter to get another hug, and I returned it gladly. Hugs are nice. I also felt my chest getting wet, meaning that Yukima was crying. To calm her down, I started stroking her gently. "I missed you too." We stayed like that as long as she needed to until she lifted her head to look me in the eyes. I opened them and smiled, which earned me an even tighter hug. "Dad, you aren't going to vanish again, are you?" Yukima said hesitantly, and it broke my heart. It looked like while I was focusing on Soy Fawn's abandonment issues, I missed the problems of my own daughter. I broke our hug and lowered myself to look her in the eyes. "Yukima, I won't ever abandon you or any one of our family willingly. I promise you that, and you know how strict I am about promises." I allowed a smile to form on my face. "And neither would your mother's." "What about Mom?" And there's the question I knew was coming. "So I think you're old enough to know this. Ideally, I wouldn't share it, but I can see that hiding this information any longer would do more harm than good." We moved to the living room, where we sat on the couch. "They'll start by saying that Yoruchi, your mother, loves you very much. It was the point where she did everything she could to distance you from the Shohoin clan. And trust me, it was for your own good. You may like your grandma and grandpa, but they are part of a clan that deals mainly with assassinations, and you would be part of this family tradition just like Yoruchi was, and she didn't want it to happen to you. Now into the main topic. Yoruchi helped Kisuk and Tezsai when they were falsely accused, and she was forced to hide with them. She didn't want to drag us with her problems, but she couldn't leave her childhood friends like that. So, after a long inner battle with a heavy heart, she made her decision. Trust me when I say that it wasn't easy for her, and she only went with that, knowing that you would have the support of the whole family even without her being there for you. Sometimes life gives you a choice between two evils, and you need to choose whether you like it or not. That's just life. I put my hand on her shoulder and pulled her closer to me. And if it makes you feel any better, Yoruchi will return soon. In about 50 years or so, if everything goes according to plan. She looked up at me, hopefully. Really? I nodded. Really? You didn't think that I would let Yoruchi be a criminal for the rest of her life? I'm worried that she won't be able to live without me anymore. I transformed her from a stray to a house cat. Not to mention the nightlife. Yukima quickly put her hands to her ears. La 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 la. I can't hear you. Seeing that her mood got better, I ruffled her hair. Now, if you let me, I would like to take a nap in a bed. We'll have a family meeting in the evening. Sounds good? With that said, I went to my bedroom and went to sleep on something soft for once. Kidi Lala breathes in war crime. Yini, the return of the prodigal son, Ryoto's POV. After my quality time with Yukima, I finally ate something that didn't taste hollow. And soon after, I went to take a well-deserved nap. I woke up just before the first person returned, and it was surprisingly Masaru. I was betting on Ranjiku. The moment he noticed me, his eyes went wide open, and he rushed into a hug, similar to his sister. This repeated more times. Ranjiku, Rin, and Isane did the same. Jin wasn't as affectionate, but I could see relief in his eyes when he opened them. Are we sure he isn't related to me? In short, the reunion was emotional. If 1 year of separation was this emotional, I started to worry about my reaction when I get back home. All in all, the dinner was very pleasant, full of laughter and overall good atmosphere. We were talking about where I was, what I was doing, and how I survived, and I explained everything, most things. I was hiding a small detail about Harabelle. I was just waiting for a better moment, but as the dinner was approaching its end and the children were out of the dining room, no such moment appeared, so I decided to just say it. By the way, do you remember Tyr Harabelle that I mentioned before? Before I could finish talking, Rin pulled out some money and gave it to Isane. I blinked slowly a few times to make sure I was seeing right. What are you two doing? I finally asked. Both of my partners turned to me. After we all got together, Yoruchi proposed a bet. It was about when we were getting another sister. Rin started explaining. In knowing you the longest and hopefully the best, I agreed to it, feeling good about my chances, but it seems that I was wrong. She added grumpily at the end. Did you really doubt my loyalty that much? I raised my eyebrow. Not exactly your loyalty, but we all knew that you have a history of multiple lovers. Before, in 1 year, you got together with 4 girls. Fair. So, how much did you bet on? I was sure that it wouldn't be longer than 50 years. Rin answered. I said it would be 150 to 200 years, but I was sure it would be Kion. Isane added. And just out of curiosity, what was Eurychus betting on? 10 years, and she was so sure of that. She's going to pay Isane a fortune when we see her again. I feel slightly used, but since Isane believed in me the most, she is choosing my homemade meals for a week. While Isane's expression beamed with joy, Rin was showing fear. Why don't need to go that far? We all know that Isane will choose porridge for all meals. 3 times a day for a week, and no matter how delicious I make it. It can get old, but not for my Isane, though. I don't know. I think that I need to show my appreciation to Isane more often. I smirked as I teased Rin. How I miss doing that. But before that, you still didn't answer me about Tyr. What can we say, Ryoto? We would need to meet her first. But I doubt you would start caring about some psychopath. Let's agree with that. Suddenly, our talk was interrupted by a knock on the door. You'll get that, I said as I walked towards the door and opened it. I was honestly surprised by who the guest was, but not only that. More of a surprise was how Akio was carrying himself. Gone was the air of confidence, superiority, and resentment towards me. It was like looking at old Akio, shy, ashamed, even insecure, and embarrassed by being caught doing something he shouldn't. What the hell happened in that 1 year I was gone? I opened my mouth, ready to ask what was wrong, but I was interrupted by the sound of breaking plates. I turned around to see first shocked, but then furious Yukima, who rushed at Akio while releasing some bloodlust. I frowned as Yukima may enjoy battle at times too much, I may add, but she never was bloodthirsty, especially to family. Something must have happened, but before I tried to learn what had happened between them, I needed to stop Yukima, so I grabbed her by the neck and picked her up like a tiny kitten. Calm down, Yukima. My daughter tried to struggle a bit before going limp. But Dad, she protested, but as she was now, she wasn't thinking straight, so I wanted her to take a breather or two. No buts. Now I'll go talk with Akio, and you'll behave. Understood? Yes. I then walked up to Rin and handed her Yukima. After that, I nodded to her, and Isen indicated that I'd handle Akio. And so I left the house looking for some privacy for our talk. We went for a walk that I didn't call it a walk for obvious reasons. We walked in silence. I could see that Akio wanted to say something, so I waited patiently until he could gather the courage to do so, and my patience paid off. Fadad, can I ask you something? I could say that he already did, but I can read the air well enough to tell that it isn't the best time to joke. Go ahead. Do you hate me? That went from 0 to 100 really quickly. I can guess why he asked me that, but still. Holy shit. Are you asking me that because I made you think that I hate you? Or do you feel like I should hate you for something you did? I hit the nail with this one because Akio's mood immediately became worse. You know what I mean? You are aware of what's happening behind the curtains. Everything with what happened to the incident where Uncle Keisuk, Uncle Tezai, and Yoruchi Kazan were forced to escape to the living world, and who is responsible for it, don't you? It was more of a statement than a question, and I confirmed with a simple nod. If that's the case, why didn't you do anything for the last few decades? Akio asked surprisingly calmly. You're a smart boy, Akio. You should already know it. The reason that you are questioning me is because you sensed something was wrong. My son nodded. Then you should be aware that, mister. I'm a very kind Captain Eisen isn't as nice as he likes people to think. I don't know how much you're a part of his plan, and I don't know how much about the man you're calling Captain, but I'm sure that you are aware that he is smart, scarily so. If I tried to outsmart him, I would lose 99 out of 100 times. And that one win in my name would be because of luck. I knew for a long time that you had a grudge against me because of him. But knowing Eisen, he mixed truth and lies in a way that it would be difficult to unravel. Every way I would try to defend myself would probably backfire. That's why I was waiting for some kind of chance to come, but it seems that I underestimated your deduction abilities. I messed with his hair a bit, but I must apologize to you for not doing more. Because of my weakness, I couldn't do more without risking a lot. Then I hugged Akio suddenly. But I'm glad that despite all of that, you were all right. Akio stiffened at the sudden contact, but he slowly relaxed and soon buried his face in my shoulder and started quietly sobbing as I patted his back. You know, Dad, I can't take credit for figuring everything out. I kind of was boasting to Yukima and Masaru about how I sent you to Hueco Mundo. It was mostly out of frustration, but then Yukima punched me, and I don't know how, but some things clicked as I lay on the ground. I shook my head in disbelief, but it would explain why she was so angry at Akio earlier. She really is her mother's daughter. Yoruchi did something similar to me years ago. But going back on topic, Eisen is probably aware that you aren't under his spell, but he won't do anything with it. Why? Either you go ballistic and try to kill him. In that case, he would just remove a piece from his chessboard. Or you would pretend to be still on his side, and then he has entertainment in the form of your futile efforts. I know that it would happen because despite all his intellect, Eisen is very curious at his core, and I'm sure he would want to see what way you would try to kill him. That's what most people are to him. Entertainment and pieces to use. Now that you know it, what are you planning to do? Are you still planning on being in his squad? Or do you want to leave his division and distance yourself from Eisen as much as possible? To be honest with you, I would rather have you be as far away from this glasses-wearing traitor in the making, but you are an adult and ill respect your choice to some extent. Akio, with his newly founded motivation, looked me straight in the eyes. He'll stay with with Aizen. He may know that I don't believe his lies anymore. And if he wants to observe me like some kind of experiment, then he'll make him regret it. I solemnly nodded. If that is what he wants, if he really wants to be part of this whole thing, then I won't stop him, but I won't let him be alone anymore. At least I have my son back. Once again, years went on without much happening, although things changed for the better for once. Akio became closer than ever to me and the family, although there is still some tension between him and his siblings. Even when I tried to explain to them that it wasn't his fault and he had already apologized to me and them as well, I couldn't entirely blame them as well. It's a difficult situation to be in, and I can't do much with it. The only thing Akio can do is to show his sincerity through his actions. It's easy to lose trust, but it's immensely difficult to get it back. Also, Aizen, just as predicted, didn't do anything to Akio and acts like his usual fake self, but I can't let my guard down just yet. I've been trying to be vigilant for the past 200 years or so, and I can't let myself be careless for the last 10 years. I don't want it all to go to waste. However, I still worry about Akio. I can't help it despite my awareness of Akio's abilities, but Aizen is on another level, and even I don't believe in winning the fight if I don't give it my all and destroy everything around me. The only positive thing is that while Akio made a huge mistake, at least it wasn't as irreversible as my mistakes. Why do my children must be so similar to me and make similarly dumb mistakes? The pain of being a parent, seeing your children do the same stupid things you wish you never did. Speaking of parents, I couldn't sit around while Aizen was playing Cupid for Ichigo's parents. I observed everything from very far away, so even he wouldn't be able to sense me, and if anything happened, I would be able to step in. After all, I'm fast, and if I push myself, I will be able to combine Sonido and Shuinpa, but that's only in an emergency. Surprisingly, once in my life, everything went smoothly and just like it was supposed to. You could even call it a canon event. Still, the big difference was that the Shiba family didn't drop out from the 5 great noble families, as the presence of Kai and Shiba didn't allow for it to happen even after Isshin became missing in action. I secretly take credit for that, because no one would acknowledge it, as they wouldn't know what would happen. I tell that to Kakaku every time I visit her, and it annoys her to no end, but she is still grateful to me for saving her brother's wife. Speaking of wives, today is June 17th, 1994, and I'm going to save yet another wife. I kill one and save 3. That makes it okay, right? Wow, that was dark even for me. I'm glad that I didn't say it out loud. Not that anyone would hear me at the moment since I was hiding and stalking said wife. Jesus, what is wrong with me today? I'm just saying things without thinking. Let's just focus on my target, or rather targets. Masaki Kurosaki and Ichigo Kurosaki were walking next to the river at the moment. I was following them the whole day, just in case, and I was having someone observe them for the last few years, if anything changed, but today I wanted to be here personally because if there is fate in this world, then today is the day Masaki would die, and I would like to prevent it. She still didn't detect me, but few could, even if they tried. Even while hidden, I could see how much Masaki cared about little Ichigo, but it was normal for a mother, although I've seen many who didn't share this. It was mainly in the slums, but also in noble families. They are, thankfully, a minority, but it doesn't make me like humanity more. As I was deep in my thoughts, my senses flared up because of the arrival of a hollow. It wasn't particularly strong, hollow, but it was stronger than cannon fodder, so I looked at the source of it to see Masaki trying to defend Ichigo and using Blut Vene against Grand Fisher. But just before she was hit, something happened to her that deactivated her Quincy ability, showing her in the process. It was my time to Q, and I killed the hollow before he could even register what happened to him. He couldn't even scream in pain, as his death was instantaneous. Whether I like it or not, I got pretty good at killing. Hello there, Miss Quincy. As you can see, I'm just a friendly Shinigami passing by. She looked at me with her face still full of shock. I can't blame her that much. She just escaped the jaws of death, which is ironic since I'm kind of a death god myself. Thank you. She finally spoke up while still holding to her son, who seemed dazed and not entirely with us. Don't worry about it. Im scheinig ami. And it's my job to kill hollows, and you would kill it if not for the unexpected issue that you encountered. Hearing that, she instantly put the guard up. Now, if I wanted to do something to you, I would already have done it. And even if you didn't have this issue, I doubt you could do me much harm. I don't want to boast, but I'm pretty strong. This white Haori on my back should tell you that much. I'm also a family friend, in a way. I'm friends with Kakaku, and Kain is in my debt, even when I'm telling him that it's all right. In short, I'm a friend of your husband's niece and nephew. I see. I don't want to sound ungrateful, but what someone like you is doing here. She was still on edge because of this near-death experience, and she was probably suspicious of me, or at least was thinking of her son's safety above all else. I don't want to be the bringer of the bad, but it's significant for you to know. The Quincy King has awakened. Masaki's eyes shot wide open. But that's impossible. Just a story? Something along these lines, right? But the reality of this situation is that you just experienced the first sign of his awakening. Oswallen. Bingo. I'm surprised that you even know this name. But you are correct. Quincy King has returned, and he started a holy selection. All not pure-blooded Quincy's experience something similar to you. Not many are as lucky, though. I suspect that many Quinces with health problems have already died or at least went into a coma. Before she could start to worry, which she was on the verge of doing, I eased her concerns. Don't worry, though. I have a solution. I took out a bag that was hidden until now. Inside this bag are lollipops with mysterious effects. You could even call them a healing candy. I took out one and gave it to her. All you need to do is put it in your mouth, which should prevent any after symptoms. If you don't believe me, you can ask Ishin about Ryoto Yuki's lollipops. They're pretty famous in the Soul Society. Masaki softened her expression. No, I'll believe you. That was my turn to be surprised. I like to think of myself as someone who has a good judgment of character, and you seem trustworthy. Is she blind? I couldn't look more sketchy even if I tried. Maybe if I had a white van. Before I go off topic again, I have a few things to say before I need to return. The shorter I'm here, the better my chance to remain unnoticed by Aizen. I hate to say it, but I would also like to ask you a favor if you don't mind. Please give one of the lollipops to Yuri's mother, and I have one other that is only for her. I may not have contact with the Yoshidas anymore, but it didn't mean that I didn't keep an eye on them. I'm aware of Kane's condition and have prepared a lollipop that would be able to help her to some extent. Kane-chan, I understand. She smiled at me gently, the smile that only a mother could have, but I should start leaving now. I nodded. As a thank you, I'll give you some advice. You should prepare your son for a storm that is approaching. In a few years, he will be the center of it, whether you like it or not. Sorry for that. It's outside my control at this point. And with that, I left. But I could still notice young Ichigo opening his eyes slowly to see my white Haori with a number 2 on it. Yini started the story, Akio's POV, I am close. I can feel it. Dad warned me not to provoke Aizen at all, and it's challenging. Every time he smiles at me, it makes me want to puke. It's as if he is mocking me. He knows that I'm not on his side anymore, but he humors me. I'm not strong enough. I'm not strong to begin with because I'm not a fighter. I'm a scientist, and if I don't see a solution to my problem, I create it. That's what I've been doing since I discovered the truth. Aizen is powerful. If he wasn't, Dad would dispose of him a long time ago. But being strong doesn't mean that he is invincible. I just need to find a way to trap him somewhere. Not long ago, I learned the phrase, if you can't beat it, seal it. And I think that it can be applied here as well. Mukin is an option, but I won't be able to access it without notifying Central 46. But I'm not one to give up. What if there's a dimension that Aizen isn't aware of, and he wouldn't be able to escape it? That was my thought process, and I am happy to announce that I'm closer than ever to attaining this goal. During my countless research about different dimensions and the between, I stumbled across something very interesting. Apparently, there is a mirror dimension in the shadows of the Soul Society. That's an incredible discovery in itself. but I'm not planning on sharing this information with anyone for now, not even Dad. Unlike my father, I don't know when I'm under Kyoka Suigetsu effect. He'll need to create a way to send someone there and test it to see if there could be any possible way out after closing the way in. Soon, all will be done. Ryoto's POV. Oh boy, another captain meeting. How I love meeting my fellow captains, which includes some criminals. My sarcasm aside, I'm very aware of what this meeting is about, and this time, it isn't because I'm the sole cause of it. I think Yamaji is still mad at me for leaving my post for a week to go on vacation to the living world. I wasn't even planning on annoying him at that time. I genuinely forgot about informing him after telling Isane and Rin that I'd do that for them. If it wasn't for Uno Hana, who already knew about it from her lieutenant, I'm half certain that he would think that we were attacked or something. But going back to the meeting, it was about a particular member of Division 13. Rukia Kachiki was in the world of the living for far longer than her mission was supposed to go on, although it sometimes happens because of high hollow activity, but Rukia didn't report anything about it. Not to mention, there are suspicions that she transferred her Shinigami powers to a human, which was illegal. There are many reasons for that rule, but it mostly could be summarized as humans can't be trusted, and it's not like we didn't try before. The first substitute Shinigami was kind of a test if we should change our ways, and while I didn't have much say in it. I spoke with the guy a few times, too, but he didn't have any trust in Soul Society, just as much as Soul Society didn't have faith in him after he discovered that he was being spied on via his badge. He escaped, but he isn't on my high-priority list at the moment, and that's why he is free. Slam attention. Everyone. We gathered everyone to discuss the case of Rukia Kachiki. It is believed that she committed the crime of giving away her Shinigami powers to a human boy. It's still unconfirmed, but after not coming back at the agreed date, it was ordered to capture her and bring her back. Yamamoto opened one of his eyes to show his seriousness. By force if necessary, but if it isn't possible, eliminate her. I noticed Byakuya tense slightly, hearing it, but kept his poker face in the end. Kyan, the lieutenant of Squad 13, though, was much more vocal. Although he was stopped by his captain immediately, which helped calm him on the outside, but not inside. Captain Commander, I believe I am the most suitable for this mission. Byakuya spoke up, although a bit solemnly, which isn't that much different from his usual tone, and it's a bit funny, if not sad. Before Yamaji could agree with Byakuya, I butted in. I disagree. While Byakuya is definitely the top pick for this kind of mission, because of his connection to Rukia Kachiki, it wouldn't be wise. Not that he would allow her to escape just because she is family, but in my opinion, it's better to avoid an awkward meeting. If you want someone to be captured, maybe send someone specialized in this field. You know, in stealthy stuff. I wonder if we have someone like that. I put my hand on my chin to show how hard I was focusing. At the same time, Byakuya furrowed his eyebrows at the implication, but shortly after closed his eyes calmly, thankful nonetheless. Do what you want, little Byakuya said to me. Slam Captain Yuki of Squad 2. He couldn't just say Captain Yuki since there was another Captain Yuki here, but he didn't want to use my name. Stubborn old man. Quit your foolish display. But as much as I hate to admit it, you make a fine point. With that said, I entrust this mission to you and your lieutenant. Don't do anything stupid. Dismissed. Soifan and I stepped out from the Senkaman and started looking at our surroundings. Are you excited? Soifan? We are on the hunt. I didn't hunt in over 200 years. Not since I didn't have any money for food. Didn't you have many missions before where you needed to track your target? I did, but it was a mission, so it wasn't a hunt. I don't like calling tracking people a hunt. Aren't we tracking a person right now? You are no fun, Soifan. It's not supposed to be fun. It's a job, and a pretty important one at that. Maybe you should take it a bit more seriously. We exchanged words like that as we searched for Rukia until someone matching her description was seen running down the streets by Soifan. Captain, I believe I found her. I turned to where Soifan was facing, and sure enough, there was a black-haired girl running in a sundress. Good work, Soifan. Now, let's greet our suspect. And my enthusiasm, my little lieutenant just sighed and followed my lead. In an instant, we appeared in front of Byakuya's little sister, who looked frightened at our arrival. Soy Fawn, you are scaring her. Don't look like you want to stab her, I whispered as I bent down a bit, which annoyed my subordinate. But I quickly turned my attention to Rukia, who wasn't any calmer than before, and I planned to fix it, at least until I got what I needed to do. I don't know how everything changed, or if anything changed at all. I couldn't keep my spies in Karakura, as Aizen would notice them immediately, or even dispose of them if he thought that they were in the way, and I couldn't do that myself because of my duties in Soul Society, and he would notice me missing for a short duration of times many times in a few months. Before, I could send spies because Aizen wasn't focusing on Karakura Town as much, but since Ichigo apparently got his Shinigami powers, Aizen was observing him carefully. I'm not worried, though. I have a source of information in front of me. Hello, Rukia-chan. I don't think I need to tell you why we are here. But before we take you back to Soul Society, I have a few questions for you. Soifon raised an eyebrow at me, as it wasn't time for interrogation, but didn't say anything and waited for me to do my thing. Did you, by any chance, give your powers to some teenager? As our intel says, it's pretty big accusations. So if we are wrong, we won't need to punish you in any way. I was speaking calmly, but Rukia's expression was getting worse with every word I said, which only made it more clear that it did happen. Does that mean that Masaki didn't listen to my advice and didn't train Ichigo? Shame, but nothing I can't work with. I was patiently waiting for Rukia to say something, a bit curious if she would lie or make some kind of excuse, but before I could get my answer, an arrow of pure erasure flew at me, which I caught between fingers, twirled, and redirected it to the ground without much effort. Someone shot a Quincy arrow at me. It's not the first time it happened, but this time I feel like I didn't deserve it. I turned my eyes to the source of said arrow, and I saw a high school student with glasses. He was also carrying a plastic bag. Yuri, why are you here? Rukia, shocked at the newcomer, asked him. Pure chance, Rukia Kachiki. Don't worry about it. Simply said, I felt the presence of a Shinigami, and my curiosity got the better of me. Hearing all the stories from my grandfather, I hoped to see them in person, but it looks like stories about their greatness were greatly exaggerated. He narrowed his eyes at me, and Soifon while Soifon was narrowing her eyes at me, and I was looking away from her. She caught on Yuryu, who said that he felt our presence, and it shouldn't be possible unless we wanted to, and I may have released more Ryatsu than necessary, so we would be found easier. Cough well. Stories are often exaggerated, but I think there is some kind of misunderstanding between us. I'm not doing anything wrong at the moment. Looking at Kachiki-san, she doesn't want to go with you and your companion, who looks like she wants to stab my classmate. Yeah, that checks out. Sorry about her. She is still learning. I apologize for the behavior of my lieutenant, who stared daggers at me and felt slightly betrayed. We've been working with each other for decades. I turned to Soifon to see her angry expression, only to turn back to Yuryu. She is a slow learner. It seemed like my subordinate couldn't take it anymore and slashed at me with her Zanpakuto, and, as usual, I dodged it, and to add salt to the injury, I swiped her legs to trip her. Both Rukia and Yuryu didn't know how to react to our exchange and stared dumbfounded. I apologize. This is our usual routine. I'm trying to help her control her anger. It isn't working out, but I haven't given up just yet, but enough about me. Let's talk about you, Quincy boy. Can I assume that you are Yuryu Ishida? Hearing his name, Urius narrowed behind his glasses. And what if I am? He asked suspiciously. Then I have something to give to you. I put my hand into one of my many pockets and pulled out an old Quincy cross. It was given me a long time ago by a dear friend. Until a short while ago, it was buried underground, but I bet he would appreciate it more in the hands of someone capable. I tossed the cross to Yuryu, which he didn't expect, and tried to catch it clumsily, but as he focused on the accessory, I got behind him and chopped his neck, rendering young Quincy unconscious. Well, that takes care of this issue. Although it feels slightly wrong to give this cross to someone else, I believe it will be better used in Yuri's hands. And it's not like I'm giving it to someone unknown. It's literally Isamu's family. Now where were we? All right. I was asking about that boy who may or may not exist, but I was interrupted again. This time, it was by a giant sword slash. I would complain about not getting my answers, but they just came to me. In front of me was a delinquent-looking high school student dressed as Shinigami with orange hair, holding a giant Zanpakuto. He looked at the unconscious body of his classmate, and he looked angry. I, on the other hand, grimaced inside, not showing even a hint of this emotion on the outside. I am unfortunately forced to bring this kid close to his death, just so he can get stronger. I apologized to him in my mind and steeled my resolve. Look, Soy Fawn, a strawberry appeared, I said with fake excitement as I pointed. Were you the one who did this to Yuryu? Seemingly ignoring my comment, Ichigo asked me. But two can play this game, so I ignored him ignoring me. It can even talk. How did you teach a strawberry talk, Rukia? It must have been difficult. This time, I got a reaction. Ichigo's eye twitched. I asked you if you were the one that did this to Yuryu, you bastard. The question was repeated with more force this time. Don't be a drama queen. I just knocked him down. Otherwise, he is perfectly healthy. Sadly, I can't say the same after I'm done with you. No Ichigo, run. You don't have a chance against the captain. Rukia's warning fell on deaf ears as Ichigo rushed at me. To me, it looked like he was in slow motion, so I wasn't impressed. I didn't want to drag it any longer than necessary. So I easily dodged the approaching sword and thrust at his chest where Seketsu was. If I pierced it together with Hakusui, then Ichigo would lose his Shinigami powers, or at least the ones that he got from Rukia. It would force him to train and get stronger. Clang, my eyes widened, revealing my ordinary blue eyes, since I don't go outside without my contacts on, just in case. I'm genuinely shocked. I know that in the living world, I'm only at 20 of my full strength, but it doesn't mean that I'm weak enough to not be able to cut someone. Looking closer, I could see blue veins glowing under his clothes where I stabbed him. If not for my eyes, I would have missed it. I smiled as I dodged Ichigo's counterattack by backstepping. Blutvene, you must be talented to use it at such a young age. I commented. Mom said the same thing. Apparently, I have a talent for it. But how does a Shinigami know about it? Ichigo pointed his oversized sword at me. It's not like this is a secret or anything like that, so anyone could have learned it if they wanted, but let's just say that I have experience with Quincy's. I answered calmly as I rubbed my chin, remembering a few Quincy's that tried to use it to defend against my blade. It didn't end well for them. But enough about me. I have some advice for you. And what is that? Are you going to say some lame villain line like give up? A man of your power couldn't even dream of drawing my blood. If yes, then you can save your breath. I'm going to beat you and save Rukia. He's got an attitude. I like it. Idiot. I told you not to search for me and go into hiding. Rukia yelled from behind me. And you're stupid if you thought I would listen to you being stupid. They glared at each other, and I could hear Rukia muttering. Why must he be so similar to Kai and Dano? As much as I enjoy seeing the love couple argue, we are not a couple. Both of them yelled at the same time. I don't enjoy prolonging the battle if not necessary or entertaining. So let's go back to me stabbing you. Good luck with that. You couldn't even pierce my skin before. What makes you think it's going to be different this time? Ichigo said and smirked confidently. Rukia, on the other hand, knew how stupid his behavior was, or rather would be, if any other captain was in my place. Stop it, you idiot. She turned to me with a begging expression. Captain Ryoto, I accept my sins and punishment and will come back to Soul Society with you willingly. But please spare Ichigo. Silence, criminal. Don't you realize what position you are in? Soifon, for the first time in a while, spoke. To be honest, I'm impressed that she allowed me to do my thing for this long. I backed off a bit more until I stood beside Soy Fawn, and then I put my hand on her head. Now, you must loosen up a bit. Being so serious all the time makes life very boring. And sorry, Rukia, but you know why I can't do it. Although if he survives what's coming next, then I'll leave him alone. Captain, they'll pretend that I didn't hear Soy Fawn and do my thing. I turned to Ichigo, who surprisingly didn't sneak attack me. Are you done? The young boy asked. I am. And thank you for your patience. But I can't help but reprimand you for that at the same time. While honorable, letting your enemy talk is only advisable if you're stronger. To make my point clearer, I stabbed him just like I tried before, but this time I used much more force to pierce his defenses. Ichigo didn't even see what happened as I sheathed my Zanpakuto. At that moment, the blood spurted out from his wounds. The substitute Shinigami's eyes went wide open. He probably couldn't understand how I did what I did. He obviously was more robust. But it seems he leans on his Shinigami's powers too much and neglects his Quincy side. Maybe he just doesn't have a talent for that besides Blut Vene. Seeing this, I took out a piece of paper and pen and started writing a note to an old friend. But as I was thinking what words I should use, I felt a tug on my clothes. I looked down, and the orange-haired boy held on to me like his life depended on it. Impressive willpower, but he can't do anything right now, so I didn't mind. His measly strength wouldn't be able to hold me if I just walked away, but Soifan was looking like she was ready to cut off the boy's hand. But before she decided if she should or shouldn't do it, Rukia got next to me and kicked Ichigo's hand away from me to the shock of the team. I didn't listen too much. I mean, I did, but it wasn't my main focus. I learned how to catch details while I'm not focused on them. In short, I am multitasking, but with my thoughts. I was trying to write that note to Kisuk, but while thinking about it, I didn't need to say much. Kisuk knows what he is doing, so a short massage would be enough. And just like that, I went back to Soul Society with Rukia Kachiki. Yindi in Karakura Town, 3 RDS POV. It was a rainy evening in Karakura Town. On this rainy evening, 2 young men were lying on the ground. One of them was in worse condition than the other, while Yuryu Ishida was merely unconscious and would wake up soon enough on his own and risk a cold at most. Ichigo Kurosaki was bleeding out. The orange-haired boy was barely hanging on to his consciousness. Being able to just give up and close his eyes would be a blessing, but Ichigo wasn't that kind of man. Even if everything hurts, even if his body felt heavy, even if it was cold, and even if he was bleeding out, he wasn't allowed to give up. He still had people to protect. As he was dying, not being able to see clearly anymore, he suddenly couldn't feel the rain. He didn't know why, but it made him happy that the rain stopped. Kisuk Urahara was observing carefully what was ongoing that evening. He wasn't expecting to see the familiar faces today, and he felt slightly nostalgic. It was, after all, about 100 years since he saw them, but some things didn't add up, so he quickly went over all the information he had available and concluded that, for some reason, Ryoto became captain of Squad 2. It wasn't difficult to figure it out. Looking at his friend's Haori and seeing the big number 2 on it was enough to be sure of that. But if someone ever asked him about it, he would convolute his answer as much as possible. Ryoto's behavior, however, was strange from what he's seen. Ryoto was a pacifist and disliked unnecessary violence. It was why he knocked out Ishida quickly and painlessly, but it wasn't the case for Kurosaki-kun. It wasn't Ryoto-like to stab the teenager without a reason, and knowing his old friend, he would get the answer to his question from the note that was left on Ichigo's back. With an umbrella, Urahara covered the dying boy and took the note. He would read it later. First comes life-saving. Ishida won't need immediate treatment. He didn't have any injuries to begin with. So all the candy shop owner needed to do was to wake up the unconscious youth. Explaining everything to Yuryu would be easy for a humble and handsome shop owner such as himself. But he pushed it to someone else. It's Ishida's family issue, and it should be solved by the said family members. After everything was said and done, Kurosaki was finally stable. It was time to read the slightly wet note. Kisuk was very curious about what that note was, and after learning the content of it, he laughed hysterically. He knew that he must show it to Yoruchi. Took away Strawberry's Shinigami powers, but just Rukia's. Train him, make him stronger, and push him to his limits. I know that you already planned on doing it, but give it 120. If possible, teach him some Kido, too, and if you don't want to do that, push it to Tensai. You never know what is going to be helpful. Hopefully, you'll pick something up. If not, just laugh at him. I know I will. He can take it. See you soon. P.S. I made a song that you can play when Ichigo does something cool. I uploaded it on the internet under the name Number 1. If you can't find it because you don't use the internet, I will laugh and call you an old man. P.S.S. Don't tell his mother that I almost killed him. I don't like being disliked by MILFs. Yuri's POV. I was woken up by that suspicious store owner. He told me a few things, but I wasn't listening. I was solely focused on the Quincy cross hanging around my neck. It wasn't mine. That was the cross thrown at me by that closed-eye Shinigami. It was old-fashioned, but I'm not sure how old it is exactly. I'm more interested in why he's given it to me and for where he got it. I should ask Sensei about it. Sensei is my grandfather, but since he also teaches me, so I call him Sensei out of respect. I know everything I know, thanks to him. If it was up to my father, I wouldn't even know about Quincy's, even though he and Mother both are Quincy's. They said it would be dangerous, only Mother said that. Father said that helping the dead wasn't making money, and it made my blood boil when I heard it. But it was years ago, which doesn't mean that I understand what he means. I can see the dead and want to help them. Speaking of which, I just found Sensei. Sensei, I finally found you. My grandfather turned to me and smiled gently until he saw the quick-knee cross that I plan on talking about with him. Yuryu, where did you get it? I've never heard Sensei using this kind of tone. He wasn't really upset, but more surprised. Like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was from some Shinigami who asked if my name is Yuryu Ishida, and confirming that it was, he threw it at me. I didn't mention that he knocked me down. I didn't want to worry him. Did he perhaps have his eyes closed the entire time and had black hair? He asked hopefully. Yes. Then I believe it's time for you to hear about a story from our ancestors' past. Yuruika's POV, 100 years have passed, and soon they'll be able to see my family again. I feel giggity, like a young schoolgirl about to confess to her crush, but at the same time, a little nervous. I know that the kids are in good hands, but I wonder if they hate me for kind of abandoning them. I'm sure Soifon will, unless Ryoto makes a miracle happen. You know what? Knowing him, it is possible. But it's better not to get my hopes up. Awawawa. An orange-haired girl was running around an abandoned building as one of her fairies was pulling her hair. It was in no way Oraheim, and together with Yasutora Sato, they were currently training under me. How did I get myself in this situation? Yuruchi, you have experience training kids. You should help these children learn how to use their powers. Go to hell, Kisuk. You owe me a lot of fish for this shit. I may have trained with my kids, but they weren't this. Maybe they were just talented, and my expectations became higher. Awawawa. Deep breaths. Yuruchi, deep breaths. I jumped and lazily slapped the fairy with my paw, helping the young girl. You are more hopeless than my children when I started training with them. This offhand comment earned me an excited look from Inoue, and she instantly started asking questions. You have children? Are they kitties just like you? Is it insensitive to ask this? Are they cute ninja cats? Do you have a cat wife? A queen? E.D. Amiya Shiro, the Queen of Avalon. The barrage of questions made with her big imagination was amusing, and thanks to her, I'm going to call Ryoto a cat queen from now on. Kisuk's POV. Kurosaki-kun successfully regained his Shinigami powers and is currently fighting for his life against me. While his powers returned, he still needed to get much stronger. As he is now, he will barely be able to defeat your below-average lieutenant, which surprisingly isn't as much as one would think. And if he wants to even start thinking about saving Kachiki-san, then a lot of training is needed. But I must say, chasing Kurosaki-kun like that is a great stress relief. I should do that more often. I bet Ryoto will love it, as well as Yuruchi if they get the chance. But it seems when I absent-mindedly was fighting my student of some kind, he stopped in his tracks. I felt like he was on the verge of a breakthrough, so I paused my onslaught to wait and see. Something was different around him. He just stood in one place motionless with his broken Zanpakuto in his hand. Then he made sudden moves, releasing his Zanpakuto by calling its name. This moment was one of the most shocking ones in my life, and one of the few I couldn't explain. The funny thing is that most of these things come from my dear old friend Ryoto, like his unusual eyes or his knowledge about a certain future, as he called it, but this right now takes the cake. Zangetsu. Kurosaki-kun yelled it. Yes, Zangetsu. A Zanpakuto I associate with Ryoto. There aren't any records about two Shinigami having the same Zanpakuto, and there's a good reason for that. A Zanpakuto is a reflection of the user's soul. It's literally a part of Shinigami while at the same time a separate entity, but all Zanpakutos are unique, even if there are similar ones. Another mystery surrounds you, Ryoto, and I can't wait to solve them all. I smiled at both Kurosaki-kun's progress and the fun I would have uncovering Ryoto's secrets, Within reason, of course. Yini invasion starts. Kisuk's POV, Kurosaki-kun, we have trained already for 3 days. But I have noticed that despite being Quincy, you don't use any of their abilities. As Shinigami, you lack the option of fighting at a long distance, but this isn't the case for all Shinigami. They could have long-range Shurikai or just use Kido. You don't have these options at the moment. I lectured the young man as I tried to probe about his abilities. I also said for now, because, just as Ryoto advised, I plan on taking some time to teach Kurosaki-kun some basic Kidos as we don't have enough time for more. Not to mention, he possesses Getsuga Tensho, as shown when he called his Zanpakuto the first time, although he doesn't seem to realize that. Shame that we don't have enough time to train it. We barely have enough to make him strong enough, so he won't die in Soul Society. Except Blut Vene am not that great at any Quincy techniques. I mean, I can create a bout of erasure and shoot out arrows, but Mom said that I shouldn't defeat hollows that way unless I really need to. He explained. It made sense. From what I learned of Kurosaki-kun, he isn't the greatest at erasure manipulation. Can you show me your bow regardless? Reluctantly, Kurosaki-kun agreed. And as he put away his Zanpakuto, he created a blue, glowing bow, but it was small. My reaction must have slipped since the young boy was giving me the look. I hid my face behind a green fan I always have on me and started defusing the situation. Don't worry, Kurosaki-kun. My friend told me long ago that the size of the tool isn't important, but how you use it. Although now that I think about it one time, he mentioned that it's what people tell themselves to feel better. I was forced to dodge an arrow from an embarrassed Shinigami Quincy hybrid. Yuruchi will have a blast when she puts her claws on him, but until then, I'll have my fun. It was finally time to send kids to fight for their lives. It sounds kind of bad when I say it like that, but unfortunately, I'm not in any position to go there myself. I would cause much more chaos than good. I also will need to apologize to Kurosaki-kun for tricking him when he returns. I'm certain that he'll kick me in the face when I do that. He's hot-headed like that. Why do I feel, though, like there's going to be more trouble than anyone anticipated? 3 RDS POV. The group of invaders, including an orange-haired Shinigami with Quincy blood, a Quincy, an orange-haired human girl with unusual powers, a human boy looking older than he is, and a black cat, arrived at Soul Society. The journey there was a rough one, and they almost died despite their mission only beginning. It wasn't the best way to start a rescue mission, and they could only hope that it wouldn't become a recurrence. The group landed in the western part of Rakangai, and after a short encounter with the gatekeeper, they were forced out of the Seriidii by a captain even before they got in. Thankfully, they had another option of getting in, and it was by using Yuruika's connections. The whole time, despite her cat form, Yuruchi looked melancholic. It didn't go unnoticed by Ichigo. "Hey, Yuruchi, what made you look like that?" he asked without any hint of carefulness. Usually, people would be careful about asking sensitive questions like this, but not Ichigo Kurosaki. Yuruchi peeked at the earnest teenager and sighed, but decided to share some of her thoughts regardless. "It's nothing much. I'm feeling a bit nostalgic after coming here after 100 years. You're that old." For the rest of their travel, Ichigo was walking with scratch marks on his face. It was a lesson hard learned. The group finally arrived at Kokaku Shiba's place. It was a bit harder to find her than anyone except Yuruchi anticipated, since Kokaku tends to move her house from time to time. But in the end, they found it. After exchanging pleasantries with the bodyguards outside of the house, the group was welcomed inside and waited patiently for Kokaku to arrive. "So, Yuruchi, can you finally explain to us why we need Kokaku's help?" Ichigo asked the black cat. "That's pretty easy to answer. Since you made the stupid move of running towards the gate when I warned you not to, that leaves us with only one option of getting inside Soul Society. Maybe 2, but I would rather not use it. We'll talk about the details when Kokaku gets here. No need to wait." A feminine but very commanding voice joined the conversation. A beautiful woman with green eyes and bandages over her lengthy, black, messy hair walked into the room. She also had a grin plastered on her face. "Sup, Yuruchi. Long time no see. Yeah, it has been a while." While the old friends greeted each other, the youngsters, on the other hand, were shocked that Kakaku was a woman as they imagined her as a man. By the way, Rin came over some time ago and left a message for you. Kakaku continued. She said something about you losing a bet, so be ready to pay up. Yuruki's mood soured immediately. Seriously? I was sure that if it hadn't happened in the first 10 years, it wouldn't happen at all. It'll make him pay for making me lose like that. Sure. I'm sure you'll be able to just like you could do before. Kakaku shrugged off Yuruki's threat promise, at which the black cat narrowed her eyes. And how would you know it? You're not saying that it was you who... Don't even think about finishing what you were trying to say. I just drink sometimes with Rin and the others, and let me tell you, that girl is a riot when drunk and likes to share some of her stories. It's fun to see her sober the next day when she regrets her life choices. She laughed as she slapped her leg a few times. I can understand why Ryoto likes teasing her that much. Her reactions are just adorable. Ryoto's name caught the attention of a young glasses-wearing Quincy. Excuse me, but did you say Ryoto? As in Ryoto Yuki? A black-haired Shinigami that tends to walk around with his eyes closed? Ishida curiously asked the pair of friends. Wait, you mean that closed-eyed bastard? Ichigo joined in. The very same. I wasn't expecting him to be that famous. Apparently, he was a friend of my family. That bastard stabbed me twice and left me to die on the ground. Both of the boys said at the same time and then looked at each other, confused. Meanwhile, the black cat and her friend were equally confused. Not about Ishida, though. They were aware of Ryoto's friendship with Quincy a long time ago. The confusion came from what Ichigo just said. It doesn't sound like Ryoto that I know, but let me tell you something, kid. If Ryoto wanted you dead, you wouldn't be sitting here with us. Yuruchi said very seriously. He must have a reason for doing that. Or you just mistaken him for someone else. And how do you know that? Yuryu asked an important question. From what he heard, Yuruchi and Kakaku knew Ryoto fairly well. But Yuruchi, more so, he hoped to get to know the person named Ryoto Yuki a little better. She is his lover. Kakaku pointed at the cat, and all the eyes went wide in the room, and Yuri's opinion about Ryoto dropped significantly. The screams of the teenagers could be heard across the whole Seriide. Metaphorically, of course. You didn't tell them? Sorry for busting your fun then. Kakaku didn't look sorry at all. Wait. Let's skip the bomb that was just dropped and go back to Yuruchi, knowing that Ryoto guy. If he knows him, why don't we just ask him for help with rescuing Rukia? Ichigo said something smart for the first time that day. By saving Rukia, we are making an enemy out of most of Seriide, and I don't want to drag him into it if not necessary. I already caused him too much trouble. The mood became solemn. Yuruchi still felt guilty even if she didn't regret her decision. She did what she needed to do, but it didn't mean that she liked it. The silence was shattered by the loud sound of the door slamming open. Kakaku, I need to borrow the cannon. I may or may not want to fire it at Sokayaku to stop the execution. The newly arrived man just noticed guests in the room, and as he observed all of them, his eyes stopped at a seemingly younger, orange-haired version of himself. Who is this brat? He pointed at Ichigo. Oi, they came here to get help to get inside Seriide. They want to rescue Rukia. Kakaku answered her brother lazily. Kakaku's brother then started rubbing his chin as he thought intensely. Then he grinned widely. Do you want to get inside Seriide? They'll help you. Imkai Shiba. Nice to meet you, and happy to work with you all. In doubts, Dukimaspo. Something's wrong lately. The whole thing about Rukia-chan is giving me a strange feeling. My gut is telling me there's more to it than it meets the eye. I told Dad about it, hoping that he would say or do something, but all I got was that I shouldn't worry about it and leave everything to him. If I cannot worry about it, then I wouldn't have this problem. I know that Dad is doing something. I am well aware of it. He is much more busy as of late and looks a bit more tired. It's not noticeable at first glance, and I doubt this much would hinder him in any way, but it just shows that something's going on, and I can't just sit around doing nothing. I was raised better than this. Baya-chan, I called my longtime friend, who looked annoyed, but I was annoyed at him this time as well. And I showed it by having my hands on his hips, which earned me a raised eyebrow from him. So what do you want, Yukima Yuki? I hope that you don't plan on just annoying me. I'm busy, Baya-chan said with a tired tone. First, I said to call me Yuki-chan. Second, I'm here to talk about Rukia-chan. I narrow my eyes. Why aren't you doing anything? I accused him. As her older brother, you should be trying to set her free, but from what I discovered, you aren't doing anything. What's up with that? We glared at each other as I was waiting for answers from my childhood friend. I know he isn't as heartless as he likes to show it, but if he says something stupid, I will need to beat some sense into him. I would say that you want to understand, but I doubt you'll leave me alone unless I tell you. You know me so well. I smiled sweetly. When I adopted Rukia, I went against the whole house for it to be done. I even broke some rules. I promised Hizan that if we ever found her sister, I would adopt her into the Kachiki family. But by doing that, I also promised Kachiki elders to never break any rules again. Now, that Rukia is a criminal. My hands are tied, and Hizana also understands it. I'm trying all within my power to help reduce Rukia's punishment, but I can't do much without breaking the rules. If I, as a noble, can't uphold rules, how can I expect others to follow them? Is he stupid? No, he must be. There is no other explanation. I knew that you could be stupid, but not this moronic. Byakuya was flabbergasted by what I just said. You think that Hizana understands? She just feels too much indebted to you to ask you for more. Not only did you take her out of poverty and took her as your wife, but you also helped her reunite with her sister. She also feels guilty because she didn't act like a wife until you found Rukia. Not to mention that the whole never breaking the rules again is stupid. I get it. It's a promise, and even Dad says how important promises are. But I'm not my dad, and I say if a promise makes you do something against your morals, then it's not worth it to uphold. You are Byakuya Kachiki, so act like it. They'll be planning how to save Rukia. If you change your mind, you know where to find me. Having nothing more to say, I left, and after I left, Byakuya was staring at where I was standing until a small smile crept on his face. What an annoying and troublesome woman. 3RDS POV. For any unsuspecting Shinigami of a lower rank, seeing 3 captains drinking sake in a bar would be unsettling. After all, what would cause 3 captains to meet up? Was there some kind of emergency that wasn't disclosed to the public? Or maybe they were preparing for a dangerous mission. What they didn't know was that it was just a friendly meeting between fellow students. It was, of course, the trio of Ryoto, Kairaku, and Yukitake. They just changed the time of their usual meetups as 2 of them escaped their paperwork, while the last one was more responsible and was already done with his work. I don't know if I should reprimand you or be impressed how both of you easily can avoid work. The white-haired man said as he took a sip of his drink. His companions looked at each other and answered at the same time. Years of practice. I feel bad for your lieutenants. Don't be so stuck up, Jushiro. You need to live a little. Even more so, since you aren't sick anymore thanks to this little guy. The captain, wearing a pink kimono over his haori, said as he roughed the hair of his kohai, sitting next to him. Stop calling me little. I'm the only one in this group with children, so I would say that I'm the one with the most experience in life. Not to mention that I am similar in height to both of you, with more muscle. Have you seen my abs? You can grind cheese on them. Have you tried it? Shunsui asked curiously with a raised eyebrow. No, but we can right now. We'll just order some cheese snack and we'll do science. Please don't. You'll disturb the rest of the guests here. Yukitake asked Ryoto with a slightly strained smile. I'll take your word for it. Am I right, Shunsui? The white-haired captain shot down his friend's attempt to do something funny. He was the responsible one in the group, because if he wasn't, no one was. Changing the topic to the reason why we gathered here. What do you think about Kachiki-san's case? Jushiro turned somewhat solemn as he started talking about his subordinate, who was to be executed soon by the orders of Central 46. Ryoto took a sip of his sake and spoke with complete confidence. It's a total sham. The punishment doesn't fit the crime. Rukia is sentenced for execution by Sokaiku, which is usually reserved for captains, and while she committed a crime, we must think about the context in which said crime was committed. But as far as I know, it wasn't even interrogated. Not a single question was asked. That usually means that someone wants Rukia dead. Yes, just as expected of the captain of Squad 2, you are very well informed. I don't like how it looks, and that's why I would be inclined to ask you two for help. I know that it's selfish of me, especially to Ryoto, who's done so much. Stop with that. You know that if I had something against the idea, I would have said it, and it's not like I can just sit around doing nothing. In fact, there will be a big opportunity on the day of execution. You see, when I went to grab Rukia from the world of the living, I met the kid she gave her powers to, and from my esteemed observation, I concluded that he would invade Soul Society to save her. You know, typical teenage stuff. Not that we don't believe it, Ryoto, but how would a teenager come to Soul Society without dying? You stated in your report that while you robbed him of his powers, you didn't outright kill him. And we both know how you dislike the act of killing unless unavoidable. Both of Ryoto's senpais were right to feel skeptical, but they weren't prepared for Ryoto's answer. Kisuk will help him. He lives in the same city, after all. That was a bomb and a half. If this was anyone else, they would possibly accuse Ryoto of treason for not sharing information about the criminal. But the strength of Yamamoto's students didn't only lie in their fighting power, but also in their intellect. So you found the real traitor, and he is responsible for the recent events. It was more of a statement than a question, and that surprised Ryoto. You knew. We had our suspicions. Kisukun never seemed like the type to do an obvious crime like that. He was smarter than that. I must apologize then. I underestimated both of you. If you did, then we did a good job at looking harmless. Now, what are you planning to do? Tell us who we should be on guard against? Opposite, in fact. It's better if you don't know, but I can tell you that if any of the captains is found dead, then it's the traitor. For now, it is better to act as usual, so ignorance is preferable. Soon, big changes will happen, and Rukia's execution is in the center of all of it. You don't expect everyone to follow your lead. You may not be the only one who figured out that mysterious fellow, and if they do, then I imagine your whole plan is in tatter. And I may say that if you didn't do anything with the traitor, I imagine that he must be powerful and smart. That's why I'm acting carefully. I can't account for everything. I have no doubt in my mind that at least 3 or 4 of my children are already gathering a group to help Rukia. They got too much of their father in them and can't sit still. Even though it seemed like Ryoto was annoyed, he smiled thinking about his kids, both adopted and not, but he didn't even separate them like that. His children are his children, and that's all. Yindi Omake, a non-canon Omake that may or may not become canon. It depends if he'll read Damachi in the future, though. I got stuck on the latest chapter and didn't want not to post anything, so I wrote it. Hope it's fun. 3 RDS POV. The city of Orio is the only known city in the world to have a dungeon. For that reason, people from many different races gather from across the globe to explore the dungeon in pursuit of money, power, fame, or something completely different. Thanks to a large population of merchants who followed, the economy thrived. This world was home to many different races. Humans, they are considered the weakest of all races. Elves, highly intelligent beings who excel at magic and usually live in forests. They have long, pointy ears and are naturally attractive in appearance. Elves are reserved by nature and are incredibly prideful. There are also a few subcategories of elves. High elves are members of royalty. There are also dark elves, but they are much rarer than their white counterpart. Dwarfs, a race of short people who are known for their strength and aptitude for tasks that involve earth and rocks, like mining and construction. Amazones, a race of dark-skinned women. They only give birth to women, so they must leave their village to find men. Their instincts to breed strong descendants usually make them fall in love with men who defeat them in battle. Palum, a race of small people. Like humans, they tend to be called the weakest race, but they have excellent sight that allows them to see in the dark. Beast humans, it's a group of different races with animal characteristics. They usually possess heightened senses compared to other races. Boaz, cat people, Chianthropes, hume bunnies, raccoons, renards, tigers, and werewolves are part of this group. There are also many half-races like half-elves or half-dwarfs. Besides all these different races, gods walked among mortals. They came down to what they call a lower world starting 1,000 years ago. They have a human appearance and lack their full power in this realm. The gods were bored in their home world or felt empty. So after coming down, they started giving people fauna, a god's blessing that would make them part of the gods' familia, an organization of sorts. Gods couldn't have children of their own, so a lot of them treated part of their familia like their children. There were, of course, exceptions, but they only reaffirmed the rule. There were different types of familias: exploration, business, smith, and so on. It depended on what members of the familia specialized in, and that depended on who God recruited. One of the most famous familias in Oreo was Loki familia. They are an exploration-type familia, and one of the best. They regularly go on expeditions, and today, the leading expedition team returned to the surface after a month of being in the dungeon. They could finally have good food and drink to their content, and that's what they did. Hostess of Fertility is well known in Oreo. Not only is the food great, but it's surprisingly safe for a place that feeds adventurers. And it's all thanks to the staff. Lately, on certain days, food has become even more delicious than it was before. There was even an advertisement that said that the food was so good you'd lose clothes, but that's a story for another day. The group of Loki Familia was done for a night and exited the pub. They hoped to taste the rumored food that appears and vanishes as it pleases, but they weren't lucky enough tonight. Shame, but they can always return another day when they have time. The group consisted of a Palum and captain of the Familia, Findame, a high elf and vice-captain, Reverial Josalf, a dwarf, Gareth Landrock, a human, Ace Wallenstein, who was holding a bag of Jagamarukin, a pair of Amazinas that happens to be twins, Tioni and Tiona Hiriot, a werewolf, Bet Loga, and lastly an elf, Lafia Verdes. Accompanying them was their god, Loki, who was completely wasted and unconscious. This group, minus the god, was the main powerhouse of Loki Familia, so their god spoiled them a little after a successful expedition. As they were returning to their base, Twilight Manor, Finn curiously looked at a seemingly older man sitting on the ground on the side of the road. He had a long white beard and black hair long enough to cover his eyes, but even through them, Finn could see that this stranger's eyes were closed. His clothes were black and tattered and looked like they came from the Far East. He also had an additional white piece of clothing, but just like the rest, it wasn't in the best condition. For some reason, he was drawn to that man. He had a strange air around him, but what made it even stranger was the sign next to him. Managed to hit me and win a prize. That was all the sign was saying. Finn could understand a need to earn money in any way possible. And it seemed like a fun challenge, but if someone was strong enough to be able to earn money that way in this town filled with adventurers, then that someone would be able to make more money in a dungeon. Something wasn't adding up. Interested? The old man asked. His voice sounded much younger than anyone had expected. Was he even as old as the beard indicated? Before Finn could answer, Bet, the ever-so-angry werewolf, stepped in. What do you want, old man? Can't see we are heading home. Well, I saw the young man here curiously looking at my homemade sign, so I assumed he wanted to challenge me. You see, I sit here, sometimes poke fun at others to encourage them to participate in my challenge when I'm bored, and make fun of overconfident bastards who think that I'm weak when they hear I'm level 0. Hearing that, no one knew what to say. It was too bizarre to think that level 0 could evade hits from people with fauna, and that answer pissed off Bet to the point that a vein could be seen bulging on his face. Are you stupid, old man? We are top executives of Loki Familia. 3 level 6S for level 5S. And level 3. You wouldn't be able to dodge the first strike from the weakest of us. It wouldn't be fair at all. Bet hated weak people, especially weak people who didn't know their places. The strong decide the rules, and the weak can only endure until they die or get stronger. I know. Maybe if you double your numbers, you'll stand a chance. The Loki Familia knew that it couldn't end well, and some of them tried to stop their comrade, but they were stopped by the extended hand of the stranger. If you want to punch me, participate in my challenge. He pointed to the other side of a street where there was an empty square. He'll give you 1 minute. You either hit me and win a prize, or I'm going to laugh at you. With that said, the old man slowly got up and popped his back when he was fully standing. Sitting in one place for a long time wasn't my finest idea, but surprisingly, not my worst either. He then walked to the arena without any hurry, which infuriated Bet even more. Meanwhile, the rest of Familia were talking with each other. "Did you think that we should stop it?" The shy elf asked her comrades. She was genuinely scared that Bet would kill the strange old man. "If the captain wants me to, he'll step in and smack Bet on the back of his head and drag him back unconscious." Tione, the elder twin sister, said as she hugged Finn and stuffed it between her breasts. On the other hand, Finn was deep in his thoughts. Usually, he would free himself gently, but he was too deep in his thoughts. He had a strange feeling about it. Not necessarily bad, but strange. His thumb throbbed slightly as he looked at the man as he walked without any worry to an annoyed werewolf. The stranger wasn't even a bit tense, like he was about to teach a lesson to a child, and unless he lied about being faunaless, it wasn't going to happen. Bet, with crossed arms over his chest and tapping the ground impatiently with his foot. "Can you hurry up already? I don't have all night." "Well, you can always leave with your tail between your legs. No one will blame you. Question though, are you sure that you aren't a chicken?" Bet narrowed his eyes even further. "I'm going to kill you. You could try. You wouldn't be the first, but as you can see, they didn't succeed, and not because of the lack of effort, mind you. But fine, I'll play with you, doggy." This was said as the homeless-looking man stepped into the arena, and that was the straw that broke the camel's back as Bet rushed at the mysterious old man. His speed was equal to a level 3, which meant that he hadn't lost it entirely just yet. But even that much is too much for people without the blessing. For that reason, members of Loki Familia were ready to interfere, but they didn't need to. But opponent smiled slightly as he tilted his head just enough to dodge the punch to the face. With a fluid movement, he grabbed the werewolf's arm and threw him over the shoulder to the ground. The man didn't move fast. In fact, his movements were relatively slow, but they were subtle enough and lacked any intent to bypass Bet instincts. He also moved at the last possible moment to fool the experienced warrior. Bet was in shock as he stared at the night sky with wide eyes in disbelief. This view was disturbed by the black-haired, closed-eyed man with an annoying smirk. "I didn't take you for one to like a starry night, but I guess I did you a favor. Do I get a reward?" This comment reignited rage in Bet. "He'll make the old man shut his mouth." Bet tried to do a quick leg swipe, but the man jumped, again barely dodging, which was even more irritating because Bet realized that the asshole was doing it on purpose. Every time he missed, the bastard smiled at him, and the time was ticking, and he didn't plan on losing to a nameless nobody. Meanwhile, the observing audience was equally shocked to see the unknown man handle Bet. The werewolf wasn't weak by any means, and he was one of the stronger adventurers in the city, but he couldn't land a single hit on the old man. "You know, Tione, I would probably laugh at Bet, but I can't muster even a smirk. Can you pinch me to be sure I'm not dreaming?" The younger of the twins asked her older sister. "If it is a dream, I don't want to wake up. It is hilarious. But I agree. For some reason, I can't laugh at it. Maybe it's the ridiculousness of the situation." The older twin answered. The more experienced members of the group were also in the discussion. "What do you think, Finn? Did he lie about being level 0? Riveria asked her captain, who was thinking deeply. "I don't know. His speed and strength seem to be at that level, but something is off." "Then we are of the same opinion. Sigh for Loki to sleep when her input would be appreciated." Exactly what I would expect from our goddess. The green-haired elf agreed. The talk ended abruptly as Bet started transforming under the moonlight, using his beatification ability. Did he go insane? Everyone was about to jump in to stop the raging werewolf, but they were too slow. Bet pierced his opponent through his body, and, as blood splashed around, the young man widened his eyes in disbelief. He somehow believed that the old man would dodge, just like other times. But he only saw shock on his opponent's face. Then Bet blinked, and the image of an old man vanished, leaving only his white coat-like cloth pierced by him as he heard him saying fucking furries for some reason. It was confusing, but it didn't end there. Bet heard quite loud steps behind him until the very same old man that he thought he had killed walked and took his destroyed coat. "I really should start buying them in bulk, but Yamaji doesn't allow me. Every time I destroy one of these, he gives me a lecture. You would think that he would run out of them." but they're different every time. And when they're not, they're just louder, and for some reason, no one can recreate them. I mean, they can, but they aren't the same. But I can't just stop making this move. It's just too cool, you know? By the way, time out. You lose. Do we have another challenger? But no one took the challenge. Bet lost all his will to fight, but he still had one question. Did you lie about your level? His voice lacked its usual aggressiveness. On the other hand, the supposedly level 0 was relaxed as he inspected his clothes and put them back on. This question didn't necessarily surprise the old man, but he was so into examining his white coat that he took longer than usual to answer. No, I just had a lot more time to train. The same could be said about the old hag over there. He pointed to Riveria with a smirk, and all sound stopped. An invisible tension raised. Every single member of Loki Familia knew that this topic was off limits. The last time someone called Riveria old was A's, and she got trauma of water in return because of swimming lessons. Everyone glanced at the elf in horror. She looked relatively calm as she walked into the arena. She stopped next to Bet, grabbed him by the collar, and threw him out toward her team while glaring at the man who wronged her. You say old like you aren't the one looking like a fossil. Without a word, the man ripped his beard off, massaged his beard, and fixed his hair to look nicer. Ow! Why can't I grow a natural beard? That's why I envy dwarfs. Also, were you saying something? I don't see any fossils around here. Only a handsome and pretty young man and an old hag. Riveria didn't plan on using magic. It was too destructive, but she didn't need magic to teach someone a lesson. Without any warning, almost a century-old elf used her staff to thrust at the head of the now young-looking man who dodged it effortlessly. I thought that elves were supposed to be the rational ones, but you seem more hot-headed than that boy over there. One mean comment, and you lose your cool. I wonder how you survived this long, though it may be considered hypocritical of me to say that. Riveria narrowed her eyes. Then don't say it. And mysterious man smiled widely. But where's fun in that? And so the game of cat and mouse began anew. But even with her tactical genius and frankly smarter battle style, she couldn't hit him at all. And at the last second of the challenge with her last swing, the man dodged and landed on top of her staff. Riveria was sure that he was mocking her. At one point, she felt Jim poking her, but she couldn't see him doing it all. But she was sure it was him, since every time she felt something, he widened his smile. What an annoying man. All in all, I'm impressed. For a mage, you are incredible at close combat, and I bet with your magic, you are even more formidable. Because you haven't used magic, you either are too proud to use it in a simple challenge, or is too destructive to use outside of the dungeon. But it doesn't really matter. You get a B from me. Too easy to anger to get an A. The man then took a lollipop from a pocket. You want a prize. Don't eat it too fast. He winked and stepped off Riveria's staff to stretch a bit. Well, nice meeting you and all, but I got a goddess to feed. She gets grumpy when I'm not on time. Wait. The man stopped and turned to the source of the voice, which was a blonde-haired human of the Loki Familia, and raised his eyebrow. Yes. Do you need something? Train me, Ace said with her emotionless expression. No. Ace didn't expect an immediate answer, and a negative one at that, so she tilted her head in confusion. Please? I'm not interested in training anyone at the moment. Ace brainstormed to think of a solution to her predicament. Then, an idea came to fruition. She looked down at her bag, took one Jag-American out, and offered it to the man without saying a word. I'm not hungry. Also, I have a strange feeling of déjà vu. It's not helping that you have blonde hair. The human girl was shocked beyond belief. How could anyone refuse Jag-American? Wait, maybe she just needed to offer more. It would hurt to separate from the whole bag, but if she could get stronger that way, then it's worth it. Ace then hesitantly offered the whole bag, but she was met with a refusal once more. You offering me more won't change my answer. A's brain malfunctioned, and while it was short, it was enough for her to miss the man vanishing from his place. No one knew how to react to what just happened. It was at that moment that Loki woke up. You know what a nap. She stretched her body. Did I miss something? No one had the energy to explain everything to Loki right now. So they just started walking towards Twilight Manor. and on everyone's mind was the stranger who didn't even introduce himself. Yini, another plan in the making, 3RDS POV. A group of 5 people and a cat were going through Seri. Why I decided to come here? I didn't expect it to be that easy. Ichigo muttered in disbelief, although he was still loud enough to be heard by everyone. You can thank me later. Now, I need to figure out how to hide you until I think about a way you all could help me. Kyan said offhandedly as the group was making their way to who knows where for now. Wait, are you saying that you grabbed us without a plan? Ichigo screamed. I will have a plan, if you let me think for a second, which isn't easy with you screaming. Both Kyan and Ichigo slammed their foreheads into each other as they glared. An imaginary electricity sparked between the two. Besides, let me hear your master plan. How did you plan on saving Rukia with your small group? Enlighten me. Suddenly, Ichigo grew shy, and he quietly answered. I planned to beat everyone in the way until I got to Rukia. Ha 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 ha. Ich kommt. Brat, you didn't tell me you were a comedian. Oh, I needed that laugh. Kyan wiped away a tear that gathered in the corner of his eye. Even if you somehow gathered 2 more captains with you, it would still be a challenge to accomplish what you said. Ichigo was about to rebuke, but someone caught a hidden detail in what their new ally just said. You mentioned another captain, but from what we heard before, you were a lieutenant. So what do you mean by that? Ishida asked as he pushed his glasses up. You don't know? The lieutenant looked at the black cat walking beside everyone, and the eyes of the group followed his suit. As they connected the dots, they opened their mouths as Yoruichi basked in their awe. What? Did you expect me to share my life story with you all? She said calmly while licking her paw. It's not like I wouldn't help you fight if not necessary, but I would rather stay hidden for a lot of reasons. You mean you being wanted, or you just don't want to face your family? Kyan made an effort not to say Ryoto. He heard from him at one point, in some fleeting conversation, how Yoruichi enjoys hiding her true gender when she's a cat because of her voice in that form. The captain of Squad 2 also may have fed him some fake information about what happened to the last person who interrupted her fun, which ended very poorly with a lot of scratches in very delicate places. Kyan shuddered at the lone thought of going through that. Yoruichi raised an eyebrow at a hint of fear in Kyan's voice, but before she could start questioning him, they were stopped by a group of low-ranked Shinigami. Good afternoon, Vice Captain Kyan. They all saluted out of habit, but then they noticed who accompanied the lieutenant of Squad 13. Surprisingly, a few remembered a description of one of the invaders, which included orange hair and Zanpakuto that was as big as the user himself, and Kyan noticed it. These are my guests. Understood? Kyan narrowed his eyes, scaring his subordinates, who completely forgot their train of thought and scattered. God, I hate doing that. Using my authority, I mean. Now that this issue is solved, let's think about where to drop you, so no one finds you for a while. Actually, I have an idea where we can stay with no one finding us. Yoruichi brought everyone's attention to her as she smirked. In the meanwhile, the group of scared Shinigami got to breathe again and started thinking again. Hey, don't you think that orange-haired guy was identical to the description of Ryuka? One said, not only that, but he also looked a lot like Lieutenant, as if he was his sibling or child. The third Shinigami in the group ended the sentence of his friend. Didn't you find it suspicious that Lieutenant Shiba started idolizing Captain of Squad 2? We all heard a story how Captain Yuki... Which Captain Yuki? The first guy asked, interrupting his colleague. The other two looked at the idiot and sighed. They couldn't believe that they were friends with him. Captain Ryoto Yuki. Oh, why didn't you say so from the beginning? I swear you could be so stupid sometimes. He waved his hand with a goofy smile, but all it did was make the other two want to punch him. Anyway, as I was saying, Captain Ryoto is a known womanizer, and right now, we see someone who looks like Lieutenant Shiba and is considerably younger. What if it was his secret child, and he was trying to get in contact with his father? But Vice Captain Shiba used his family contacts to create an illusion that it was a Ryuka. To avoid more trouble, he sneaked him in to solve this issue behind the curtains. What should we do then? He is part of 5 great noble families and lieutenant to boot. We can't expect to go against him. True, but we can try to save Mia Kodano, his wife. Our organization failed to save Captain Rin Yuki, the ex-captain Yoruchi Shihoin, and Lieutenant Isane. But this time we won't fail. Yeah, another misunderstanding has been born. Yukima's POV. So what do you think of my plan? Ingenious, isn't it? I looked proudly in front of all of my siblings except Akio and Ai, at whom I was still angry, but it kept getting harder. It looks like he's changed in the last few years, and, at least on the surface, it seemed like he genuinely regrets his actions. But I'm going off topic. My plan is more important. Yukima, you didn't say anything for the last 10 minutes. Masaru informed me with a strained smile. That's strange. I was sure I was having a flashback, but it seems that I will be forced to talk out loud. How boring. In short, I want to somehow save Rukia-chan from her execution, and that's why I'm gathering allies. Are you trying to brute force your way to Shinseikyu, Repentance Palace? My dear older brother asked, and I, of course, looked away from him in shame that my plan was figured out that quickly. You are an idiot, Yukima, Jin said with his usual creepy smile that I learned a long time ago is just his poker face. And why is that, Jin-chan? The genius of this plan is its simplicity. We gather a big group and swoop Rukia-chan before she gets a chance to be killed. Simple and effective. I tried to reason with my brother, but I was outnumbered. Yukima-chan, as much as I love you in your simple personality, I must agree with Jin. It's not your best idea. Ranjaku, the laziest, biggest in some areas, and my only sister complimented me. Oh, thanks. Wait, did you just call me stupid? Calm down, everybody. Let's focus on why Yukima brought us here together. My lovely brother Masaru tried to be a mediator to get us back on topic. Right, the topic. Let's discuss why it's stupid. Jin returned not only to the topic, but also to mocking my grand plan. Let's start with why you want to help Kachiki-san. Is he mocking me more than usual? That's a stupid question, no matter how you look at it. Because I'm not blind and see that Rukia-chan is innocent, and even if she isn't and gave someone her powers, I believe that she wouldn't do it without a reason. So as her friend, I'm going to do everything I can to help her. Throughout my entire answer, Jin was creepily smiling at me. I love him, but goddamn, is he hard to get a read on. I think only Masaru and Ai and Dad can understand him. Great answer for a meathead, but that's not what I meant. Let me rephrase it. He looked incredibly smug at the moment. More than he usually is, and that's saying something. You've noticed that something was up with Kachiki-san's execution. I nodded. And let's just say that you aren't detective material. So if you've noticed something, then it's natural to believe you weren't the only one. Ryoto, for example. I nodded once more. That's right. Dad is more tired than usual. And he even said to not worry and leave everything to him. So why bother doing anything? That was the question he meant to ask from the start. To be honest, I didn't want to answer him, but I probably should. Despite knowing that saying my intentions was the right thing to do that would possibly sway Jin to my side. I hesitated, but, in the end, forced myself to share my thoughts. I'm scared, I said with a voice barely loud enough for the group to hear. I'm scared that Dad will take on himself more than he is able to handle. I'm scared that something that's similar to when he disappeared will happen. But this time he won't return as fast or at all, just like Mom. Everyone's expressions softened, even Jin's. I just want to help. I know that maybe I will be in the way, but I want to have a plan B for that if something goes wrong. I was suddenly pulled by Ranjaku into her two mountains, where I couldn't breathe. Goddamn, I wasn't small, maybe average, but compared to Ranjaku, everything may as well be small. We were eating the same food, so why was she so much bigger than me? My jealousy was abruptly ended as the hand of my sister gently caressed my head. You've had a lot on your mind, haven't you? My usual happy-go-lucky sibling was nowhere to be found and was replaced with a somehow motherly figure. It felt nice. I like hugs. They are warm. After a few moments, we broke out of the hug and returned to our conversation. The first to speak was Jin, who seemed to soften his tone. I see that you've thought about it for some time, and I understand what you wish to accomplish, but let me ask you this. What if your plan will get in the way of Ryoto's plan? That's simple. The idea is that we'll intervene only on the day of Rukia-chan's execution. Only when I'm absolutely sure that Dad's plan either didn't work or something like that. He'll go through it. Then what if his plan involves letting Kachiki-san die? These words hit me like cold water on a hot day. These words were something that didn't even go through my mind even once. Come on, Jin. Dad wouldn't. Masaru and I tried to reason with our brother, but was quickly shot down. He would. For his family. He would become a demon if needed. He wouldn't have liked it, but he would do it if he could secure your safety. That's the kind of person Ryoto is. I narrowed my eyes at the implication of what Jin just said. It's true that Dad can be overprotective. Me, Masaru and Akio and I witnessed it in person, but I don't want to believe that he would sacrifice innocent people like Jin is implying. Even if what he is saying is true, then it's even more reason to have a backup plan, so Dad won't be forced to make a difficult decision like that. Jin shrugged his shoulders and shook his head. Then I can't say anything to change your mind. In that case, they'll just follow you so you won't kill yourself by your stupid decision-making. Masaru and Ranjaku agreed to go along with my plan as well, but we should really work on the details, or so I've been told. As long as they're happy, I guess, but I don't get what's wrong with my plan. E&E reunion, Ryoto's POV. I'm at the finishing line. Just a bit more, and I can finally relax. Relax completely. I mean, I had moments of peace here and there. Spending time with loved ones helped a lot. At some point, there were even years when nothing significant happened, but there was always that wariness in the back of my head that didn't allow me to ease up. Not to mention that I still don't know what Soul King did to me that one time many years ago. Together with Kisuk, we tried to uncover this mystery, but we found nothing. It didn't help that there was a physical manifestation of my worries in my inner world in the shape of a huge pole-like structure. Is it a bomb? Is it a cure for cancer? I don't know, and it worries me. It doesn't help that in my profession. Not knowing something can be fatal. I know that I have a certain genius that is comparable to Kisuk, but am not sharing anything with my Yuri. All of my paranoia will soon come to an end, but I should focus more on the current events. Ichigo's group arrived at Soul Society a few days ago. I know that because it was Tozen who met them at the gate, and he reported that he prevented them from entering. With my knowledge, I was expecting the teenage invaders and a cat to go ask Kakaku for help. And since Shiba's specialty was fireworks, I was sure that she would fire everyone through the cannon to break through the barrier protecting Seriidii, but nothing happened. I can't lie and say that I'm not getting worried. Something's not right, and I'm planning on doing some investigating. Soifon, I'm going out for a bit. You know the protocol. I let my lieutenant know about my actions. The protocol was, of course, doing my paperwork while I was out. Funnily enough, the little bee didn't give up on forcing me to work, but her efforts were unrewarded, and it will stay that way as long as I have a say in it. Now that my work is done, I can focus on discovering what happened. I was not the best at sensing Ryatsu, but this ability had a wider range than my haki. As expected, I didn't feel anything familiar, so my next course of action was to run around Seriidii with observation haki activated. This way, if the group is somehow already inside in some way, then I'll find them. Otherwise, they'll need to look outside Seriidii, using Shunpa to move quickly. I was also sneaky, so no one noticed my strange behavior, but it was more out of habit than a conscious decision. In my search, I suddenly stopped and grinned. Found you. Yuruiki's POV. Wow, Yuruchi-san. What is this place? It looks exactly like the place under Urahara-san's shop. The orange-haired airhead asked as he looked around. He wasn't the only one. Most of the group had similar thoughts. The only one who didn't was Kyan, who was only looking at this construction in astonishment as he had never seen Kisuk's study chamber V2, as he called it. Whistle, I never thought that something so big could be hidden so well. How long has it been here? He turned his head to me as he curiously asked me. About 200 years or so. I'm not sure myself. Kisuk built it after all. I nonchalantly answered. The kids turned stiffly to me. You are at least 200 years old. I'm not Unohana, but for some reason, the way he said it annoyed me, so I scratched his face and showcased my claws if anyone even thought about mentioning it again. Anyway, this place isn't known to too many people, so it's one of the safest locations in the whole Soul Society at the moment. There are emergency rations if needed, so we won't even starve to death. Won't the food go bad by now? The quiet giant stated the question. I said that not many people knew it. Not that no one did. Knowing them, they're still using this place to this day. Hopefully, they didn't forget to refill the food. Otherwise, Kyan will need to bring us some, discreetly, I may add. Who are they? Before I could answer, someone was able to sneak up on everybody. I'm also curious. Who are they? My first instinct was to turn around and immediately attack, but almost instantly after, I realized to whom the voice belonged, and I froze momentarily. All my fears and all my uncertainties coming at me simultaneously, but just a few words from him made them all disappear, and I ran into his arms. Cat got your tongue, Yoruchi? Did these last 100 years make you mute? And most importantly, where's my hug from my favorite cat? He welcomed me with open arms, and I rushed and buried my whole cat body in there. I missed it. I really did. I almost lost control of my emotions and started crying, but I managed to stop myself. Look at me. I chastised Ryoto for being too emotional just for me to do the same. That's fine, though. I'm allowed to be hypocritical this time. This whole exchange happened so fast that no one except Kyan managed to turn around to see the man that I loved. I snuggled to Ryoto, enjoying his warmth, and he scratched behind my ears affectionately, and I could imagine him smiling gently as well. I even purred in a way I didn't since the first time he scratched me and surprised me with how good it felt. It was like sex, but appropriate around children. At this point, I wouldn't even care if they discovered that I could get excited by that. This moment felt like an eternity, but was unfortunately interrupted. I would use my claws to leave a permanent mark on that person, but that would mean leaving Ryoto's arms, which I wasn't planning on doing, so I let my hunk handle it. It's you. Ichigo yelled. I kind of understand it since, according to what I heard from Kisuke, it was Ryoto who almost killed the kid. I looked up to see Ryoto's expression to know what he was thinking, but I was met with a face of total confusion. I grinned. He was feigning ignorance. I can't wait to see how he is planning on pranking the strawberry. Excuse me, but I think you mistook me for someone else. It's my first time meeting everyone here except Kyan. If I didn't know any better, then I would have believed him. He got better at lying. I don't know if I should feel proud or annoyed. Ichigo was ready to argue, but was stopped by Ryoto once again. You may have met my twin brother. We are almost indistinguishable from each other. If he caused you any problems, I would like to apologize. He bowed his head slightly, which shut Ichigo up and made him look troubled. It seems that Ryoto not only didn't lose his edge, but got better at messing with people. Ichigo scratched the back of his head, clearly embarrassed about his mistake. Sorry about it then. Your brother kind of stabbed me, and you look like him. Ryoto couldn't take it anymore and started giggling, although he tried to stop himself by putting his hand on top of his mouth, but in the end he laughed. Ha 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 ha. I really can't keep that act up. It's too much. Realization hit the young Shinigami, and he went red. It was you. Yeah, I'm the guy. Ryoto Yuki, captain of Squad 2, at your service. Ryoto bowed elegantly. Show off. I waited for this moment since we got here. The orange-haired teen started walking up to Ryoto as he pulled his sleeves up. As funny as watching the fight would be, I stopped Ichigo by jumping on his head. Stop it, Ichigo. You don't stand a chance against him. Besides, I have a question first. I turned to Ryoto again and raised my eyebrow. Captain of Squad 2? I didn't really follow what was happening in Soul Society, and Kisuke never mentioned it to me. In the big scale of things, it wasn't that important, so I didn't mind this lack of information. I took over after you left. Rin took my place in the 7th Division. I nodded, accepting the explanation. I knew that Rin had it in her to become captain. She just needed a chance. Excuse me, but what is your relationship? Inoue asked a bit shyly. I think she noticed the closeness between me and Ryoto and imagined some things. This girl's imagination is something else. That's my cat. He is my lover. Both I and Ryoto said at the same time and looked at each other. So that's how you want to play. So be it. I jumped from Ichigo's head, which wasn't as comfortable as Ryoto's, by the way, and faced my lover. He may have a high ground because he is taller, but it doesn't mean that he'll lose. Ryoto, my darling, what do you mean a cat? You weren't complaining when you were keeping me all night, almost daily. Did someone give you catnip again? Because you're talking nonsense. Also, your collar around your neck isn't making your argument any stronger. That's not my fault that you enjoy these kind of plays. Also, you forbid me from taking catnip, and you know that I listen to my master. That's the biggest lie you've ever told me. Maybe the second, if we count the time when you call me small. And how would I know about its size? Everybody knows that cats go to the places they shouldn't, like bathrooms. As we exchanged words, our audience looked between us like it was a tennis match. When we finally stopped, we stayed silent without breaking eye contact, and we said at the same time, "I missed you." With that said, I hopped on Ryoto's head and made myself comfortable. I really missed it, and, surprisingly, it feels just like it did 100 years ago. So, what is it in the end? Oraheim asked curiously. She seemed very invested in it, and Ryoto chuckled good-naturedly. "We are lovers. We just banter like that all the time, or at least used to. But enough of the depressing stuff. I didn't come here just to boast about my relationship, and before you all call me a weirdo. Yoruchi, can you show them?" I could tease him a bit more, but I wouldn't mind stretching my human limbs right about now. So I complied with his request, and from a cloud of smoke that my technique created, I appeared in my original form wearing a bit of a skimpy outfit that covered most important parts. That was the feature that Keisuke added to my collar. Not that I'm minded going nude, so I'm doing it mainly for Ryoto, but even this outfit can bring great reactions out of people, so I'm not complaining. Maybe I should go on a naked date with Ryoto. That's an idea that will stay for a while in my head. Surprised. Didn't expect. My teasing was cut short as I felt something on my thighs. I looked down to see Ryoto touching my legs, feeling them out even. After he was satisfied, he nodded and said, "As great as I remember." I felt proud hearing this. I wasn't training like crazy, and I would even say that I was being lazy. That's all. I wasn't taking care of myself to the best of my ability. I never did. I naturally look that good, and am not ashamed of it. I'm hot, and I know it, and he'll use it to get Ryoto's food any day. The whole exchange probably fried some brains in the group, but that was fine because nothing would sour my mood at the moment. Yini teaching a lesson, Ryoto's POV. After my fantastic reunion with Yoruchi, it was time to face Ichigo. I walked up to the boy and looked at him. I was taller than him, so he needed to look slightly up. I looked completely serious, and I was missing my glasses at the moment. I'm still deciding if I should keep or ditch them when I'm done with Aizen. I'm leaning toward losing them since it keeps getting annoying to clean them. Sorry about stabbing you. It's pretty awkward saying something like that, and the mood would become awkward as well if not for a stupidly overacted reaction. Huh. Well, it was needed for you to lose your Shinigami powers so you could train under Keisuke and get stronger. It was needed, but I still feel bad for that. I elaborated as I scratched the back of my head. It was the only way I could guarantee your life without sending Rin or one of my one children. Makes sense. You aren't someone who would do something like that without a reason. Yoruchi nodded sagely. It doesn't mean that I enjoyed it, though. It didn't help that it felt like I was bullying a kid, which I kind of did. Oh, what? Are you telling me that I didn't mop the floor with you? It looked like I pushed the wrong buttons because Ichigo looked ready to throw hands, and am planning on using this energy to good use. Yoruchi, since we are here of all places, why won't we use it as it was intended? I smiled sweetly, but only Yoruchi understood that my smile was anything but sweet and kind. Knowing what I planned on doing, she grinned and joined the group. But as she walked, she swayed her hips seductively and winked at me. God, I missed that tease. Now, kid, since you want to teach me a lesson, it'll give you a chance. Let's go over there, and we'll spar if you really want. I pointed to an empty space without many boulders. It'll make you regret underestimating me. I got much stronger since we last fought. Ichigo confidently announced. That's cute. You think that barely 2 weeks of training will overcome over 200 years of it? How about I make it fair, then? I want to use my Zanpakuto. I was condescending on purpose. That's just how I do things. The first lesson I try to hammer to my subordinates is to never let your emotions out of your control. And it looks like Ichigo hasn't learned this lesson just yet. The question is, should I spank him? I couldn't bring myself to spank my own children, but he is not mine, so it's fine, right? I'm going to enjoy punching your face, Ichigo said through his gritted teeth. For the next 2 hours, I was manhandling Ichigo using my bare hands. To be honest, He wasn't all that bad. He would be able to defeat some of the younger captains if they didn't use their Bankai, but I'm not going to tell him that. He needed some humbling, and I volunteered. I was also barely attacking back, which made Ichigo even more fuming. Don't move, goddammit. Wow, why didn't I think about it? By not moving, they'll certainly see myself winning. The sarcasm was practically oozing from me, but I decided to play along in the end. But since I'm so nice, they'll accept your ill advice. And so I stopped in place, not moving looking completely relaxed. Ichigo, on the other hand, rushed and swung his sword at me. It looked like a powerful swing, but all his momentum stopped when his Zanpakuto met with my pinky finger covered in hierro. No matter how old I am, I still love doing stuff like that. The shock was evident on everyone's, but Yuruchi and Kain's faces. Playtime's over. With a quick movement, I delivered a powerful kick to the boy's stomach and sent him flying backward, but before he landed on his back, I used Shunpa to get in the way of his trajectory and slammed him into the ground. Listen, kid, I can respect your bravery, stupidity, or whatever you want to call it. Not everyone has the courage to invade a literally different world to save someone you consider a friend, but you gotta be realistic, too. As you are now, you'll die a meaningless death. So you expect me to sit around and do nothing? He spat out, at which I shook my head in slight disappointment. No, but you should use your head more. If your plan only included getting here, beating up everyone, and running away with Rukia, then you are an idiot. Huh, I could hear Kain in the background. For now, I expect you to train some more, and if you behave, they'll give you a lollipop. Besides, looking at you using Zangetsu makes me want to kill myself. That's why, from now on, you're going to work on that with the help of some people. While Ichigo wasn't happy about his position, he couldn't ignore some truth in my words since I demonstrated my point very thoroughly, but he caught on to something I said. Wait, how do you know about Zangetsu? I smirked as I walked away. If you go through the whole training, I may share how I know it. Just maybe. I bet Yuruchi has some questions, and Kisuke already has some theories that are 100 wrong, because if he is right, then I'm scared of how he came to that conclusion. I was spending some alone time with Yuruchi, who was back in her cat form. We let the kids rest and think about what I said. So, are we going to talk about how Ichigo has Zangetsu? I knew it looked familiar, identical even, but there was always an option of it just looking the same. It wouldn't be the first time two Zanpakuto looked almost the same, but since you called it Zangetsu, she didn't need to finish that sentence for me to know what she meant. Now, how should I go about it? You know how I'm full of secrets, and so is Rin to a smaller degree. The reason why I have Zangetsu is the same reason I have two Zanpakuto that break all the rules about the world. Not to mention my eyes, and how I got hollow powers without Hogyoku. I'll explain everything with Rin to all of you soon, really soon. I promise. So be patient with me for a bit longer. The whole time, I was petting Yuruchi. I was expecting it. Oh, right there, so don't beat yourself down. At least you were willing to share that much. Behind the ear, that's much better than what was years ago. You didn't share your worries at all, and while you opened up the bare minimum, deeper parts were closed in a vault. It would be a touching conversation if not for the tender moment that followed as I held my lover close. I smiled at that, savoring the connection between us. Now, I'd better call the family for our reunion, but I should tell Soy Fawn in person. She's the one who would freak out the most, so I need to be subtle. Maybe I should do the same with Yukima. I know she's a strong girl, but better safe than sorry. I still remember her fear of me disappearing, so I don't know how she'll react to Yuruika's return. You know what? They'll just tell everyone in person. That way it's fair. I don't want to play favorites. I hope it goes well. Akio's POV. Sometimes, most of the time, I feel really stupid. I may be the most intelligent in the family when it comes to science, but I also feel like I made the most mistakes. Dad disagrees, telling me that I would need to do much more if I wanted to beat his record, as he said it. Other times, like now, I feel like a genius. I finally found a way to the shadow dimension that I discovered some time ago. It wasn't easy, but I managed to do it. Now, the only thing left is to investigate it from the inside. I want to be absolutely beyond any doubt that there won't be any way out from there. Unfortunately, I won't be able to do it alone. I would need a helper that I would trust with my life, and that would create an exit from my lab. While I trust Yukima, I would rather avoid talking to her. She is still rightfully angry at me, and she shows it. She wouldn't kill me, though. She knows that would make Dad sad. So as long as I'm not doing anything to harm the family, then she is letting me be. Masaru is a good option. He mostly forgave me, which made me feel even worse for not trusting him more. He can feel that I've changed. He doesn't know why, but he's glad that everything is mostly sorted out. At this point, I'm not sure if he believes in his ability that much or trusts Dad to agree. Ranjaku is Ranjaku. She can be dependable if needed, but most of the time, I wouldn't trust her with anything delicate. The last of my siblings, Jin. I don't know what to think about Jin. I love him like a brother, of course, but he gives me creeps at times. I just don't know what he is thinking, and his poker face is with no equal. I could ask Rin Kazan, Mom, or Dad, but they already have too much on their shoulders for what I've seen. And if everything goes right, the shadow dimension is without escape, and my plan succeeds, then it'll ease their hardships, especially Dad's. Why is my life like that? All of my siblings were currently standing in my private lab, as I was covering my face with my hand with an exasperated sigh. I only came to Masaru, but Yukima came on us at some point and overheard a part of our conversation that made her interested in my plan, and because she wanted to help Dad similarly to me, she created a group consisting of all our siblings, except me. Yeah, I deserve that, and I get why she did that. I would probably do the same, but that still leaves me in this situation. Knowing her, she won't leave me alone until I explain what I planned in further detail, which is a combination of her wanting to help Dad and her not trusting me. So be it. Maybe more people knowing about my project will help me in the future. Everything is already in the end game, so going clean won't sabotage it in any way. Besides, I believe they're smarter than me and won't do anything as stupid as I did. So I explained everything I planned, leaving out Aizen's name. I did it not to protect him, but to protect Yukima most of all. He was interested in her because of her hollow powers, and knowing her, if she hears who is behind everything, she may go after him immediately if she believes me at all. I got some helpers, but before we could do anything, we got a message from Dad to get back home for an important announcement. That's strange. Dad wouldn't call everyone unless it was very critical. I hope it's nothing too serious. Hope for the best and prepare for the worst, as I learned. Yini family is whole again, Ryoto's POV. I was waiting in my home for everyone to gather after I sent a Hell's Butterfly with a message to gather here. It still felt strange to call this house a home. It's not like it doesn't feel like one, but it's missing something. I think now that I'm getting closer to finishing this mission, I'm getting a bit nostalgic. Is it what it feels like getting old? The first to come was Rin, who I welcomed with a smile. Then came Aisane, and at the end, the kids who were together. Now, I usually would try to be delicate about information like that, but there isn't a way for me to do that. That won't be shocking, so I'll just say it. You probably wonder why I gathered all of you here today. Fortunately, no one died, and no one is missing this time. Some would even say that it's good news that comes to us this time. Out with it, Dad. Don't keep us in suspense. Yukima, my dear impatient daughter, complained. Fine, be it your way. Yoruchi is back, and the silence filled the room until I got a smack to the back of my head from Rin. It didn't hurt, but I still rubbed that place. You should say it more gently. And I agreed, but there wasn't any way to do it. If I could have, I would have. I said as I took a look at Yukima, who looked petrified. Well, that's not good. Mom's back. Yukima muttered in disbelief, but there wasn't any resentment in her emotions. I could even feel some happiness buried under all that disbelief. Yeah, just like I said before. She would be back, and we are about to meet her. I walked up to her to pat her head. But before we go to meet her, I should probably let my lieutenant know as well that her ex-captain returned. We'll meet in 1 hour in front of the study chamber's entrance. So now I hope that Soifan won't freak out too much. I've returned, I announced as I opened the door to my office with full force, which greatly annoyed my lieutenant, who was still going over the paperwork. To be fair, she is almost always annoyed, so it isn't saying much. You were gone for 3 hours. I nodded, and now I'm back. Soifan dragged her hand across her face. Can you at least tell me why you left so abruptly? I know that you like to skip work whenever you have a chance, but usually you have a reason, as stupid as they are at times. I nodded once more. Yeah, I felt something was off since the mention of Ryuka at the captain's meeting. It was mentioned that Captain Tozen repelled them after the Guardian failed. Tozen is a pacifist, as far as everyone thinks, so they're most likely alive, and I doubt they would just give up after they almost succeeded, but there was nothing. That's why I went searching. Reasonable. But couldn't you wait until you finish up your work? I playfully hit my head while I put my tongue out. And like that, Soy Fawn tried to punch me in the face. But I caught her fist and spun her around a bit. Before you try again to rearrange the face that is loved by many, I advise you to hear me out. After all, I found something that should interest you. If it isn't your will to work, I don't want it. Sassy little child. She thinks it'll ever work willingly. How cute. No, I think it's even better, but you should probably get up from the chair before I tell you. She sighed and went along with my request. Don't be too surprised, but Yuruchi is back. I waited for a few seconds for any kind of reaction, but nothing happened. I waved my hand in front of her face, but still no reaction. Did I break her? As soon as I thought that, Soy Fawn grabbed me by the collar of my clothes, and with eyes filled with rage, she asked, "Where is she?" That could have gone better. Calm down. I tried de-escalating the situation with my gentle tone, but it didn't work. So I hardened my voice and repeated myself while releasing a bit of Ryatsu. Calm down. What did I teach you about letting your emotions get the better of you? Soy Fawn then let go of my collar and took a few deep breaths. Now that you seem calmer, let's go over what just happened. I thought that we went over it 100 years ago. Are you still resenting Yuruchi for abandoning you? I understand if you do, but I already explained that she didn't have much of a choice. I understand that. I really do, but it still makes me angry. That's why I'll show her how much I improved and how much she missed out by not taking me with her. I nodded happily. That's the spirit. Although I'm kind of happy that she left you. Otherwise, who would do my paperwork? I patted her head, and she swatted my hand away with a small blush. Stupid captain. Everyone gathered in front of the study chamber's entrance. Before we went inside, I explained the situation that was going on with Ichigo and his friends and how Yuruchi fit into all of this. On a side note, Soy Fawn wasn't aware of the study chamber, which surprised everyone, including me. Everyone was sure that someone else had already told her, and study chamber never came up in conversation. That's a bit funny. She was trusted enough to share knowledge about this place with her, but she never knew. Ironic. We finally went inside, and as soon as we spotted Yuruchi, who was in her human form with some new clothes, I yelled in a commanding voice, "Jump on her!" And everyone except for Rin, Isane, Akio, and Jin followed suit. Yes, even Soy Fawn did, but I think it was more out of habit as a lieutenant listening to her superior, which she quickly regretted. Wait, I didn't mean to. Too late. I held her in place as both of us were squeezed by my children. Yuruchi was trapped and couldn't escape from the clutches of her family. We apprehend a dangerous criminal. I'm proud of all of you. Yuruchi sarcastically laughed. Very funny. Now get off of me. I obliged and got up despite the weight on my back. Now that Yuruchi got up, she made eye contact with Yukima, and both froze up. Normally, I wouldn't know what to do, but I decided to take a note from Yuruika's book and just push my cat lover into her child. To avoid falling, Yuruchi instinctively reached out to Yukima, grabbing her in a way that resembled a hug. Yukima's first instinct was to return her hug, but she hesitated until she saw me, giving her an encouraging look. That made her decision certain as she went and hugged Yuruchi, and Yuruchi did the same. You know, I thought I would be more angry when I finally saw you again, but all I can think is how happy I am to see you back, Mom. Yuruchi was moved by Yukima. Sorry, little kitten. It wasn't my intention to make you sad, but I'm happy to see you grow up like that into a beautiful woman that probably already broke many hearts. This small joke earned a small chuckle from Yukima. Stop it, Mom, that's not true. Whoever is trying to convince you that is a moron, and I'll beat him up if I need to. That was a very sweet reunion of mother and daughter, but it wasn't the end of it because Yuruchi had more children to face. She started with the oldest son. Masaru, looks like you didn't skip training. It feels like I'm looking at younger Ryoto when I'm seeing you. Masaru slightly blushed, but was happy about the compliment nonetheless. Thanks, Yoruchi-kazan. Next was Akio, and the dark-skinned beauty immediately saw the regret, but also a lot of determination. So she put her hand on his shoulder. Whatever you are going through, you are not alone. Remember that. Akio almost teared up hearing that. Yes, I know that. Good to see you back, Yoruchi-kazan. Ranjika couldn't wait any longer and just jumped into a hug, which Yoruchi happily caught. Yoruchi-kazan, I missed you. And I missed you too. Looks like you were the one who grew up the most. Almost making me jealous, almost. The last of the children was the silver-haired Jin. Creepy as always, although you were cuter with that smile when you were younger. Thank you for your criticism, Yoruchi. I'm not sure if I can change my face that easily, though. Still not calling me Mom? You're cold. Jin-chan, there was a small crack in Jin's mask hearing his nickname. He didn't like it very much, but that slip-up was small enough for most not to notice. Done with all the children. The next one was Soy Fawn, who waited patiently with her arms crossed and her foot tapping. Little B, Yoruchi. There was some bite in the way she said it. I still haven't forgiven you, but I'll put aside my feelings for the sake of your family. That's all Soy Fawn had to say before she left in a flash. I think I can call it progress. She didn't explode and kept her emotions in check. I feel proud of her. But all said and done, the family is back together. Yendi into the shadows. Ryoto's POV. A week has passed since the family reunited. In that time, all my children were training Ichigo in turns. Let's just say that he didn't enjoy his spars with Yukima. She is a combination of me and her mother after all. Also, it was a wake-up call for the young invader that all people that I brought were more powerful than him, but it also was a great motivator. On the side note, Yoruchi was relieved of her debt to my other lovers. Not for free, though. She will be forced to get drunk when everything calms down, and while Yoruchi hates that, but she would hate to pay up even more. I'm not going to lie, I'm going to enjoy it more than I should. She's just so cute and meek when drunk. This kind of contrast is adorable, especially on someone like Yoruchi. But let's focus on something more important. I'm going to visit Rukia. She's going to be transferred to the big white tower today, that name I don't care to remember. My plan is to appease some of the girls' worries. I should do that earlier, but I hope for Baya-chan to do that before me. It would be far more optimal, but I can't do anything with that. Slam, I opened the door to the room with a jail cell where Rukia was being kept. Good morning, Rukia-chan. Guess who it is, Aji-san? I mean, Captain Ryoto? What do I owe the pleasure? Rukia was flabbergasted at first, but quickly composed herself and became a lot more formal. She may not be related to Byakuya, but he rubbed on her moat than he realized. Come on, you don't need to be so formal with me. Call me Aji-san like you used to. I'm not going to get angry because you call me that. What am I going to do? Arrest you? My little joke managed to get a smile from the prisoner. See, so you still can smile. Just because everyone wants to kill you doesn't mean it's the end of the world. Trust me, I know what I'm talking about. The number of people that were after my life is larger than you think. At one point, I thought my father-in-law tried to end my life, and it felt like it at some point. The point is that I'm still alive and kicking because I'm stubborn, so stop mopping around and trust in your friends to save you. Speaking of which, remember that kid that I stabbed? He survived and got here somehow. He is currently training and will probably save you. That got a reaction from her. What? That idiot. I sacrificed myself. Got myself arrested, so he would be left talons, and he just gets here and spit on my resolve. Looks like someone really needed a vent. Yeah, he is an idiot. His whole plan included defeating everyone in his way and kidnapping you. That sounds like him. Wait, how do you know that? She asked, realizing that I had some exclusive info. Who do you think is helping him train? Besides, I would feel bad letting the kid die after I let him live. I still need to talk with Byakuya. He is being stupid again, and if it doesn't work, he'll use your public execution as his social execution. If you don't mind, of course. Not like I can stop you. She deadpanned. I mean, you just need to escape the prison and avoid being executed. Rukia kept staring at me with cold eyes for the rest of my visit, but I feel like I achieved my goal. Aizen's POV. What an interesting development. Captain Ryoto Yuki is truly an interesting subject. He managed to discover something almost as fast as I did, which is impressive. I believe that after failing to go through the gate, Ichigo, Kurosaki together with his friends would use Shiba. S cannon to break through the barriers surrounding Seriidii, but Kai Shiba is a spontaneous individual, and he must have come to his sister for some reason at the same time the group of invaders did, and seeing opportunity, he sneaked them inside. Truly, you can't underestimate Shiba as being unpredictable. Just like 15 years ago, I relearned this lesson. Thankfully, I was cautious enough to release some camera flies to observe anything abnormal. This whole incident is not as ideal as I planned, but isn't a setback to my plan whatsoever. Mostly, it wouldn't allow me to create more chaos to divide Seoul society to different oppositions. The original plan was to fake my own death to create 4 groups. These who believe that someone inside is a traitor, I would make Akio an obvious suspect and tell him that directly. It's cute how much he tries to hide that he knows my true nature, although I must admit that he slightly surprised me that he realized this much earlier than I anticipated. The second group would believe that Ryuka were the one that this and actively tried to hunt them. Third would be on neither side, but all the chaos would affect them in some way. And lastly is the Yuki family. I am a belief that Ryoto Yuki is aware of my plan to some degree, and in extension, so does the rest of his family. He will move independently and will be the most interesting of the bunch. Now, while I can still go through my plan, it won't create as much confusion and havoc as it originally would. There goes my small fun on the side. In the end, there isn't need to change my plans for now. No one knows what future holds, but I will be prepared for it, as always. 3RDS POV. Akio was ready. He prepared himself and created as many safety nets as he possibly could. What he's going to do should be relatively safe, but he already learned that one can never be too careful. Before we start, let's go over everything one last time. Akio said to the gathered group, which included all of his siblings, 4 of us will go into this mysterious dimension, while 1 will stay behind in case of emergency. If everything goes as planned, the 1 left behind will not need to do anything, because I set up a timer for our return, so we should be fine, but if for some reason we need to return early, I prepared communication devices. For everyone. It also will come in handy if we separate for some reason, but we should avoid it at any cost possible. After all, we will be in the unknown territory with unknown dangers. I want to stress out that when I say dangers, I am serious. I was able to detect some racial activity. They weren't huge, but the most dangerous enemy is one that isn't easily detectable, so be prepared to escape and only fight if necessary. Jin, you are the 1 left behind. If we go radio silent for 5 minutes, I want you to force our return by pushing this button. Akio pointed at one of many buttons on his console. For the reason I chose you, Jin, is because I am needed there to gather data. Yukimo won't allow to be left here and would be bored. Masaru and II is needed for his firepower, and I don't trust Ranjiko enough to not get drunk and forget her role. Hey, with that said, I think we went through most important points, but I want to remind everyone to be at their toes at all times there. Akio stressed his point about his cautiousness once more. Even though it was his plan to begin with, the addition of his siblings made him a bit more paranoid. It was a new thing to risk his own life, but to risk his family's was another matter altogether. Now, let's end all this talk. It's time for action. Yukima bumped her fist together with anticipation for a fight, or just anticipation for a plan progressing. With her, it was never a sure thing. It was time to enter unknown dimension. End a letter from an old friend, Ryoto's POV. I was currently the only one in the study chamber. Besides the group of invaders and Yoruichi, of course. She and Ichigo were sparring at the moment. So I had some free time as all of my children went out to do something, and Rin and Isane had responsibilities in their respective squad. I, on the other hand, had soy fond for that. Some would call me lazy, but I would argue that I was just smart with my work. I work hard as a lieutenant of Squad 13, so now that I'm a captain, I deserve some break from all of the paperwork. Am I wrong? As I was sitting near some boulder, try to relax as long as I could since soon everything would go crazy, I was approached by one of the young invaders. Without opening my eyes, I started talking. So, how can I help you, Yuryu? I asked. While I was relaxed, the young Ishida seemed to be tense. Am I that scary? I don't bite, at least not guys. Isane seems to enjoy it, though. I'm getting sidetracked. In the meanwhile, Yuryu was trying to think what to say, so I let him. After a short while, He finally found either courage or the right words. Are you the Ryoto Yuki that was friend with a Quincy called Isamu Ishida? I was honestly expecting him to ask this much earlier, but to be fair, we were all busy training. I don't know any other Ryoto Yuki besides me, so I would bet my money that I was. So you must have been aware that I'm a descendant of Isamu Ishida since you asked me about my name when we first met, and for the same reason, you gave me this. He took out the same Quincy cross that I left him back in a human world. Isamu's Quincy cross. That seems to be right. I believe that this would be better used by someone in his family than just rotting underground. I answered truthfully. If that's what you believe, then I have a letter for you as well, and am giving back the cross. If you're still sure that the cross should be in my hands after you read this letter, then I'll accept it. Consider me curious. Yuri took out an old-looking paper that, if I needed to guess, was the ladder he was talking about earlier. The paper looked to be at least 100 years old, but if I were to be more precise, I would say it was nearer to being 150 years old. I took the ladder out of his hand and opened it. Seeing this handwriting didn't surprise me as much as it should. Knowing the age of it ruined the surprise. Without waiting much longer, I started reading. Hey, I don't really know how to write it, but if it's you, Ryoto, then it must have been some time after my death. I'm writing this letter because I know that my death affected you a lot. My entire life must have been relatively short for you. I would like to believe that in that short time, you viewed me as a friend, and losing a friend is never easy. That's why I left you a memorial of sorts, so at least part of me is always with you. But if this ladder is delivered to you, then you did something stupid like giving my cross to my family, or something like that. I can't convince you to change your mind, but I ask you to rethink your decision. I gave you my Quincy cross for a reason. I wanted you to have it as a thanks for everything you did for me and my family, and partially as a sorry for forcing you to do my dirty job. Your friend, Isamu. God damn it, Isamu. Even after your death, you must see right through me and give me a cheesy lecture. I smiled. I changed my mind. I think I'll hold into this cross for a while longer if you don't mind. I said to the young Quincy as I put it around my neck. If that's what you choose, but if you don't mind, could you tell me some stories about my ancestors? You seem to be close to my family about 2 centuries ago. If you don't mind, of course. Yuryu was a bit embarrassed by his request, but his curiosity about his family's history was bigger. It was endearing. Sure, I don't mind. How about I tell you the story of how I helped Isamu get together with his future wife? It began with a simple question. How do you avoid tripping into her and grabbing her? And let me tell you, it wasn't as easy as you may think. And with that, I started destroying Yuri's view of his family. 3 RDS POV. A sleeping king slowly opened his eyes while sitting on his throne. Sensing the disturbance, he frowned. He knew that what he was feeling wasn't incorrect, but at the same time, it shouldn't be possible. He could sense 4 Shinigami in his Shattenbreach. How it was possible, he didn't know, but if they discovered his hidden empire, then his plans needed to change. But first, he would need to dispose of uninvited guests. Hashwalt, the king called his right-hand man, as well as his successor. Soon after, a tall, young-looking man with a thin build and long blonde hair entered the throne room and kneeled before his king. Yes, your majesty? Gathered the stern Ritter. We have guests. Usually expressionless, Hashwalt widened his eyes, but after the initial shock, he bowed his head and complied with the order. Wow, I don't know what I expected, but it wasn't that, Yukima said as she looked around with a curious gaze. I must agree with you, Yukima. I would love to explore a bit. Ranjiku added, please don't do that. We need to stick together. Akio tried to stop his free-spirited sisters. I'm with Akio on this one. I don't know why, but I feel danger from all around us. Masaru made his comment as he looked around cautiously. He could practically feel his skin crawl. He didn't feel safe at all, but he couldn't pinpoint what was causing him this feeling. Fine. Both sisters listened to their older brother, ignoring the second oldest, but Akio didn't mind as long as they listened in the end. First, let's check our communication devices. And with that said, everyone tested their functionality, sending a short message to Jin, who answered them. Everything worked so far, so Akio took out some machines and started working for a few minutes. Let's move. We can't see anything from here. I was expecting buildings since it's a shadow dimension. But it isn't a mirror of seriatii, since the buildings weren't the same, although similar in some ways, if not for ice covering all buildings. But that creates a question. Is this dimension mirroring seriatii from the beginning, or was this man-made? Accio narrowed his eyes as he observed the buildings. Does this make any difference to our plan? Yukima asked as they started moving. It does, in fact. If it's man-made, it would mean that this place is populated, and as long as it's populated, there's a chance, as small as it is, that you know who can escape with their help. Don't underestimate him. Ever their talk was interrupted as Masaru tried to warn everyone of immediate danger, but he was too late. Ruhar! A deafening roar exploded through the air and rendered communication devices built by Accio useless, as the sound wave was enough to destroy their primary function. The first to notice, it was Accio as he reached out to it at the first sign of attack, but he was too late to inform Jin about the enemy. The only good news in all of that was that Accio was prepared for something like that occurring. So now they would need to survive for 5 minutes. 5 long minutes. At that moment, Accio wished that the emergency plans that he had prepared would go to waste, but at the same time, he was happy that at least once he was prepared for something, and it paid off. Yendi in the shadows, 3 RDS POV. The situation was bad. Very bad. Even that would be an understatement. Catastrophic would be a better word. Accio, Masaru, Yukima, and Ranjaku were surrounded. They could see enemies from all sides, and their communication was cut off. The only light at the end of this dark tunnel was that they would need to survive for 5 minutes for Jin to send them back forcefully to Accio's lab. Stalling the enemies through talking would be useless, as they already attacked, and would probably soon resume their attack. Was it confidence or arrogance? Maybe sadism, as they wanted to see fear on their victims' faces before they kill them. No matter what it was appreciated as 1 second is 1 second. And every second mattered at the moment for members of the Yuki family, but they needed a plan. They were clearly outnumbered. 10-4, to be exact. At least 2 enemies for each of the Yuki. Accio and Masaru, the brains of the group, tried to think of some kind of solution that would let them leave this place alive. Accio quickly glanced at his older brother to see his reaction to the enemies. His ability, haki as their father calls it, would allow Masaru to somehow accurately judge the strength of his opponents. Ryatsu could be suppressed, after all. Seeing Masaru, Accio suppressed, clicking his tongue. His brother was hiding it well, but he was scared, which meant that their chances weren't the highest, although not impossible. Accio was a scientist, so he didn't believe in impossibilities, just really, really low chances. Seeing 10 enemies. He quickly concluded that he and Masaru would need to fight 3 foes each so Yukima and Ranjaku could fight as a pair against for they were left. The reason why the brothers should fight alone was simple. Fighting in a group would hinder their abilities. Their Zanpakutos aren't ideal for fighting with allies. We are splitting up. Yukima, Ranjaku, you 2 stay together. Me and Masaru will manage on our own. Accio barked out orders, but before he ran off, he said one last thing. Please, don't. He wouldn't be able to face his dad if he was the cause of his sibling's death. He had let him down too much already. But in this situation, he could only hope and trust in their abilities. Accio ran off, and thankfully, after a small provocation 3, Quincy's followed him. Masaru almost immediately followed suit and attacked 3 random Quincy's with some low-level Kido to aggravate them, and he succeeded. That left Yukima and Ranjaku, who needn't move to another place for their fight, but it didn't make them any less tense. With Accio, KH, you can try and run, but you can't escape my love if my name isn't Pepe Wakabrata, the letter L of the Sternritters. A fat old man with a long white beard, wearing sunglasses, said as he was floating on a basket, "Quit your foolishness. Pepe, love is nothing compared to fear." The tall, black-haired man said clearly, which was surprising as the lower part of his face was covered by a black mask. "Stop it, you 2. Our task is to eliminate intruders, not to bicker among ourselves." A short-haired man with a scar running downwards across his lips Akio used this short moment before a fight broke out to take out a small pill from one of his many pockets for a situation just like these and swallow it. This small movement wasn't left unnoticed by Tsang-du, the short-haired man, and he narrowed his eyes at Akio. Sorry, need to take my medicine before we start. Although I have a question, if you don't mind answering, little old me. What are Quincy's doing in the shadows of Seriidii? I thought that all of you were living in the world of the living. No pun intended. Akio tried to imitate his dad's way of speaking as he was trying to calm down and hopefully stall some time in the meantime. Unfortunately, he was seen through by Tsang-du, who narrowed his eyes. You're trying to stall us. Are you so confident in your companions that you would wait for them to win so they can assist you? In that case, you better abandon that hope, or at least partially seen through. Enough talking. The creepy-looking guy called as not said as he summoned thorns made out of Reisure that floated behind him and immediately shot them toward silvered-haired Shinigami. Using his own version of prediction calculation, Akio dodged all of the projectiles. Using the distraction caused by his ally, Tsang rushed at Akio, engaging him in close combat. Although most Quincy's prefer to attack from a distance, there are always exceptions, and Tsang is one of them, as his primary weapon are Reisure claws. Despite Akio being slower and overall weaker than Tsang, he was keeping up with the assault, or at least for the first 15 seconds or so. Even with knowledge of his opponent's future movements, to some extent, his body can't keep up with his mind for long at high-level combat like that, and in a moment T like that, his arm was scratched by one of his thorns. One could see the glee in the long-haired creep's eyes as he awaited for his powers to show their effects. But unlike usual, when the fear would start showing on his victim's face, Akio's expression started becoming more and more expressionless to the bewilderment of Quincy. What? How? It's not possible to not feel fear. Every living organism feels it. It's the most primal of all the emotions. Tsang-du, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes. It's that pill that you took earlier. It was more of a statement than a question. Correct. You see, I don't have the best experiences with someone messing with my senses, so I worked to be prepared for it. Unfortunately, it didn't work on the intended target, but I got something equally valuable. You see, the pill I took stabilizes my chemicals and hormones, and every time there is a change, be it from the inside or the outside, it normalizes it to the point that I don't feel much and I can focus on my goal without any distractions. Although it takes a half-minute or so until it starts working. It's a work in progress. Akio then turned to as not with his eyes hollowed of any emotions. Hearing you talk about fear that much, I assume that whoever is injured by your Reisure weapons will experience fear of some kind. I don't know what kind of fear it would be, but it won't work on me. It's true that fear is one of the most important emotions. It's a survival instinct at its finest, but it is still caused by chemicals in our brain. Akio's talk was interrupted by Pepe, the love master Wakabrata, who shot a heart-shaped laser that didn't cause any damage, but it wasn't supposed to. Ki. Fear can be caused by hormones and chemicals, but there isn't such thing as love chemical. Love is something that is above all that. And now you love me with your everything as all should. Pepe said with a disgusting smile, which quickly turned into a scowl as he saw no effect on Akio, who started explaining. You are correct. There isn't a love chemical, but there is something called a love hormone called oxytocin, which I assume your ability forces to release and target you as a target of your victim's affection. There are, of course, other chemicals and hormones that come together with oxytocin that create what you call love. To be honest, I would be angry at you if I could feel something right now. I would also feel disgusted because I somehow agree with you. Real love is something that goes beyond a chemical reaction in your brain, but what you make feel other people isn't a true love, but it's unimportant because Akio used Shuunpa to appear in front of Pepe, surprising all three Quincy's with his speed as it increased significantly. It wasn't exactly above their ability to perceive, but the sudden change made them act slower than usual. It ends now. With Yukima and Ranjaku, two girls from a Yuki household were facing their four opponents, who seemed relaxed. Fuck, why we need to be stuck with these two? We could be doing anything else, or at least go after the black-haired one. At least he was easy on the eye. Do you think that's why Bambi went after him? Or at least most of them were. The light green-haired woman was clearly annoyed, and her offhand comment annoyed someone else. Hey, that's my brother you were talking about. If you want to get to him, you need to get through me first. Yukima was in her overprotective sister mode, which she didn't have many occasions to showcase since her brother, Masaru, could take care of himself pretty well, and her other brother, Jin, was the one she needed to protect others from him, or rather his tendencies of creeping others out, and he enjoyed making things as awkward as possible. She was still mad at Akio, but slowly but surely, she was starting to forgive him. Your brother? I don't see much resemblance. But don't worry, after I'm done with you, I'll send you dearest brother to you. Of course, after I'm done with him if Bambi didn't do that already. The Quincy said with a sadistic smile, which was confronted with a glare that could kill from Yukima. You are dead. Try me if you can. Candace Catnip, with a letter T bestowed by His Majesty, is the one who is going to kill you. And their battle started. Meanwhile, Ranjika didn't immediately support her adopted sister. She eyed the other 3 Quincy's, who didn't jump to support their hot-headed ally. You don't need to be so on guard. We aren't going to attack your friend over there. Candace becomes unbearable when she gets like that. Also, it's too much hassle. We'll let Candace tire herself out, and hopefully, she'll take you on as well. Please be cooperative and don't double-team her. In that case, we would be forced to intervene. The shortest of the 4 said with a lazy tone. By the way, I'm Lil Tato Lampert. It's my turn now, the pink-haired woman asked as she put her finger on her chin. Then you can call me Meninas. Meninas McAllen is my full name, and I posse's letter P, and finally, we can get to wonderful me. Giselle Gawel, but you can call me Gigi. The last girl introduced herself vigorously. Ranjiku, not knowing what to do, decided to introduce herself back. Ranjika Matsumoto, but she didn't let her guard down, and while still keeping tabs on the 3 Quincy's, she observed Yukima's fight. She wasn't that worried because her sister had a certain trick that she could use in times of desperation. But Ranjiku was sure the moment she used it, the rest of the Quincy group would gang up on her. So hopefully, she wouldn't be too hot-headed and use it too early. Their goal is to stall for 5 minutes, not defeat everyone in their way. Ranjika looked at Yukima, who seemed to be increasingly more annoyed at her opponent. Hopefully, Masaru is doing better. With Masaru, in terms of firepower, was probably the strongest of his siblings, and if it comes to destructive ability alone, he is as strong if not stronger than his father. Although to reach that level, he would need to do something reckless and be ready to lose his life. He simply didn't have perfect control over his Bankai, if at all, and was forbidden to use it without supervision, no matter the reason. Despite knowing the risk, he was seriously contemplating if he should use it at the moment. That alone shows how bad of a situation the siblings got into, and Masaru, thanks to his hockey, was even more aware of that fact, but he wasn't one to give up despite his fear. If Akio, Yukima, or Ranjika were in immediate danger, he would use it to at least act as bait and hopefully take down a few of his enemies. But for now, he'll need to focus on his 3 opponents, which included a slender young woman with long black hair, a man with ape-like characteristics, and a man with red hair, kept in a long mohawk. You got some nerve attacking me like that, and running away. The hot-headed man yelled at Masaru. I'm pretty sure he just drew us away from others. Basbi, you idiot. The only woman said you also followed him. So what does it make you, huh? Challenged. Now, named Basbi. Unlike you, moron, I was aware of what he planned, but I played along. Right, girls? She turned back to see that whoever she called wasn't there. After a short silence, Basbi started laughing hysterically at the embarrassed woman. She was, in fact, so embarrassed or angry or both that she went completely red. Ha ha, how high it might have fallen. Do you have any more great advice? Bambietta, or should I ask one of the girls that you just mentioned? Shut up. And so Bambietta exploded, literally. She used her ability to explode everything around her, forcing her allies and even Masaru to back away from her. After slightly calming down, but still breathing heavily after her meltdown, she pointed at Basbi and then at the unnamed Quincy. Both of you, the Shinigami is mine. So that's the famous relief I heard about. How that comment flustered Bambi even more. W, where did you hear about that? Minimus, you would be surprised how little filter she has. We were talking about how we spend our free time, and she just mentioned it offhandedly. I didn't even ask about you at all. I'm going to kill her. The exploding girl muttered. Masaru used their distraction to attack. Devour Tsukihai, and so he unleashed the black fire. End a three-way battle. 3 RDS POV. Akio's side. Slash with one clean slash from Akio's Zanpakuto, a head came clean off. Slowly, the head was sliding off into the ground as it lost connection to the body. A surprise Quincy didn't have any time to use blood to defend against the attack. Not that it would change much since Pepe wasn't proficient in that technique. Akio looked at 2 of his remaining enemies to judge their reaction. He was hopeful that they would at least partially lose their cool. In that case, it would be easier to predict them, but this hope was quickly crushed as he noticed no reaction from them. Even with suppressed emotions, Akio felt slightly annoyed, and he suppressed clicking his tongue. It made things more difficult, although 3 versus 1 turned into 2 versus 1, so at least he raised his chances. Pepe always was a fool, hiding behind his script, abusing a gift from his majesty and never improving. Nevertheless, he was of use to his majesty, and for that, I need to kill you, the creepy voice slowly turned into more chilling and finally into outright terrifying. It didn't intimidate Akio, but it was mostly thanks to the drug of his making. The other Quincy was glancing at his ally as he was losing his cool and tried to formulate a plan, as now he needed to include a Stern Ritter running wild alongside himself. He would need to adapt to him if he wanted any kind of teamwork. And from the last interaction, it seemed that they would need to because Akio didn't even use Shurkai, yet he killed a Stern Ritter. A weak Stern Ritter, but a Stern Ritter nonetheless. The most frustrating part of all of this is that Akio wasn't that strong. He was just a very hard counter to 2 of his 3 opponents and was able to predict their movements to a scary degree, but his body couldn't keep up that kind of high-level fight for a long time. The number of bruises and cuts that he had were a sign of that. You won't be able to win this fight, Shinigami. That was undoubtedly the truth. As it was now, Akio didn't stand a chance, but he had an ace up his sleeves. Spread, Doku to Chirio. Akio released his Shurkai, and his sword changed its shape. Gone was a standard katana, and in its place was a large greatsword with 3 holes in it, and the blade ended in a half circle. A strange shape for a sword. I don't like using it, you know. It's too big for my liking, and it tires me out too much to be useful in longer battles. Not to mention, its main ability is not as effective as I would have liked against stronger opponents such as you two. So why use it? And more importantly, why explain it? Songdu asked with his eyes narrowed. At that, Akio grinned. To waste your time. The moment Akio said that, Song and has not felt dizzy. You see, my Zanpakuto allows me to release gas from its holes. I can modify this gas properties, all the way from cold medicine to the deadliest of poisons. The downside to it is that I need to manually know the components of the gas to use it, and the quantity of it depends on my Ryatsu, so I can't pump you up with poison and kill you as your own Ryatsu would somehow protect you from my ability. I theoretically could brute force through this protection, but it would leave me defenseless, and there is no guarantee that it would even work, so at most, I could be a nuisance to you, and since I'm weak, I'll need all the advantages I can get. Akio bought even more time with his explanation, but he wasn't stupid enough to tell them everything. Everything he said was true, but the information he shared wouldn't help them too much unless they planned to fight without breathing, which was too ridiculous to even think about it. Besides, the best concealed lies are hidden within the truth. What the Quincy's didn't know was that Doku Tachirio could do the same by cutting its target, and the potency of its ability would increase tremendously. He was hoping that he could get a cut or two, but he wouldn't use offense too much. He didn't need to win after all, but still. He hoped that his siblings had an easier fight than he had. Yukima and Ranjika's side, multiple blue lightning flew through the air at unimaginable speed, but not even one hit their target. Yukima was too fast, and her instinct was even better. Out of all her siblings, she was the most battle-oriented. She liked to fight and was good at it. However, unlike her older brother, Masaru, she was more precise with her power, despite her more wild nature. You boasted so much, but can't even land one attack on me. I would just bury my head in embarrassment if I were you. Yukima taunted, and it worked. HAA, you think you're hot stuff because you dodge like a coward? Stop moving then, we can start talking. In fact, I hope that you won't ever open your mouth again after I'm done with you. More lighting was thrown at Yukima, which was dodged just as easily as before. Yukima wasn't nervous at all. She believed that she could last the whole 5 minutes if things went on like that. The rest of the Quincy's didn't seem to want to join the fight, and Ranjika wasn't fighting either, so that was good. She also wasn't naive enough to believe that it would stay like that, and that's why she was aware of her surroundings. Just like her parents taught her, never tunnel vision on your fight was one of the first lessons she learned with Dad. All in all, she hoped that her siblings had as easy of a time as she had. Masaru's side, the surprise attack, surprisingly, did work. They usually don't, but somehow Masaru was able to dispose of the ape-looking one with his attack. What an idiot. I won't say that he'll miss him, but His Majesty will be disappointed. Bambietta commented without a hint of sadness in her voice. It only showed how little they cared about their own comrades. But we should take care of the intruder first before we report to His Majesty. With that said, she created projectiles and sent them towards Masaru. Before they reached him, they hit a wall of black flames and exploded without harming him. Bambietta and Basby narrowed their eyes. So, Shinigami thinks he's hot stuff? Let's see how he deals with Burning Finger 2. With a swing of his arm, heat gathered in the two of his fingers and shot towards young Yuki as Basby let a feral smile creep on his face, expecting his attack to pierce through his enemy's fire. He was left utterly flabbergasted when it was his flames that got surrounded and slowly eaten until there was only black left. There was silence. What just happened was insane. An attack overpowering another attack was a regular occurrence, but that wasn't what occurred. Masaru's flames devoured Basby's fire. Such was the nature of his Zanpakuto, but there was a minuscule detail that the two Quincy's missed. Masaru was starting to sweat and breathe a bit roughly. The way he used Tsukihai wasn't the way he would normally. That was required if he wanted to keep two opponents in check at the same time. Not to mention that his Zanpakuto was very Ryatsu dependent. The more he devoured, the more Ryatsu was needed, which may seem strange, but the energy is stored somewhere and is waiting to be used whenever Masaru releases his Bankai. In short, Shurkai gathers the fuel and Bankai burns through it. Masaru couldn't allow himself to get lazy and block all attacks with his fire. He just wouldn't last. He is not Captain Commander who can fire left and right until his enemies melt. Yamamoto is a monster among monsters with a monstrous amount of Ryatsu as well, which Masaru didn't possess. Not to say that he was sloppy, but in comparison to Yamamoto, most would look weak. And so the fights on three fronts went on until Bunky, Yini this and that. And I forgot to mention it, but I have new editor. This one is hopefully less bloodthirsty. Welcome him warmly. By Akia's POV, I have been conflicted for some time now. The reason for that is my adopted sister, Rukia. The reason for allowing her to join Kachiki's noble family was my wife, whom I love with all my being. Hizana. She spent many years searching for her lost sibling, almost losing her life before finding her if not for Ryoto Yuki's intervention. And even after finding Rukia, she couldn't find strength in herself to face her after abandoning her. Hizana's only wish was for Rukia to have a good life, and I could provide it. And that's where my conflict started. When marrying Hizana, I was met with opposition from the Kachiki's elders, but with the help of my father granting me the position of the head of the clan, I was able to do as I wished, but the elders' opinion of me lowered significantly, which I didn't mind too much at that time. That was until I heard the rumors about a young girl in Shinigami Academy looking eerily similar to my wife. Initially, I thought it was a poor attempt at a joke. It didn't help that the first to share this information was Ryoto Yuki. Alas, no matter how small, I couldn't ignore a chance to find Hizana's lost sister, and my efforts were rewarded But once again, I was met with resistance. This time, however, it was much more upfront, and my decisions in my younger days were catching up to me. It was then I promised in front of all of the elders to never break any of Sariidius' laws if they allowed me to be selfish this one more time. It thankfully worked, and somehow everything turned out all right. That was the case for some time, but life didn't allow me to be carefree for long. And Rukia committed one of the largest taboos in Soul Society, and that was giving her Shinigami powers to an ordinary human. I did everything in my power, using every bit of my freedom without breaking any rules, but everything I did was meaningless. And Rukia's sentence was getting worse and worse until it was decided to execute her. Not only that, the date of her sentence was getting pushed forward, and my hands were tied. I couldn't do anything without getting my elders angry and possibly getting disowned from my family. It wouldn't be such a big issue if this would affect only me, but I can't predict what elders would do to Hizana. I am her shield against them, and if I'm gone, they could possibly execute her to cleanse the clan from dishonor, and I couldn't risk that. On the other hand, if I don't do anything, I will cause Hizana much sorrow, and I didn't need Yukima to know that, but I'm just lost. I don't know what to do. While being deep in my thoughts, I failed to notice a presence entering the room I was occupying. Byakuya, what seems to trouble you? It was, of course, my father, Sojin Kachiki. He always looked to be carefree and was often seen with a gentle smile on his face. I loved and respected him greatly, but at the question he asked, I couldn't only stare emotionlessly. Right? Stupid question. Do you want to talk about it? Talk about it. Maybe it's not a bad idea to get perspective from another person. I can only dwell on my problem for so long before it becomes useless. I'm torn about what I should do. Should I help Rukia in any way? I risk Hizana's safety. Even if the risk is not big, I can't ignore it. But if I ignore Rukia's execution, it will cause Hizana grief that will probably not go away until her final breath. The way I see it is that I have a choice between Hizana's life, albeit miserable, or the risk of her death. I confessed all my worries to my father. I believe that he may enlighten me in some way. And looking at him, I could see that he thought about my issue seriously. That a difficult issue you are facing. I can see how you may have a problem with that, but you were ignoring something important. My eyes went wide. Did I miss something? I went through all of my options multiple times. So the idea that I missed something was surprising, but it gave me hope. You are forgetting that you are not alone. You are my son, and I like to think that I know you. You have a habit of doing everything yourself, be it because you believe to be the best qualified for the job, or you want to prove yourself. It doesn't truly matter. You are not alone. You have me, your mother, grandfather, the Yuki family. All you need to do is ask. I bet Ryoto is already planning to do something, Kaindano as well, now that I think about it. Besides, if the Kachiki elders try to do something to Hizana, anything, they will need to go through me as well. And they know that I'm close to Ryoto, and they likely don't want to have trouble with him. No one really wants to, and for good reason, too. He is part of Stealth Force, and that means he knows things, and unlike others, he bites back. Threatens something or someone he cares about, and no one will know what happened to you. Also, the stories about how he survived in Hueco Mundo for a year and came back as if nothing had happened. People just don't want to mess with someone like that. True, Ryoto Yuki is annoying to deal with, but I wasn't aware that it was to this degree. In any way, this talk with my father made my decision much easier. Ichigo's POV. I've had this dream again. It was about my past. When I was a child, I tried to help a child standing near the riverbank. It was at the time when I had difficulties seeing the differences between the dead and the living. For some strange reason, the dream was more of a nightmare. It always ended up with Mom being dead on top of me, blood still fresh. Of course, it didn't happen. Mom lived. She told me a story about a stranger who helped her that day against a dangerous hollow. I wasn't made aware of it until I was much older, of course. Today's dream ended differently. Instead of Mom dying, I woke up seeing the back of an unfamiliar man. He had a white cloth with a number on it. I was waking up, and my dream was mixing with reality because when I opened my eyes, I was still seeing the same white cloth with a number on it. It took me a few seconds to realize that I wasn't dreaming and that I was seeing a white Haori belonging to Ryoto-san. Noticing that I was no longer asleep, he turned around to look at me, even if his eyes were squinted to the point that they looked closed, or were they closed, but then how does he see? Woke up, princess. Or do you need a wake-up kiss? Should I call Orheim? I just woke up, and I'm forced to deal with him. I would rather fight him again than listen to his bullshit. I wisely decided to ignore his comment and ask him about that dream. I have that gut feeling that it was more of a memory than a dream, and seeing his Haori like that makes me think that he knows something. Hey, Ryoto-san, did you visit the living a few years ago and save a woman with a child? The question didn't seem surprising, or at least he didn't show it. He showed a thoughtful expression with a hand holding his chin. I did something like that. I was in the area, noticed a hollow, killed the hollow, and returned to Soul Society. That makes things easier. I stood up and bowed my head in gratitude. Then I must thank you for saving me and my mom. I couldn't see Ryoto-san's expression, but I heard him sighing. Raise your head, kid. You don't need to thank me for doing my job. I sometimes save people and other times kill them. I don't want to be thanked for something I'm supposed to do. If you want to thank someone or something, you can thank your luck that I was nearby. That was odd. Did I annoy him somehow? I wasn't fast enough to ask as a group of 5, Ryoto-san's children. If I remember right, got inside the study chamber, still a stupid name. The moment they could be seen, the air around Ryoto changed, and he released his spiritual pressure and murderous intent at the same time. I almost fainted just by being close to him, but I still could hear him saying something with a tone that I thought was impossible to be made by him, because it was filled with so much venom. Who did this? AD. The fury of the father approaches. END before the massacre, Ryoto's POV. Yuruchi, Rin, and I were in the study chamber today. Aisane was busy in her squad, so she couldn't be here for now. And the kids, they're doing something together, which would be fine and dandy if they were not my children. Troubles will find them, or rather, they're probably looking for them. But they're all adults, and I can't hold their hands for their whole life, no matter how much I would like that. Besides, they are strong. I trained them myself, after all, and prepared them for everything I could think of. Speaking of kids, I may have smacked Ichigo a tad too much. That's the reason I was waiting for him to wake up and make sure that I didn't cause a concussion. After waking up, he asked me if I saved him and his mother. This was awkward for me. I didn't save them because I'm a nice person. I did it because it would help me and my family in the end. I didn't have these thoughts when I saved Kain's wife, since he is a family friend and all. But Ichigo is completely unrelated to me. I gave him a no as an answer. I said some words, but they didn't mean much. Everything after that went completely blank as I saw all of my children entering the study chamber. Some of them were injured. Akio and Masaru were the ones with the most injuries. Barely alive as far as I could see. I unconsciously released my Ryata and killing intent as I asked myself one question. Who did this? I didn't mean to say it out loud, but I was livid. Noticing that I wasn't fully in control of my actions, I took a deep breath in and then breathed out. I calmed myself down enough to do what I should. I'll kill whoever did this after I'm sure that all of my children are safe. Ichigo called Orheim. We have injured. But the boy stared at me as if I had grown a second head. I didn't have time for this, so I used a more commanding voice. Now, and that woke him up. I then used Shuinpa to get closer to the newly arrived group, and I could feel Yuruchi and Rin doing the same. They probably didn't know that our children were in danger, but feeling my Ryatsu spike like that wasn't normal, so they went after me. Stopping in front of my destination, I faced everyone and took a closer look at them. Jin was unharmed in any way. Ranjaku and Yukima had only small wounds that weren't life-threatening. Masaru and Akio, on the other hand, Masaru must have used his Bankai, and looking at Akio, he was the one who saved his older brother. What the hell happened for Masaru to unleash his Bankai? I was the one who forbade him to use it, and he wasn't stupid enough to go against it unless necessary. That goes back to the first question. What the hell happened? At that moment, Rin and Yuruchi arrived. Ryoto. What, huh? The words got stuck in her throat as she saw the children. Both her and Yuruki's eyes hardened. Rin was quick to act. She was the one with the most medical knowledge in our group, as she learned from Isane, because of the small chance of any of us being injured. Unfortunately, she needed to test that knowledge. Yoruichi went towards Ranjaku and Yukima as they only needed first aid. I, on the other hand, turned to Jin. "We'll talk in a minute." Then, I announced my next set of actions to my lovers. They'll get Isane and hopefully Unohana. Orihime should be getting here soon. I told Ichigo to get her fast. With that said, I left the study chamber and ran across Seriidii until I arrived at Squad 4 Medical Facility. Without paying anyone attention, I opened every set of doors that I came across. I was lucky enough to finally find not only Isane, but also Unohana. They immediately recognized that I wasn't my usual self. "Ryoto-kun, what happened?" As she was asking me, I approached Isane and picked her up like a sack of potatoes. "Not time to explain. Masaru and Akio are injured," I said as I was leaving the office, and at that moment, Isane stopped struggling. Not that she was doing much of it, and even Unohana got more serious as she stood up. We left like these while leaving many with confused looks. Returning, Isane visibly gasped as she saw our children's state, and both she and Unohana went right to work. I could also see Orimi working hard, but she was still new to the whole healing thing. After I stopped giving her attention, I walked up to Jin. "Can you tell me what happened?" I asked. Jin wasn't smiling as he usually did, and he looked grim as he was taking quick glances at Ranjaku. Akio had an idea. He discovered a shadow dimension, as he called it. He planned on trapping who there as a plan B if you would do nothing until Rukia's execution, but he first wanted to check if it was impossible to escape it from the inside. I was left behind to take them back in the case of an emergency. Just like this one. We were attacked by the Quincy's. I finished his sentence, shocking him greatly in the process. He even opened his eyes as he looked at me. "You knew about them?" I only knew that they used a strange technique that created a dimension in the shadows of Seriidii. I didn't have any method to get to them, but I was preparing for them the whole time. However, this changes some plans. In all honesty, my emotions were in turmoil. I really wasn't this stressed out for a long time. I may have to do something stupid again. Akio really is too smart for his own good sometimes. To think that he discovered a way to get there somehow. "You know how this works, Jin?" "I know. I'm not Akio, but he showed me how the basics work." He narrowed his eyes even more. "You don't plan on going there alone, are you?" I just smiled good-naturedly as I turned to the adult group. "I'm going out for a while. Be ready for another patient." Rin perked up hearing me say that. Isane was too focused on keeping children alive, while Yoruichi decided to see how this would play out. "Ryoto, if you plan on going to whoever did that to our little boys and girls, I'm going too." Her eyes were sharp, full of killing intent, and she put her hand on her Zanpakuto, ready to pull it out. She was out for blood. No, that shook her. She was sure that I wouldn't even argue, so before she could insist on going with me, I started explaining myself. "I need you to be in full health for the near future. The same could be said about Yoruichi. So what about you? You are stronger than us. You will be needed just as much as we will, and by going with you, they'll keep you safe, and you keep me." She wasn't entirely wrong with what she was saying, but she was very emotional at the moment. I think this whole situation reminds her of when I left for that assassination and returned half dead after we first arrived in Soul Society. She wants to prevent this from happening now that she has the power to do so. Unfortunately, he'll need to refuse her help this time. To be fair to her, I will surely come back half dead. I put my hand on both of her shoulders, and we locked our eyes. "Rin, I'm going to return alive. I may be a bit bruised, but I'm not going to die before you'll allow me." I smirked, "And we know that you'll never let me go peacefully." She returned a small smile. Finding my humor funny. It looks like I still got it, but I turned serious after that small joke. "I'm going to go full hollow, and I want to be in complete control. That is the second reason why I want to go alone. I will be able to do more damage that way." Rin looked at me, searching for something, and after a few seconds, she sighed. "You know something about it?" I was about to share what I knew, but I wasn't able to say a word as Rin continued talking. "You don't need to say anything. Time is probably of the essence. Just promise me that you'll give hell to whoever did that to our kids." I showed a feral grin. "That is not a promise. That's a prophecy. I then turned to Jin and told him to lead me to where they teleported to Wandenrake. This would be a massacre. In the angry father, Yukima's POV, we failed. All we wanted to do was save Rukia, and then Akio and II told us about his grand master plan. He said something about a traitor in Soul Society that is behind all that is happening around Rukia lately. I grilled him for details, name, anything, but he wouldn't budge no matter what I tried. Fair enough. I would run after the traitor right away and beat him up if I could. I can get hot-headed like that sometimes. But all that led us to the Shadow Dimension, as Akio and II called it. We almost died because of Akio and I's stupid idea. No, that isn't the case. We all agreed with Akio and I's plan, and he did everything he could to make it as safe as possible. And, thanks to his planning, we left that dimension alive. I just feel frustrated. I thought we were strong. That I was strong, but this image shattered just like the mask I had used in my fight. Before Akio and II lost consciousness, he told us to get everyone to the study chamber so we wouldn't alarm the traitor. Their dad instantly noticed us, and I could feel his anger even when he was worried about us. What surprised me was that Dad knew about these Quincy's in the shadows. Of course, he knew that. Why wouldn't he? He was always aware of these small and big secrets and tried solving them alone, and now, because of us, he is forced to face them earlier than he wanted to. I wanted to stop him, scream that he didn't stand a chance against them, yell to stop him because I was scared that he wouldn't come back, but I couldn't for some reason. Words stuck in my throat because I knew that Dad would maybe hesitate for a moment, but in the end, would choose to go anyway if it meant our safety. The only thing I could do was to hope and believe that he'll come back. Now, Yukima, can you tell us what happened? Ryoto was absolutely livid, and so are we, but he seemed to have an idea of what's going on while we don't. Mom asked me, because I was in the best state besides Jin, who left with Dad and maybe Ranjiku. So, I decided to explain what we encountered and how everything went wrong. 3RDS POV, a short while ago with Yukima and Ranjiku. The fight wasn't anything spectacular. Yukima evaded the attacks and then counterattacked, and it went on like that for some time. It was ideal for the Yuki family. So we introduced ourselves and all, and so did you, but we don't know the name of the girl that's fighting Candace Shawn. The black-haired girl said to Ranjiku. She was probably just bored by watching the fight the whole time. Ranjiku was still wary, rightly so since she was still surrounded, but didn't mind a small chat. She may get some info out of them if she is smart enough. She is my adorable sister, and her name is Yukima Yuki. That was a wrong decision, as every single Quincy that wasn't in the fight turned to her instantly. Yuki? As in, the daughter of Ryoto Yuki? Ranjiku didn't like the way they asked, so she stayed quiet, which in itself was the admission, but they had a way to confirm it. Hey, Yukima girl, do you know someone named Ryoto Yuki? Yukima was still fighting, and while she was aware of her surroundings, she wasn't exactly listening. Not that she could, with all the lightning thrown at her. Huh, you mean, Dad? Ranjiku cursed under her breath and prepared to fight. Meanwhile, the Quincy's narrowed their eyes. So she is the daughter of one of the 6 war threats. Not impressed, but better be safe than sorry. Panic went through Ranjiku as she heard these words from one of the Quincy. Yukima, use your mask. Now, Ranjiku quickly warned her sister, and without hesitation or even questioning, Yukima did as she was told and summoned her hollow mask, surprising her opponent. Her speed and power shot up tremendously and wounded her foe greatly. Bitch! Candace screamed. Yukima's triumph didn't last, as she was rushed at by the other Quincy's. Growl! Hey Nico! Ranjiku released her Zanpakuto to support her sister or at least draw one opponent away from Yukima. With a mask, she was much stronger than Ranjiku, and her power was much more explosive. The real fight started now. Akio's side. Akio was starting to work on fumes. Using his Zanpakuto was very draining, but he somehow avoided any serious injuries and could deliver some decent attacks at them. Not to mention that his calculating power was harder and harder to maintain, and he could lose focus at any moment. It was to the point that he couldn't even take a second to calculate how long he needed to keep that up. Otherwise, he risked making a mistake, and that was the last thing Akio needed. That was the moment that Akio felt a sudden spike of Ryatsu. He couldn't mistake this violent Ryatsu, even if he wanted to. His little sister was using her hollow mask, which could only mean one thing: trouble. That was also the moment Akio lost focus for a single instance, and it cost him greatly. Songdu capitalized on his opponent's distraction and stabbed him in the shoulder, drawing a lot of blood in the process. Akio quickly created some distance between him and his foe, but that was the turning point. Akio had one arm left to use. In emergencies, he would be able to use his injured side, but at this point, he wasn't even sure if he could survive until Jin returned them back. And worst of all, he now worries about his baby sister. Why does he always attract trouble? First with Aizen, and now this. What god did he offend for this to happen? Masaru sighed. Masaru felt that. Yukimas and Ranjika's spike of Ryatsu. The oldest of Ryoto's children knew that his biological sister was forced to use her hollow powers. For now, they weren't injured a lot, and Ranjiku was helping her as well. So he decided against using his Bankai, and if everything went well, he wouldn't be forced to do it. There wasn't much time until the return, but then he felt it. Something happened to Akio. He got wounded badly, and Masaru was aware that his younger brother wasn't a fighter. It was impressive that he could fight for about 4 minutes with 3 opponents without many injuries, but now it has changed. With a deep breath, Masaru gathered his resolve to act as bait and save his siblings. Bunki, and hell was unleashed. Akio's POV. My body was covered in slashes and wounds. Some more severe than others, but I feel like dying already. I'm going to bleed out soon if I'm not going to die from the Quincy's first. I also can't see in one of my eyes because of the blood coming down on it, but even before that, I was damaged enough for me to be slightly blinded there. I was seeing black dots before I was forced to close my eye. I also returned my Zanpakuto to its sealed state. I just couldn't swing my giant blade with one arm. I was fully prepared to sacrifice one of my arms to kill at least one of my opponents. But before it could happen, all of us, meaning me and the 2 Quincy's, felt an immense power. We stopped fighting to look in the direction of the Ryatsu. It wasn't just Ryatsu that we felt, but the dread in the air coming from another battlefield. Together with that, we saw an inferno of black fire. My eye went immediately wide as I only knew one person who used this type of flames, Masaru and I. But it wasn't his Shurkai. It couldn't be. It was just too powerful. And the size of these flames was over Masaru and I's limit, which could only mean one thing. He used his Bankai. The very same Bankai that Dad forbade him from using since he can't control it. Worst of all, after doing a quick calculation, I discovered that we have about a minute before we get back. And if he gets back with his Bankai unleashed, he will become a danger to everyone before he gets consumed by his power himself. I can't allow my brother to die because he decided to help me with something. I won't allow myself to be the cause of my family's death. With that, I used the remains of my strength together with my foe's distraction to run towards my brother to stop him from killing himself. The Quincy's followed me for a while, but when I got closer to the fire, it gave them a dangerous feeling, and I felt that too. I ignored it, though. Saving Masaru and I was much more important than my fear. At least my wounds weren't bleeding anymore. The fire cauterized my wounds. It wasn't a painless process, but it'll get what I can, and when I finally reached Masaru and I was tired and burned. It was tempting to just close my eyes and fall asleep. But I couldn't. It was my responsibility to get everyone home safe. It's also a bit funny. I'm injured beyond belief. Every part of me believes that it shouldn't be possible for me to move, and I should feel a tremendous amount of pain, but I neither stopped walking toward my brother, nor did I feel anything anymore. Does that mean that I'm close to dying? It doesn't matter in the end. I won't allow myself to fall before I'm sure that my siblings are safe, and the first step to it is stopping Masaru and I's rampage. Every step was a trial in itself, but I finally stood in front of Masaru and I, who was lying on the ground, screaming and thrashing around. You really did something stupid this time, Masaru and I. You probably felt that either Yukima or I were in danger and tried to act as a decoy. You didn't think that Quincy's would leave you alone and focus on their respective targets. The thought that they didn't feel strong camaraderie didn't cross your ever-so-optimistic mind. Though the most infuriating part of your plan is that it worked, and you saved me. I hoped that I had enough strength left to knock him unconscious, but my worries were unwarranted as I was able to do precisely that. Although I may have used more strength than necessary for good measure. Let's say that it was Masarunai's punishment for being an idiot. With Masanai unconscious, his Bankai reverted to its sealed state, and all the flames vanished almost instantly. I looked around and we were surrounded, but some of the Quincy's had visible burns from Masarunai's out-of-control state. One of them was much more visibly angry than the rest. My face. Fuck. It was a woman, Quincy, who stomped the ground. Half of her face was deformed because of the fire, and she was raging at her opponent. Seeing me, the newcomer, near her target automatically made me an additional target. You'll pay for this. I don't care if he'll blow half of this place as long as both of you die. She started charging her attack, and even without Masarunai's ability, I could tell that it was powerful enough to kill both me and my brother, but I didn't move or even attempt to defend myself or dodge. I just stared at her with my lone, open eye. She shot a ball of energy at us, which was big enough to enclose both of us, but I wasn't afraid of it. Not at all, because Masarunai and I vanished from that dimension. The 5 minutes had passed, and, as expected of Jin, he was on time to the second. Before I lose consciousness, I need to explain some things to Yukima, Ranjaku, and Jin. Knowing my little sister, she would grab and get us to the 4th Division's barracks. And that wasn't the best choice. Aizen has eyes everywhere. Not to mention, I don't know how we would be able to explain our injuries. Yukima's POV, we got out of our fight with only minor injuries. I thought we were goners when they grouped on us, but thankfully, Jin pulled us back in time. My good mood plummeted when I saw both Akio and Ai and Masaru and Ai. I even forgot to be angry at Akio and Ai. I was ready to grab them and bring them to the healing barracks, but I was stopped by a barely conscious Akio and Ai. His whole body was covered in burns, and his face wasn't any better. I don't think they will be able to heal, and even after treatment, he will be covered in scars. That is, if he'll survive until I get him help. Present time, and that's everything I know. I only know about the details after we were separated from Akio and Ai when he was barely conscious after we came back. And we were rushing here, so there's probably more to that, but he lost consciousness after he said the most important parts. I am ashamed. Very ashamed. Maybe it's because I, together with Ranjaku, didn't get wounded as much as my older brothers, so I feel like I got scot-free when I shouldn't. I don't know if both Masaru and Ai and Akio and Ai drew away the strongest Quincy's away from me and Ranjaku, but it didn't make me feel any better even if it didn't. I was also scared to maintain eye contact with my moms. They'll probably hate me for allowing this to happen. Even though this whole ordeal wasn't my idea, I agreed to it, and I was the one who was the least careful out of our group. If I used my full power from the beginning, I may have had a chance to defeat my opponents and help Masaru and Ai and Akio and Ai, but I wanted to play safe, and I believed that they'd be able to handle themselves. They're my invincible big brothers, after all, but today, for the first time in a long time, I've seen them so fragile. They almost died. Yukima, that yell brought me back to reality, and I looked hastily from one side to the other. When I was done with that, I looked up to see Rin-Kazan looking at me. Not with disdain, but with love. This look broke the dam, and all the emotions that I tried to hold in flew out of me, and I started sobbing. I'm sorry. I was repeating this sentence as I cried and hid my face in a Rin-Kazan's shoulder, and she just rubbed my back and, with her soothing voice, reassured me that everything was going to be all right. And for some reason, I was inclined to believe her. Ryoto's POV. I was going towards Akio's lab, where there was a machine to get me to the Quincy's dimension that I don't remember the name of. It has probably a German name like everything else to do with Quincy's, and the last time I checked, I couldn't speak German. Jin also gave me a quick summary of how this thing works and what happened to them. He only knew as much as Akio told him when he was on the verge of consciousness, so the information was spare. The most important part of it was that Jin could make me return in 5 or more minutes, and that was perfect for me. I told him to set the timer to 10 minutes. In these 10 minutes, I want die even if they group up on me, and Yawatch should still be weakened, so he shouldn't want to fight me at the moment. I nodded to myself. I can do this. Just like in good old times when I hunted Quincy scums that tried to destroy the peace that his Samu created. This time, however, is more personal. After preparing my mentality, Jin sent me there, and immediately I felt Quincy's nearby, so I walked towards them. I walked slowly towards them as I unsheathed my weapon. My rage, quiet yet ready to swallow everything in its way. I also had my presence hidden to the best of my abilities, so they didn't notice me until I was pretty close to them. Who are you? One of the Quincy's demanded from me, but I ignored him and began monologuing. I like to think of myself as a peaceful man. I also don't need much in life to be happy. I could live in the woods, hunting and living with my loved ones without any issues, but I also have my limits. They are harder to cross than when I was younger, but they still exist, and unfortunately for all of you here, you crossed it. I was speaking calmly, emotionless even. I was wholly detached because I was readying myself. What are you talking about? We asked you a simple question. Who are you? This time, it was a woman, Quincy, who yelled at me. Her face was severely burned. Seems like Masaru got her before they escaped. Stupid. Don't you recognize him? The short blonde one said to her ally. That's one of the 6 war threats, Ryoto Yuki. He is solely on that list for one reason alone. There is zero information about his abilities beyond the basics. He is a master at manipulating information. As far as we are aware, he showed his Bankai only once and didn't show much back then except one attack. I would normally be impressed by their information gathering, but not today. Besides, I was laying low for the last 200 years, not showing much in fights. The only time I trained all my other abilities was away from prying eyes, just for a moment like this. Correct. I'm Ryoto Yuki, captain of Squad 2, partner in life of Isen Kotetsu, Yuruchi Shihoin, and Rin Yuki, formerly known as Rin Kujo, father of Masaru Yuki, Yukimi Yuki, Akio Yuki, Jin Ikamaru, and Ranjika Matsumoto, and much more than you are aware of, but it's not important right now. What is important, however, is that I heard that you took care of my children. What of it? Bankai, Tensai Zangetsu. I activated my Bankai, which put all 8 Quincy's on guard, but I still didn't attack. Have you ever thought, what is the difference between being alive and being dead? Without waiting for them, I answered with my voice lowered to a dangerous degree, making it sound spine-chilling. Harming my family time for words ended. And I brought my free hand to my face with my finger bent, as if I was imitating it had claws, gathered energy in it, and swiped it in front of my face. This action created my hollow mask. I also heard someone exclaiming, "Another one?" But I didn't pay them any attention because I wasn't done with my mask just yet. The next part started in the center of my chest as a hollow. Hole was being created. Out of it, white bone-like liquid spread through my whole body, covering it and hardening almost immediately. At the end of my feet and hands, claws emerged in the place of toes and fingers. The most shocking thing was the mask cracking where my mouth would be, but instead of my regular face, when I unwillingly opened my mouth, a long tongue rolled out. The cracks also created teeth-like look. My consciousness was starting to slip out. I could only be in that form for 15 minutes without any risk. I would move entirely on instinct, and I would be dangerous to my allies. Thankfully, I can count on Zangetsu and Gyaku to bring me back when it's time. I hope we'll see all of them dead in these 10 minutes. 3RDS POV. Ryoto performed full holification. It wasn't something he could do every day for myriad reasons. And for the same reasons, he didn't have many opportunities to master it. The only time he could do that was during his time in Hueco Mundo, and that's when he achieved this form. That transformation changed Ryoto in some ways. Bulkier appearance, a slight slouch, a functioning mouth with a long tongue sticking out from it, fingers and toes ending with claws, eyes sharper than before, but now became pitch black instead of their usual white color when he used his mask. Ryoto became a hollow through and through, but he still didn't move and stood there without a hint of a movement. Wah! One of the Quincy's started questioning what just happened, but he was interrupted. Grerag, Ryoto roared animalistically and rushed with his Zanpakuto still in hand. His first victim was decided seemingly randomly, and it looked like As Not wasn't lucky today. As Not was one of the most powerful Sternritters. It also may be the reason why Ryoto attacked him first, since he could instinctively know that he must dispose of him first. Ryoto used Sonido to get close to his first foe. Standing in front of the tall Quincy, Ryoto grabbed his arm and cut As Not's torso from shoulder down, but that wasn't the end of Ryoto's attack. The after effect of the cut lingered in the air, and from that, a powerful black Getsuga Tenzo mixed with Zero obliterated the first Quincy. Confirming the death of his opponent with Haki, he slowly turned around, eyeing his next victim, making everyone present feel shivers down their spine. The predator looked at its prey. Yeni Hollow. Quick author note here. There won't be any chapters for the next 2 weeks. Family matter, and I won't have computer. Just a heads up. 3RDS POV. Ryoto, in his hollowified form, looked at all the Quincies in his sight. He didn't immediately pounce on the other of his targets. He may follow his instincts, but he wasn't stupid. Suddenly, Songdu and Meninis McAllon rushed at Ryoto from 2 sides at the same time. The male Quincy attacked with his claws while Meninis attempted to punch. Ryoto swiftly raised his leg to stomp on Songdu's weapon, pulling him down, and grabbed Meninis' arm while dodging her punch to throw her away at other Quincies, stopping them from attacking him. Focusing on Song, Ryoto stomped his back, causing the ground under the man to shatter, but there wasn't time to rest as he was attacked right away. I got you now, Bambietta yelled as she created and shot many balls of Raysure. Gragraf! Ryoto roared back as he opened his mouth widely. A ball of red energy started forming there, and it grew larger than Ryoto's head until it shot a ray beam out of it. Ryoto's, Zero, and Bambi's multiple Raysure balls met halfway through and created a large explosion. None of Bambietta's projectiles reached Ryoto. It created, however, a diversion. The holy bells rang as the enormous crosses appeared where Quincy's stood, and as they broke down, they revealed all of Ryoto's opponents in their new forms. Quincy Volstandig was Quincy's ultimate form that was vastly superior to the outdated Let Still that allows the user of this technique to enhance all of their abilities plus allowed them to fly. Now you're a dead asshole. You may look cool in this form, but this is your end. Burner Finger 1 Basby pointed his index finger at Ryoto and fired off a beam of fire at hollowified Ryoto, who in return narrowed his eyes dangerously, but didn't. T move until the last moment when he sidestepped and started directing the fire with his free hand as he turned around and shot back the fire back to the attacker, who widened his eyes at the impossibility of this event. What the foo dash? Basby desperately tried to defend himself as he shot Burner Finger 2 to block the incoming fire beam, and he somehow succeeded, but he was close enough to the clash of the 2 attacks to sustain some damage. What no one noticed was that when Ryoto seemingly used firebending, a small shining spot appeared under his skin where a Samu's cross would be seen if he had not hollowified. It looked like even hollowified Ryoto was surprised by this development, but he just smiled cruelty at the new revelation. Earlier, he moved on instinct, more than usual, but now he knew that he had more options. Ryoto's good mood and unexpected development caused him to let guard slightly, and he paid for it as he ignored Songdu, who used his chance to cut off Ryoto's arm. The hollowified Shinigami roared in agony, but it didn't last long. Instantly, Ryoto threw his Zanpakuto in the air and caught the arm that was slowly falling by the cut end, swung it towards the Quincy who caused this injury, slammed the palm of the served arm at the head of Songdu, and finally dug his finger into a detached limb with great force, in a way that made detached hand close with force enough to squash the head in its way. Fucking brutal, hardcore, and all the other things. That was totally badass. Basby couldn't help but comment, but Ryoto didn't pay him any mind and reattached his arm to its rightful place. When the quick process of regeneration ended, Ryoto flexed his arm a few times to test it. That was the last freebie the Quincies were going to get. be on purpose or otherwise. And that was a good thing, because a golden bracelet was thrown and landed under Ryoto. From it, a wave of raysure exploded and solidified in the shape of the massive bear trap, which closed quickly. Ryoto grinned with his mouth open and tongue out and snapped his clawed fingers, switching places with Giselle Gawel. The bear trap, created by Lil Tato, closed down and crashed her Owlie's neck. Throughout the entire process, the light under Ryoto's hierro prevailed. The Quincy's were not rookie fighters, and some realized what happened in an instant. Candace was not one of them. She was just lucky enough to have Giselle in her sight when Ryoto switched places. Candace, however, had amazing reflexes, so she reacted immediately at the sight of her enemy. She took out her short bow out of a heart-shaped container and prepared a shot. "Bastard, I got you now." Galvano Blast, the green-haired woman, fired off a 5 gigajoule blast of electricity at the hollow Shinigami hybrid. That was a mistake. Ryoto outstretched 2 of his fingers of the hand that held Tensa Zangetsu, and the moment electricity touched Ryoto's fingers, he started redirecting the energy through his entire arm to his stomach and fired it back with his opposite hand at the attacker string. Surprise Quincy. The moment Ryoto finished his move, he was immediately attacked by pink-haired Quincy. "You shouldn't let your guard down, you know." Meninis lightly scolded Ryoto as she was sure that she managed to get a clean hit on the Shinigami, as the force of the punch created a cloud of dust that obscured her sight. She felt hitting something, but she realized it too late when she felt something holding her fist. Next, she saw 3 blue lights appearing for a moment, only for 2 of them to disappear just as quickly. They were Ryoto's eyes that momentarily transformed to their natural color, but turned back black just as fast. Meninis tried to free herself from the clawed hand holding her fist, but she couldn't. She didn't have a chance to try again, as her whole body was thrown over Ryoto's head, slammed to the ground, and shot a stream of blue fire at her as she was down, and he would continue to attack until her life would slowly diminish. "But, got you now," Bambietta yelled as she was ready to send yet another wave of attack. Quincy's didn't seem to learn their lesson, and the lesson is, you don't take Ryoto by surprise, not anymore. That's why Ryoto had already locked eyes with her before she sent her attack, but was already too late to stop it. Not to mention, Bambi's pride wouldn't allow her to cower before a single enemy. So the balls that would turn everything into a bomb the moment they touched something flew at incredible speed at Ryoto and her fallen comrade, but she didn't seem to worry about her fellow Quincy. Ryoto didn't seem to be worried in the slightest. Despite his wild appearance, he could even seem relaxed. It wouldn't be strange, as he had already neutralized Bambietta's attack before with his own Zero, but this time he just smiled sadistically at her as he raised his hand. Bambietta realized what he was planning instantly, and she paled. She didn't have time to fret over her fate, because as soon as Ryoto snapped his fingers, Bambi took his place and was at the mercy of her own attack. Boom! Ryoto was satisfied with the results, but he couldn't bathe in his glory as a large, stretched mouth rushed at him. The hollowified Shinigami dodged swiftly, grabbed that stretched piece of the body, and bit into it. The blonde Quincy let out a muffled scream. She would let out a terrifying scream, but her mouth was forcibly closed by Ryoto. The Shinigami then spit the piece of meat that he tore off and glared at the short woman with a mocking undertone, as if saying, "I can bite too, and I do that better." That left only 2 Quincy's that were able to fight. Giselle was hiding somewhere, waiting for a good moment to attack. Basby, on the other hand, was already on the move. Burner Finger 4 Basby pointed all of his fingers, except his thumb forward, created a large blade of fire, and attempted to slash Ryoto with it. The aforementioned Shinigami just pointed a finger at his foe, and instead of the usual red energy, it was black with a dark blue hint at the edges. Gran Rey Zero, a monstrous voice coming from Ryoto, announced an attack, and not any attack. One of the strongest Zero available to a hollow. Its power comes not only from the user Ryatsu, but also from her blood mixed with it. The Zero beam was much faster than the previous one. It shot right through a fiery sword, shot through Basby's shoulder, and destroyed everything in its way, stopping only when the attack ended in an explosion. The hole in Basbief's shoulder was so cleanly made that it took a few seconds before blood started dropping from it, as if it took this much time for the body to realize that it had been harmed. "No way," were the last words of Quincy before he dropped to the ground lifelessly. At the same time, the light right below Ryoto's neck started to dim until it vanished altogether. The moment the light blue light stopped shining, the white bone-like exterior started cracking. They began from the feet and slowly made their way up until all of the hollow parts cracked, revealing tired and confused Ryoto. He didn't have much time to ponder about his circumstances, as he felt many life signatures surrounding him. But that wasn't even the worst of it, because he was facing someone he hadn't planned on facing at the moment. "Ryoto Yuki," the man Quincy said with a deep voice. "Nice to finally meet you in person." At that, Ryoto could only reply with the man's name. "Yawatch." That was the worst-case scenario. Ryoto's POV. "I woke up from my hollowified form, but I felt strange. I was tired. More tired than I should have been after using full hollowification. I don't use this form often. Never mind, scrap that. I haven't used this form since I returned from Hueco Mundo. It's just too destructive and uncontrollable. Not to mention, I could have been sensed by someone in Seriidii, but I know my body well enough to know how I should feel after a fight. I don't feel like I just finished fighting. I feel lethargic and fatigued in a strange way. That's just wrong. What the hell happened during the fight?